Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome back to Topstep TV. Today, October 23rd, 2025. We got a great show lined up ahead for you today, whether you're here for some market analysis, some live traders, some tradertainment, or you just need a laugh throughout your trading day. We got something for everyone, so do not go anywhere. I'm Jay. In the middle, we got John, the GOAT Hoagland, and to his right, JD. Hoag, JD, how you guys feeling this morning?
Good, Jay. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday, everybody. Ready for the day, man. Some things are always going on, always opportunities. My friend JD, how you feeling this morning?
Awesome. Good morning, Hoag. Good morning, Coach Jay. Good morning to all my friends and traders in the chat. Happy Thursday. We're over the hump. Let's make some money today. Let's get in these markets. We're going to put a poll up in just a minute to see what kind of opening range breakout trade we're going to take in gold. Don't forget, we're working on a new process for entering these opening range breakout trades. We're waiting for a confirmation bar now, changing things up just a little bit, but we got gold open. I got the micro gold open. Let's get into it.
Do it. Let's get that poll up in the chat. Gold right now is trading 41.22. 41.22 in gold, 41.22.80. Had a little bit of a relief bounce yesterday. Gold has been under some heavy sell pressure. If you're wondering what trade we're talking about, gold does open up at 8:20 a.m. Eastern Time, 7:20 a.m. Central Time, and we will be taking that 1 or 5 minute opening range trade, depending on how the chat votes here. Katie, there was a time where we were putting a no trade option on this poll, and that's because we had some economic numbers coming out. So, what do we have to look out for on the economic calendar for today on Thursday?
We just had a couple things pop up on the economic calendar, actually. So I put this calendar together at about 6 o'clock a.m. Central Time, and things have definitely populated a little more. First, let's talk about earnings. Earlier this morning, we had American Airlines, T-Mobile. Later this afternoon, we've got Intel and Ford. So that's what you have to look for earnings. We've got the Chicago Fed National Activity Index coming out at the bottom of the hour, 7:30 a.m. Central Time. And EIA is continuing to post inventory numbers, regardless of the government shutdown. So we'll get the natural gas inventories at 9:30. A few other things that just popped up. Existing home sales just popped up on the Financial Juice calendar a minute ago. Also, the Kansas City Fed Manufacturing Index. We've got a White House press briefing at 12 o'clock Central Time. And Trump is scheduled to make another announcement at about 2 o'clock Central Time. So this economic calendar seems to be a living, breathing, dynamic piece of information now. It's forever changing, it feels like. But we will have one eye on the ditch for you. As always, we're going to keep an eye on the news. We'll be piping in anything we possibly can. We'll do our best to get that White House press briefing. We'll get a live feed in here at around 12 o'clock Central Time during that group coaching hour. And we'll see what kind of headlines are coming out. This is definitely a headline-driven market right now, because these Bureau of Labor Statistics economic reports are not being released at the moment due to the federal government shutdown. So we are very dependent on news headlines to drive this market right now. It's a huge catalyst to the moves in equities, crude oil, gold, all the markets that we're looking at here on Topstep TV. So always have one eye on the news and one eye on the charts, and we're here to help you out, to help you navigate through it. What else is going on, Jay?
Looking at this poll, it is pretty evenly split, 51-49, and it keeps flipping back and forth. 84 votes right now. Get your votes in there. We need to know what trade we're taking. Gold is opening up right now. 51% going to the 5 minute, 49% going to the 1 minute. How much time do we want to give this, JD? It's 90 votes, 52-48. 52% going to the 5 minute right now.
Let's see what it looks like. Ooh, we're 50-50. My poll's showing 50-50.
Yeah, it's
Give it another 30
dead
seconds.
heat here.
Give it another 30 seconds. I've got a couple loaded in the micros. Not so large of an opening range as we've been seeing in recent days. Yesterday we had a $13 wide opening range, almost 130 ticks. We took close to $200 worth of risk on 2 micro contracts trading the opening range in gold yesterday. That's how wide it was.
Did here. 52% going to the 1 minute. It looks like we are taking the 1 minute. 1 minute range
All right, here we
is
go.
now closed at a high of 2080 and a low of 16.5. We're going to wait for a confirmation close outside of that range. Take that trade.
We'll give this another minute. Actually, the 1 minute poll won yesterday, but we traded inside that 1 minute opening range bar for a good, what was it, 10 minutes almost? We took a confirmation. Yeah, we took a confirmation off of the 5 minute chart.
Finally,
no trade
a
signal
relatively
yet.
All opening range so far. 43 ticks only.
It's a range for ants.
Maybe I'll load a 3 lat. I'll load 3. Might get a close to the short side here. Seen a little bit of selling coming in.
49.
Is that a short? Did that signal a short?
No,
like
not
it,
in the
but-
not in the
It's one
in the
in the
GC.
minis. It did. It's 1 tick lower. Closed 1 tick
take it.
lower.
I'm getting better right now. I'm going back down to a 2 lat. I don't like the short, but I'm going to put it in because it's a very mechanical trade. I'm working an offer. I'm not going to chase it. All right, we're in. House count short 2 micro. Short 2 micro gold, 41.17.20. 41.17.20. We're only going to take $100 worth of risk on this trade.
I don't see that it broke out of that 1 minute. Maybe it did. Yeah.
It did on the micro.
Looking at a 1 minute candle, opening range low of 16.5, and that candle closed 16.40. So they ran it pretty tight there, but
they did. We are in though. House account short 2 micro gold, 41.17.20.
Yeah, I see it now. All right,
here we are. Money, just a couple of ticks.
Oh,
we're seeing some selling coming in.
Just sell it. Just sell it all to zero. Sell it all today.
Straight down, straight to zero. Gold will be worthless by the end of the day, folks. This is not trading advice.
Not at all. That was just a joke. But right, Hogue, we are in this opening range trade short right now. Let's go through that checklist for the day. Make sure we're prepped for our trading day.
All right, let's do it. Yeah, we definitely have to do your pre-market research. Got all mine right here. We're ready to check that out and put that check on there. Morning checklist. Got my vitamins, got my coffee, got my water, got my little walk-in. I'm in good shape. Check that one. Mindset check. Feeling good today. No problems mentally. Check that one. Trade entry checklist. Got my pen, got my paper. Write down those trades. Check on that one. And at the end of the day, do your post-market checklist. Review those trades. Review your emotions during those trades. Do your journaling and prepare for the next trading day. Or you're going to be trading overnight. Get prepared for that as well. There is your Topstep daily checklist.
Thank you for that. And we got the house account short in this opening range gold trade here. 55% short tilt in gold. We are short from 41.17.20. Short 2 micros. Gold has been a pretty wild market to trade recently. So we are scaling down on these trades, which is not always a bad call, right? Scale down, give the market some space to work, and limit your risk on these trades. Last trade here in gold, 41.15.40. JD, before we get into the gold charts, we got some news that we want to cover. What do we got?
Yeah,
JD?
let's get an update on this federal government shutdown. So Friday, tomorrow, is set to be the first time some federal workers may miss a paycheck due to this government shutdown. That's after receiving a partial one on the last payday. Some lawmakers are trying to help. They want to appropriate just enough money to pay government employees. Members of both parties are expressing support for that general concept. Amy Kiley reports they just can't agree on which workers to include now. These people. Let's run it.
You got to save every dime at this point. The Senate could vote this week on a bill to pay essential federal employees during the government shutdown. They're not on furlough and instead are working without paychecks.
They are trying to make their mortgage payments. They're trying to put food on the table.
It's unclear if the bill from GOP Senator Ron Johnson has enough support to pass. At least one Republican argues it could reduce the pressure to reopen the government.
The military should be getting paid and law enforcement should be getting paid. Those are the two entities that you need. Everybody else, shut it off.
Some Senate Democrats say they want to pay all federal workers, not just those the Trump administration deems essential.
I'd be in favor of paying the federal workers. That bill, unfortunately, gives a lot of latitude to the president to pick and choose.
You'll see a Democratic counterproposal that is an even-handed approach.
Meanwhile, many federal workers are struggling to make ends meet. This video shows a D.C. area food bank event that was aimed at government employees. Some who attended it Tuesday say they waited 2 hours in a line that stretched around the block.
I can't believe I'm here, because you always thought that getting a government job or, a federal job, that's security.
Rent, car note, car insurance, student loans. Those are not stopping.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm Mimi Kiley reporting.
Government shutdown.
Absolute
When
shame.
are we going to see a resolution? Second longest in history, right, JD?
So far, second longest in history. They are saying they're hoping for a resolution by the end of the month, which would be next Friday. October 31st is Friday, right? Halloween? Ooh, we're taking some heat on this gold trade.
Friday. Yeah, we are.
And we're toast. Look at that rip.
And we're up.
Come on. Just
Short.
a paper cut.
Are we back to saying it's hard to
Down
be short gold?
$100.
Yeah, I am.
I think so. Yeah.
I think so. I think so.
Toast.
Toast. All right.
41.22.
We'll take a look at
60
the
last trade.
just a paper cut. I'm glad we sized down. I thought about sizing up on that trade, but I didn't like the short side, to be honest with you, when we got into that. It looked like a trick bag, and it turned out to be a trick bag. So, yeah, glad we only put on 2 micros for that one. Gave us a little, and then it took it right back. So, down $107 to start the day. We'll take a look at the crude oil opening range breakout trade at top of the hour. We'll put another poll up in the chat. You guys can vote on the time duration that we take for that.
5 minute may be triggering a long here, but we'll see. We will see. Hogue, let's see. Let's take a look at the gold charts. Where might we be trading? What's going on in gold? Did we get a pullback
Maybe
that we were looking for?
some of you might not agree with this, but maybe we should start the stream at 7 o'clock and look at the charts in gold before we get into the opening range trade.
That's not a conversation we have on air, Hogue.
All right. Well, what happened yesterday? Well, we got pretty close to that weekly kickoff low, and we saw some rejection down there. We have an excess low on the daily chart here. We can go pretty far back before we find any kind of excess of that magnitude. By excess, I'm just talking about the shadow at the end of the day here, right? The wick at the bottom of this bar seems a little indecisive today, but that excess down there is how auctions die. Auctions have a tendency to die in excess, although the upside auction has not died in excess yet. So looking at this, we lost 15,000 in open interest yesterday. We lost 8,300 in open interest yesterday. That's the estimate. And it was kind of looking at the end of the day like we found some trap shorts down there and we rallied this thing, creating this excess low here on the bottom. Now, we had a lot of confluence down here around that $4,000 level. We weren't able to get there. What doesn't happen can be as important, if not more important, than what does. Jay, I know you're focusing on this 20-session simple moving average on the daily chart. What else are you seeing in the daily here?
In the daily in gold, Hogue, we came down to what was one of the highest volume candles that we had all day, all year. and that was October 9th. We traded right to about 50% of that, which was right around that 40-20, that 20-day moving average. A lot of confluence down there, a lot of visual targets down there, Hogue. We came down. We were all looking for a necessary pullback in this market, and I think we got it. Seeing some buying above that 20 moving average now, which is at 40.5960, near the low of the session. I think we may have found the buyers we're looking for to take us back to all-time highs.
All right, let's take a look at this on the 30. So we it was a neutral day yesterday, right? We did kind of take up filled in this previous gap from the 11th through the 13th. And that's pretty much all we did yesterday. There was a very rangy up, down, up, a neutral day. There was a lot of trade facilitation that occurred yesterday. And I think we've used that trade facilitation up a little bit here. The market is now seeking new levels to facilitate trade. Settlement price 40.6540. I'm going to put this on here because this is 65.40. That's going to be close enough for rock and roll. So this was settlement price at 12:30. The market continued to push higher. So I'm looking at this as potentially kind of a late spike, right? And because the volume was still pretty decent at that time and the market extended the range and, by all rights, could have closed above the previous range. So we're kind of looking at the high from the regular trading hour session yesterday, which was 41.01 as the base of a late spike. So I'm going to put a little marker on there. Base of the late spike is right about there. So when we apply late spike rules, technically we should be looking for longs because we opened in or above the base of the late spike. Okay, so this is showing potential acceptance of higher pricing. We've opened with a gap to regular trading hours, and if we can't close that gap relatively early, which is the base of the late spike, that 41.01, we could see this market continue to push to the upside. We were looking at a value acceptance play yesterday from the previous day. Now we're finally showing some signs of reacceptance of value from, what is this, Tuesday. We got the singles. We know that was resistant night before last. If we can get through that, we've got a potential naked point of control up here at 42.50, 260. Jay, you're thinking maybe we found the buyers again, and I think maybe you're right. What do you think of this 30-minute chart, Jay?
The 30-minute, we had the highest volume candle yesterday, which was 7 p.m. Central Time. 41.0950 is the high of that candle in that zone there. Near that zone that you were looking at, 41.01's Hogue. You got to call everything a zone in gold at this point with the dollar spread that we see sometimes. But we're holding above that candle. For now, we have volume leaving that range to the upside as well. VWAP from that candle is above it, which is good to see. That means that not only is price advertising higher, there are some buyers stepping in here. To the upside, what I would be targeting, of course, we got the overnight high right around 41.50s. Above that, I'm looking at that 200 moving average on the 30-minute chart, 42.19. Not sure that we get there today, but that is going to be a level that when we get there, we're going to need to convince buyers to continue buying gold here. So if I'm long, looking at 41.50s to start. From there to the upside, 4200s, just whole number levels, and then that 42.19. If we don't get any continuation, then that 41.0950, I'm looking to see whether or not we accept price back into there, or do we continue to use it as a support. But I think we found the buyers, Hogue. I think we're going to be talking about gold all-time highs soon.
All right.
Maybe next week.
Yeah. Well, hey, there's still 2 days this week. You never know. Anything can
that
happen.
is true. That is true. Oak.
So yeah, yesterday's profile was a neutral day. In other words, it traded above and below the initial balance. Those tend to be kind of range bound days, but this extension at the end of the day, kind of looking at as a late spike to the upside, showing acceptance. Right now, I'm thinking of trying to find opportunities to the long side, especially with the session gap we just created, and the late spike, and the excess on the daily chart, on the low and on that daily chart from yesterday. Just thinking. As always, we're just seeking accurate context, always remembering risk management and remaining patient on these sessions. And I think that's pretty good kind of a hypothesis as to what's going on in gold. Thank you very much, Jay. JD, back to you.
We got some more news before we get into the equity charts. We are coming into holiday season. We already know that holiday travel may be a little bit difficult with the government shutdown if we don't figure that out. But what else do we got, JD?
Yes, first, let's take a look at what happened overnight. First, stocks in Asia closed a little bit mixed. We had the Hang Seng Index up 0.72%, the Nikkei down 1.35%, and the Shanghai Composite up 0.22%. Stocks in Europe currently trading a little bit mixed also. We've got the DAX down 0.2%, the FTSE up 0.61%, and the CAC up 0.26%. The US dollar index up marginally, 99.046 last print. The VIX almost back above 20. It's up about 4% this morning, 1932 last in the VIX, and the yield on the US 10-year Treasury note resting peacefully at 3.982%, just under 4% on the 10-year Treasury note. All right, holiday jobs outlook is not looking so merry and bright right now. Interest in seasonal work is surging this year, but the number of holiday job openings likely won't meet that demand. Karina Kafa is in Washington with a look at what job hunters need to know and what it says about the economy as a whole.
Holiday job openings are out there, but so is stiff competition.
The competition is going to be much stiffer this year than it was a couple years ago because we have seen that slowdown in the number of job postings paired with an increase in the competition of more and more people.
Corey Staley, senior economist for Indeed Hiring Lab, says their data finds job searches surging ahead of the holiday season while employers pull back.
Temporary jobs in some ways are different than what we see in full-time and other jobs in the economy, but in other ways they're also very much the same, right? So we're seeing a lot of the broader trends in the labor market being reflected in this year's holiday hiring.
Outplacement firm Challenger Gray and Christmas forecasts seasonal retail hiring to fall to its lowest point since 2009 during the Great Recession. Nancy Vandenhouten, lead economist for Oxford Economics, says those employers may be taking cues from consumers.
A lot of consumers are feeling, pressured by high costs for a variety of things, whether it's things where tariffs have been applied or just everyday essentials, food, housing, electricity. So retailers seem to be taking a cautious approach.
But Staley says Indeed's real-time postings show retail isn't the only place to look for a holiday job.
We see some leisure and hospitality, but we also start seeing some interesting cases where even like accounting jobs start to pick up this time of year.
Some of the top seasonal postings are for beauty advisors, delivery drivers, food service workers, and truck drivers. In Washington, I'm Karen Kafa.
Interesting. Get those applications in early for seasonal holiday work. Hiring is happening right now. I didn't realize the competition was so stiff for these seasonal jobs.
It makes sense. I wonder how many of those applications are coming from furloughed government employees right now, right? Where
100%,
we don't know how long this shutdown is going to be. So hey, we got to get paid somehow. Have to get paid somehow. Look at gold push here. 41.41 last trade in gold. Long tilt 69%. Yes, in gold. 41.42 last trade here in gold. But Hogue, let's get into the equity charts. What are we seeing in the S&P?
All right, S&Ps. So, well, this is the daily. We did see, some kind of pushing up above the upper end of the area of balance, was up above last week's high 67, 66, 75. That did not hold. We are showing higher highs and higher lows after a week ago Friday's big pullback of about 4% in the S&Ps, 5% in the Nasdaq. But since then, the market has been continuing to grind higher, which is some kind of a natural ability that these equities have when there's no bad news or even no news at all. The tendency is for them to continue to grind to the upside. Yesterday, however, finally, we saw a pretty decent increase in open interest. We saw a 14,000 estimate. Again, that is the estimate increase in open interest. 14,000, and it started to feel near the end of the day yesterday like we had trapped a few of those shorts yesterday. We had some pretty deep negative delta. At one point, it was negative around 23,000 as far as delta is concerned, and we did see a little pop at the end of the day yesterday, and I believe that was largely just some of those laggard sellers getting short in the hole and wanting to cover those and go home flat at the end of the day. So we're kind of in an area of relative interest here. We still are going to need new business, new buying to see any air horns in these markets at all here in the coming days. Jay, what are your thoughts on the daily chart here?
Look at the daily in the S&P here, Hogue. We are still within that October 10th range. We thought we were going to trade outside of it, but I think, and we said it yesterday, the market needs a catalyst to get out of this range, and right now there isn't one. There was a catalyst yesterday to maybe keep us in the range, where we heard the president and some escalations in the trade war that brought us down just a little bit here. But I think there's still a lot of uncertainty about what's going on. There's uncertainty with data. Are we getting any of the data that the Fed looks at to make their decision next week? Are we getting any resolution or potentially escalation in this trade war? So again, the market seems comfortable trading with these prices. If we do trade outside of that October 10th candle, then I think we are talking about all-time highs. But that candle is significant, and it's going to be until it's not. Right now, we're sitting at the 20-day moving average, 67.28. I would not be surprised to just trade right back into the middle of this range here. 66.73 is 50% of that October 10th tariff candle. That looks like a decent target to the downside here, where we have a daily ATR of 82 points. And if we look from the high of the session so far today, right to about 50% of that is 77 points. So if we see all of the range to the downside, 66.73 looks like a decent target. That 50-day moving average is down at 66.45. If we do hold and we have an inside day, maybe we get a rotation back up to 6,800s. But I think there's still some uncertainty in this market. And with potentially CPI coming out tomorrow, Hogue, let's see.
Yeah, we will see. I don't know. Who knows if CPI is actually going to come out? And yeah, there's always a lot of uncertainties. It seems as though, that big scare from a week ago Friday is a foregone memory at this point, although we're still inside of that bar, which is kind of amazing to me. So yeah, I think that there's a lot in flux, a lot of uncertainties out there. Of course, we're always dealing with those. My question is, what kind of sellers, what grade of sellers came into this market to add 14,000 in open interest? And to me, looking at this 30-minute chart, the way that certain levels were respected, certain short time frame levels were respected on the way down, indicates to me that this was short time frame, weaker hands sellers. Why? Well, when there's a major move or a big market state change and the longer time frame traders are involved, they're not looking at session gaps. They're not looking at single TPOs. They're not looking at points of control. When they want to get something done, they're going to get something done. They would prefer not to be directional when they are in an accumulation or a liquidation mode, but they will if they have to. So when we see the market and how it pushed to the downside yesterday, the first low was put in right at the upper end of the session gap that was from the 17th to the 20th of October, right? So this was last Friday to Monday. There was a session gap there. And if you can see it right on this bar, the market traded right to it, and we saw a pretty decent bounce off of it. It bounced off it again. Finally, it took it out and went straight through it to where the single prints from Friday, the double distribution. You could call this a fair value gap if you want to, but that's where the sellers kind of backed off and buyers started coming in. There was no close below that level. So the respect that was created in the session yesterday by the short time frame traders based on short time frame levels tells me, again, this is probably just shorter time frame, weaker hands traders. And if that's the case, then some of them were trapped at the end of the day yesterday. So we saw that negative delta of about 22,000 near the low here. We unraveled about 5 or 6,000 of it. It wasn't a huge short squeeze event, and rarely do we see short squeezes off a low like this. Usually we'll see short squeezes blow off a top, but it still was, I believe, a short squeeze at the end of the day yesterday that just basically took us right to VWAP. All right, well, where are we as far as inventory now? We don't really have much. Not much. Maybe a little bit short. No gap, no possibility of a gap. We're inside range, inside value, kind of the way we were yesterday. Usually I'm going to say, well, let's stay patient and look for better trade location as the day goes on. It wasn't until we started seeing that we were giving up the initial balance low where I saw a really decent opportunity, which was already below the range from yesterday. So, if you saw that the opening range was the dead high yesterday and you were short that and you stayed short all day, good on you. Good on you. But there was also a decent opportunity. We all saw it during fast markets. We were watching and we had the failed downside auction. We didn't get much of a rotation. We were sitting right on the initial balance low, and the market broke, and that was our opportunity to look into the short side on at that point. But again, today overnight inventory pretty much flat, inside range, inside value. Stay patient would be my suggestion. Everybody is, of course, waiting for the FOMC meeting next Wednesday. And anything else that comes out, any Tom, Dick, or Harry that finds a microphone could say something today that could kerfuffleize these markets. Jay, what do you think?
Hogue, really quick, can you pull up a monthly chart in the S&P?
Oh, of course.
Huh. That is indecision in a candle there. We are trading pretty much right at the monthly open right now, 67.25. All of that monthly range is that October 10th candle, right? The entire monthly range is that October 10th candle. This is just indecision. This market is not directional right now in the time frame that we're looking at. So I think trading the range kind of makes sense here. We have on the 30-minute now, the 200 moving average 67.38 is above where we're trading. We don't have volume trading below it yet, which means VWAP from the session so far has not actually just cross. VWAP from the session just crossed below, which means to me that not only is price advertising lower, but there are some sellers coming into this market. They may not be extremely aggressive because we're not super directional in this market, right? So are we still near the upper extreme of the range? I think we are. There may be some room lower. We talked about those 66.75s, 50% of the monthly candle, basically. I'm going to sit and be patient in the equities. So I think the opportunities are near the extremes. We saw it yesterday, right? We opened up near the upper extreme of that range, and as soon as the New York session opened, That volume came in to push us lower. So I'll be patient here. The volume is going to tell me where this market is going to try to go.
Yep. Yeah, we did clean up some weaknesses in structure yesterday. There's more down below, of course. I mean, this is a big move. There's always going to be little breadcrumbs left behind, and they will become important when they become important. I like that halfway through that October 10th candle, 66.75. There's a naked point of control right there, 66.76.75. Some good confluence there. But again, I'm just going to try and stay patient today. We had a really good trend day going until we got too short in the hole here, and we just had to cover a bunch of those, basically putting settlement price, which is 67.37, smack dab in the middle of the range yesterday. And yes, smack dab is an industry term. That's what
We do have
we've
some
got.
size
Yes.
also on the book here. It's an 800 lot moving around on the bid in the S&P. Right now it's sitting at 67.23 half. We saw a bunch of 1,000 lots yesterday, but a couple 800 lot here. They just moved it up. They were at 67 18s. They just moved up to 67.23 half. Last trade in the S&P 67.28.75.
All right. Thank you, Jay. Yeah, we did see a lot of those 1,000 lots there. They were back yesterday, so
They were.
we'll see what that means over time here, huh? I think that's what we've got for the S&Ps. Back to you, JD.
Back to me. All right, here we go. What's going on in crude oil this morning? Oil prices rose sharply going into regular trading hours today. The jump comes as traders worry about a squeeze on global supply after the U.S. imposed sanctions on 2 Russian oil companies. The sanctions also hit almost 3 dozen subsidiaries of these 2 companies. The sanctions are an effort to end the war in Ukraine. In a statement Wednesday, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent called on Russian President Vladimir Putin to agree to an immediate ceasefire. Russia's foreign ministry criticized the fresh U.S. sanctions on Russia's as entirely counterproductive, including regarding negotiations to end the war in Ukraine. The spokesperson for the foreign ministry insisted that the sanctions would not pose any particular problems for Russia. Who's it posing problems for then? We saw a spike in crude prices overnight just on Monday. Just a couple days ago, we were reporting right here on TopstepTV that the national average price of a gallon of gas dipped below $3 nationwide. And now here we are, another spike in crude due to Russian sanctions. But what are the charts telling us? Back to the oracles. Tell us everything, guys.
All right. So, well, technically, Jay, we were kind of looking at these lows here as probably, being there for a little while. For the last couple of days, I mean, lots of shadows down there. It was looking cheap down there. We got weekly kickoff low 55.70 down there. Last week's low of 56.15. A couple other things that we were looking at down there on the shorter time frame charts, but we were certainly leaning to the long side, and boy, did that prove to be correct, not only technically, but with some new fundamental information. So we've got our full rotation to weekly kickoff high, which is 61.70. We lost 15,000 in open interest. Yes, yesterday. 15,000. Well, you think we had some shorts, some preemptive traders looking to see this market go below 55.50 or 55.70, our weekly kickoff low? I would say we did, and we squeezed them out yesterday. Jay, where do we go from here? We got the 200 session moving average right at the high there.
The high of the session, Hogue. We were talking about that yesterday as a potential target, and we got there. Right? We are seeing a daily range right now in crude. High to low, we got a $2.50 range. The daily ATR is $1.76. So we spent all the daily range already. How much is there left in a move in crude oil? I thought what was interesting yesterday, I think we heard the energy secretary say now's a great time for crude oil buyers, and they were right. We're up about 8% from that comment. So sometimes you just got to guess listen to the headlines here. But right off that 20-day moving average, Hogue, I would not be surprised to at some point in the next few days see us trading above that. For now, it's a resistance. Again, it's the first test of that 20-day moving average in, sorry, 200-day moving average. The first test of that in 17 trading days. So I'm not surprised that we didn't just blow through it. But the more we spend some time up here above the $60 level, I think we'll be talking about trading above that 200 moving average, likely tomorrow if everything stays the same.
Right.
On the daily, one other thing I'm looking at here, Hogue, one of the highest volume candles, again, October 10th was a day in all the markets that we trade. We're sitting at the high of that candle right now. 61.20 was that high, and we're trading 61.27 right now. So does the market accept price outside of here? If we get a candle close above that high, then tomorrow I am looking for a continued rotation up. But that 61.20 level is interesting here.
Okay. And I've left that box on the October 10th because yesterday, Jay, you were looking for a target of 59.50. We eventually got there. It happened very late in the day. And then look where we kind of took off from basically there last night. The low from the overnight session, 59.64. So within 14 ticks of that level again. Very interesting level on those high volume bars, that halfway back. Very interesting and important level. Obviously, it certainly was yesterday for crude oil. So let's take a look at the 30-minute. Yesterday, we were long, yes, and we were long crude all day long and just up a little, down a little, up a little, down a little, up a little, down. Finally, at the end of the day, we did get a pretty decent push that took us basically right to last week's high through a naked point of control that didn't happen during regular trading hours. So it's still there. And then, of course, we see this market continue this push to the upside. Why didn't it do this yesterday when we were long? What is that? Why does it do that? So we do have another session gap that we traded through during the extended trading hours. We'll see if we can't get that filled up during regular trading hours. We've got our weekly kickoff high and a naked point of control up here, 61.70 and 61.72 respectively. We took a look above. Very, very difficult to close any of these 30-minute bars up there, at least so far. And we are opening, obviously, with a gap. And there's yesterday's high, which in the regular trading hours was 58.92. And we also have overnight inventory extremely to the long side up against a potential inflection area. So if we do see sellers come up here, we could certainly see this market come back and try and fill this gap. This is a pretty substantial gap. As Jay said, we've already used up our ATR for the day. We'll see if that continues, but you never know. If we do see buyers come in and start pushing price well above this weekly kickoff high, then I think we could continue to see some higher pricing coming in. There's always weaknesses in structure above. We took out a lot of the weaknesses in structure that were down below on this move to the downside. We'll have to see how this plays out. Jay, what are you thinking on this 30-minute chart?
Crude is opening up here in about 20 seconds. I know we want to take a look at that opening range trade. That opening range trade was actually what we were in all day yesterday. It was an opening day trade. It really took the entire day. Which one do we want to take here? Are we looking at a 1 minute or a 5 minute? On the 30, what I'm looking at, Hogue, is the 20 and 50 moving averages are starting to get very, very trendy. There is a decent separation between the 20 and 50 moving average. Is about $1 between the 20 and the 50, which is telling us that this is a pretty aggressive move to the upside. We can see it in the price, but that 20 moving average, when we start to trend on the higher time frame, starts to act as a support. Right now it's at 61.08. We just saw a little bit of a push into it, and it's holding for now. But again, crude is up 5.5% already today. I don't know how much room is left to the upside, but yeah, it's our biggest percentage mover to the upside right now. Crude and heating oil. I would not be surprised a little bit of a pullback, but that doesn't mean I want to short crude if it's going to be moving like this. We got that poll up in the chat here. Which opening range trade are we taking? We got 29 votes right now. Make sure you get your votes in there. 1 minute range is closed. JD, we're still going to wait for that confirmation candle, I think. But we
sure
are
are.
looking at, yeah.
We just got a headline out too. Chinese state oil majors suspend seaborne Russian oil purchases due to concerns about Western sanctions. That headline just came across the wire. We just got done talking about that. We watched that video clip of what happened overnight. U.S. putting sanctions on Russian oil in an effort to force some type of ceasefire on the war over there.
There's some
Again,
volatility
yeah.
here in crude.
Looks like we were taking this 1 minute. I think we're going to get some confirmation of the upside here.
It looks like it, yeah, JD.
Couple more seconds. Working a
close.
bid, and the house account is long. Long 2 micro crude, 6186. 6186.
Alrighty.
Not a lot of risk on this trade either. We're only going to take about $75 worth of risk on this trade. 80
like
bucks.
it.
80 bucks worth of risk. House count is in.
6170. We're looking for longer time frame traders to adjust inventory here, folks. We will see.
And yeah, we held this trade all day yesterday. I got out right before the auto liquidator tagged us out, but we held that trade from 8:10 to 3:10 basically, all day long.
And all we had to do was hold it overnight.
Yep, that was it. It looks so easy in hindsight, right? Hindsight capital.
Mm-hmm.
We're here to tell you what you should have done.
But it never invalidated, so.
No, it didn't.
not.
We never adjusted our risk on that trade either. Never moved our stop. Well, at the very end of the day, when we got that spike going into power hour, well, just inside power, it was right around 2:30 Central Time. Got a nice spike in crude oil, so I did adjust our stop then, but it never came close to running through us. All right, let's get back into it. Back to you guys.
Being long crude is just, we see a 7% day in crude today. Anything is possible. Anything can happen if we still get this push. I do like, if we could, risk team, if you're listening, if we could just hold this trade until we get to $65, that'd be awesome. But that's my vote. That's my vote. We're here to tell you what you should have done. All right, Hogue. Let's get into the Nasdaq chart. We're done with crude.
Sure. Sure thing. All right. So on the daily, we have even highs and higher lows. I'm just going to put this here, similar to the S&Ps a little bit. But what do we kind of, oh, that was already there. All right, look at that. So, how do we deal with this? Get rid of that. Okay. So, call it a pennant, call it a rising triangle, call it whatever you want. It is a pattern, and we are putting in the higher lows and even highs. We lost 6,700 in open interest yesterday. That's a little bit of a difference than the S&Ps, which gained 1,400 in open interest. So yesterday, I believe, was more of a long liquidation event for the Nasdaq than it was for the S&Ps. S&Ps had been losing open interest a little bit more readily, I think, than that. So we're still largely in balance. We're still inside that October 10th bar. We're waiting for new information, and new information has been tough to come by with the government shutdown, of course. We had a similar situation to what we had yesterday in the S&Ps with some pretty negative delta at the end of the day, and we saw kind of a delta squeeze or a short squeeze at the end of the day, but it didn't really change much, I don't think, for either of those markets. Jay, is there anything that's kind of remarkable about the daily chart here in the Nasdaq that you might be seeing?
Not super remarkable, Hogue. Just still inside that October 10th range. We gave it a better shot in the Nasdaq than we did in the S&P at taking out that high a couple of days ago. But again, back into the middle of the range, sitting on the 20-day moving average right now, under that 25,000 major level. I think we are, just like you said, a market that is in range, comfortable trading these prices for now. Decent enough range to trade, right? We're still talking about yesterday. We had a high to low 525 point range. So there's opportunity in this. We're still seeing the daily ATR right under 400 points. So there's opportunity in the NASDAQ, in all the equity markets, but I don't think that opportunity is directional breakout opportunity from prices that we haven't seen recently, right? We are going to stay here until we don't. We know we have some data coming out, Fed decision next week. I would not be surprised that we're talking about these same prices going into the Fed decision next week.
Yeah. Yeah, everybody's probably kind of sitting back, just being hedged and positioning themselves for that, of course. Yesterday, didn't it feel a little bit like we really just need new business? We need new buyers to push this market higher. And I believe that there is plenty of money out there to do that. Doesn't it feel like it's going to take a lot more effort to put in this new high than if there's any bad news, we could see another pullback? That was what we were talking about yesterday. Do you still feel that way, Jay?
That's exactly how I feel, Hogue. Yesterday we had that small overnight range, right? And we said, we could potentially be talking about an all-time high here if we invite any buyers to the party. And as soon as the New York session opened up, they sold it. I think there is, this. I was talking to one of our traders in Discord, and they were talking about, this kind of feels like we had a Fed rate decision December of 2024. We sat in that range, and then we got the tariff talk that brought us down in February. Kind of feels similar to that, with the uncertainty that's going on right now. So yeah, I'm just curious to see what happens with some of the data that we have coming out. Of course, I would love to just continue making all-time highs. It's good for all of us when we do, but we need to attract some new buyers here, and right now they're just not doing it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. So looking at the 30-minute chart, the opening range was not the dead high in the NASDAQ. It wasn't far from it. But again, we found that the market was respecting shorter time frame levels. The initial balance low was equal to the top end of the session gap from Friday to Monday. The top of that session gap was 25,113. If you remember that yesterday, that level was one of the levels we were looking at to see if we were going to hold or if we were going to continue this move to the downside, which we ended up doing. But again, the market, moved through that, traded to basically the single prints from the double distribution day on Friday, and then to the NPOC from that same day, that Friday. So again, it's looking like this was long liquidation and shorter speculator grade time frame. We probably ended up getting short in the hole again. We had negative 7,700 delta at the bottom here. We finished the day at just about 7,000 in negative delta, but still we ended up with that kind of delta squeeze that happens on a directional day created by shorter time frame traders because everybody sees that the market's moving lower. You get your weaker hands saying, I'm going to miss this. They end up short in the hole, and then the market turns around and gets some stuffed at the end of the day. Overnight inventory. What are we looking at? We're looking at maybe getting a little bit short here. But again, we're inside range and we're inside value. So I'm going to suggest trying to stay a little bit patient. We're not too far off the all-time high. What were we looking at as far as that daily chart? This little, where did that? I had the trend line here. They're okay. Now it pops back up again. I mean, you can come all the way down to 24,600 and not change anything as far as market state's concerned. What do you think, Jay? What are you seeing in the day in the 30-minute chart here?
To me, it looks a little heavy, Hogue. Like you said, overnight inventory is getting a little short here as we come into the open. On the 30-minute, we are also under that 200 moving average. We did have price trade above it this morning during the London session. Price traded above it, though. Volume did not. VWAP stayed under that 200 moving average, which is telling me that that's kind of empty price action above those 25 100s. And right now, VWAP still above 25,000. But if we see some aggressive selling coming in on the open, like we did yesterday for the New York session, I think that 24,600 target that you were talking about, that area on the trend line is a very reasonable spot to look for to the downside here. Buyers had an opportunity in the overnight session. Of course, we know it's going to be lower volume. So, you know, we've been talking about inviting some buying to the party. That volume for the New York session is likely what's going to do it. The overnight didn't do it. Yeah, this looks pretty heavy to me, Hogue.
I'm always inviting the buyers to the market.
Right.
And
they just got to show up.
Yeah, they didn't even RSVP this time. Rude. Just rude. All right. Well, again, the profile yesterday started out to be a really decent looking trend to the downside. There was no emotion to it. There was no single prints to it. It was just a pretty steady stream of selling coming in until it wasn't. And again, it looks to me, if I had to, if in my view and in my context, that was shorter time frame sellers yesterday. Long liquidation, getting too short in the hole, seeing the move back basically to the smack dab to the center of the range for settlement, which was 25,039.75. That's all we're looking at here. Inside range, inside value, better trade locations may occur later on in the session. That's what we've got for the Nasdaq.
One more thing, if we can, Hogue, on the Nasdaq.
Yes.
Tesla earnings came out yesterday. Just speaking a little bit fundamentally, they were not good. And the market's response right now, Tesla is down almost 3.5% pre-market. So, and if you're wondering why we talk about Tesla, it's one of the heavier weighted companies in the S&P and the Nasdaq. So as Tesla goes, the Nasdaq can potentially go as well. Looking at the Mag 7, Exponential 8, Hateful 8, the only thing I see green right now pre-market is Microsoft, Google, and Amazon. Everything else is either red or flat. And again, Tesla down about 3.25% right now. Troop says that's just a normal day regardless of earnings. That's true. There's a pretty volatile stock over there. JD, I'm talking about Tesla and their cars, but we got some more news. What else is coming out with some
We
cars?
sure do. We got GM making some moves right now. General Motors is making a bold move for self-driving vehicles. The automaker says that in 2028, the Cadillac Escalade IQ will have what it calls eyes-off driving. GM is billing the feature as a full-fledged self-driving, where the driver doesn't have to watch the road at all. Those turquoise lights you see indicate the mode is active. That will give other motorists a heads up that the vehicle is driving itself. GM is hoping the new tech helps offset massive losses to its electric vehicle development. The company is taking a $1.6 billion hit to its EV business this year after the federal government terminated tax credits for those vehicles. What do you think, guys? Is this going to make people more productive, less productive, or stay the same? You're driving up to the lake and you got an extra 2 hours to not watch the road while you're driving. What are you going to do? You're going to read a book?
I don't know if I
take a nap.
I don't know if I could do that.
Right? Well, that's the creatures of habit in us, Hogue. The next generation isn't going to have to do the same things that we did,
Sit in the back seat, let the car take you where you want to go.
Exactly. You play a game of cards, drink a bottle of bourbon. What do you do if you have 2 hours sitting in a car? Do you work? Do you
I wonder
sleep?
if you
I don't
can.
know.
I wonder if you can be drunk sitting in the driver's seat. I mean, if you still get a DUI if that happens.
Car's driving.
Car's driving itself.
It's not me.
Yeah. You're not in the driver. You're in the
Yeah.
back seat, right? The car's driving. I'm not doing anything. But
Pay me
anyway,
in the chat said it. Pay me in the chat said it. They would just trade.
they would just
Yeah.
trade.
Spoken like a true trader.
There you go.
Coach Vince agrees. You trade. There we go.
You trade. You trade.
Tell me you're
Good
a trader
answer.
without
Good
telling me you're a trader. And that's why you're all here watching us on Topstep TV. We appreciate you all being here this morning. And again, we got a great show lined up ahead. The one thing I want to ask is why do all of the electric cars have that same grill on the front of it? If we can, I don't know if we can pull up that picture again, but the grill of that Escalade looks very similar to the same grill that the Mercedes EQS has, and I just think it's ugly. But that's just my opinion. That's just Jay's opinion.
Feedback,
if you have one,
Cadillac.
yeah, just
If you're
change the grill.
listening.
Why does it look like that? JD, who do we have trading with us on Topstep TV today?
We got a good one. I see him in the back right now. Jacob Trades is here. He's going to be here until about 10 o'clock this morning. It's coming up in Fast Markets. He's going to be joined by Dakota, Andre, Jack, and Hogue. At 11 o'clock, the morning recap. Hogue is going to come back and talk about the trades we took here on the opening call and whatever we happen to do in the next segment during Fast Markets. 11:15, Coach Jay and I will be here with Yusuf for Trade with Topstep. 12 o'clock, Jack and Risk Manager Ben will be here for a shoulder tap. They're going to roast and toast and roast a couple of traders, and we'll also look at some live leaders for the day. We'll give you an update on that. 12:15, group coaching. Me, Hogan Hoop will be here. In a little while, we're going to pin a form to the top of the chat. Grab that link when we pin the form. Ask your questions for either me, Hogue, or Hoop, or all three of us. 1 o'clock Central Time. We've got a VIP lounge. Jack and I will be here with Amanda H. Our new fan favorite. Amanda is back. That'll be a great one. 2 o'clock, we're closing out today in Power Hour with Andre Dobie Time and Braden C. Braden's going to be back to end the day here on Topstep TV. Plenty of tradertainment coming your way. We're going to be in the markets. We're going to be watching the news. We're here for you guys all day long. Bell to bell. Let's get it.
TFA in the chat says, I just blew the GM sponsorship. GM, if you want to sponsor a car for me, you can make the ugliest grill you want. I'll take the keys. I will take the keys. JD, let's get an update on this crude oil trade. We did look above $62 for a second here, pushed that overnight high, made a new high on the session, 62.12. How are we looking on this trade right now?
Dipped back down to 61.70, which is our weekly kickoff high. So we came back down and tested that. Weekly kickoff high held nicely. We're right about a scratch right now. We're long from 61.86. We're sitting right on top of our entry price. Last trade, 61.86. So we're sitting at break even right now, but we saw some buyers step in at that weekly kickoff high. So maybe we'll see some follow through. We also had a headline come out just a few minutes ago from the Kuwait oil minister saying, I see signs showing oil demand is shifting to the Gulf and the Middle East. He also had another quote saying, I expect oil prices to rise after these U.S. sanctions on Russian companies overnight. That's coming from the Kuwait oil minister. So positive signs for crude oil. Let's see if it can follow through, though. We are in this trade. I'll keep you posted on it all morning. I'm going to be here quite a bit today. Just went through the schedule.
Thanks, Jay.
Gold.
Yeah.
New session highs, overnight highs, and gold.
Here, is it hard to be short gold again?
Yeah, it sure is.
I would think. Yep.
See money, take money on the short side in gold. That's what it's looking like for today.
Mm-hmm.
56.50 last trade in gold. Made a new high on the session. 41.57.90. 65% long tilt in gold right now. 41.34 is their average price. So they are looking pretty happy right now in the money. Let's see, we got a great trading day lined up ahead for you. Let's quote some more prices here. Taking a look at the S&P, 67.33 last trade over there. 24.990 last trade in the Nasdaq. Getting ready to test this 25,000 level again. And I'm curious to see how the Nasdaq trades 25,000s. big fat round number. Are we going to convince buyers to trade above it, or do we continue to sell off here?
Right in the middle of value. Stay patient. No reason to rush into anything here.
YouTube in the chat said it. Gold not done. 41.58.80. Gold is not done. 41.58.80 last trade in gold. I want to take a quick look at our quote board as well. We got 36 different markets we can trade with Topstep accounts. We don't suggest trading all of them, but I do like to look at this quote board every once in a while. To the downside, yeah. If you try to trade all of them, you know, I only got 2 eyes.
Buy
so
everything.
you can only
Buy
trade so
everything
much.
across the board.
Right. Buy what's green, sell what's red. Right now, we have the yen down 0.5%, ultra bonds down 0.58%, and natural gas, our biggest percentage mover to the downside right now, down 1.25%. To the upside, it's all the metals, metals and energies. Platinum up 3.83%, heating oil up 5.4%, and crude oil up 5.7%. Again, house count is long crude oil from about right here, right now. That is a pretty decent extension in crude oil for the day. Nasdaq sitting at about down 2% right now, 0.2% right now. The S&P pretty much flat, sitting at settlement. Gold up 2.3%, and we already talked about crude up 5.7%. See if we can continue to push here in crude oil. See the team getting ready in the back. I don't think we're good to go yet, but getting close.
Oh, did you see that? Did you see what crude oil just did to us? Did you see that?
Just ripped it.
Yeah. Big selling
Just
coming
blew
in
us
there.
out.
Crude 61.20,
Wow.
61.30 last trading crude. That's some big selling there.
Who did that? Who put the fat finger on crude oil just now? Raise your hand in the chat. I know it was one of you guys. Man, it's
Didn't
moving.
someone
I don't
just say
see a
they thought
headline out yet.
crude prices were going higher? They lied to us.
The Kuwait
What
oil.
just happened?
Did the Kuwait oil minister just fake us all out?
That crude has
Don't
a
worry,
tendency
don't
to
worry,
do
it's
the
going
opposite
higher.
of what it should.
Yeah, right. I still don't see a headline. Something happened though.
Yeah, Jack in the chat. Show yourself, MBS. Yeah, don't worry, guys. It's going higher. Sells 1,000 lot. All right, look at that. All right, stopped out on the crude oil trade there in the house account.
Unbelievable.
Rich says,
I
get
can't believe
back in
that
on the
just
dip.
happened.
What's
No,
the
is this a
Here's a
dip?
quote. Another quote from the Kuwait oil minister. OPEC ready to offset any shortage in the market by rolling back the output cuts. There we go. There's your headline. Rolling back outputs.
It was coming.
Output cuts.
You knew it was coming. Knew it was
Had to
coming. We did reject right again. We talked about that 20-day moving average. We pushed a little bit higher into it. 62.14 is that 20-day moving, 200-day moving average.
Yeah, it's on the
62.12 is the high.
It's on the daily, right?
Yep, on the daily.
And
I
there
still
it
like
is.
being long crude, but again, we spent a lot of that range in the overnight session already. $2.50 range already. Right up at those highs, they give us a headline. Welcome to crude oil trading. Look at gold continuing to go here. 41.65, 41.6250. Gold continuing to push here. Yep. What do you think, Hope? When are we talking about gold 5,000? Do we get there this year?
It was kind of my hypothesis that we could do that, and it's not going to be a straight line, but I still can see it.
Did you get back in your gold ETFs, Hogue? Did you buy the dip?
No, I still have half of them.
Answer.
I still have half of them, but I don't know. We'll take a look. Yeah, we're looking good. Well, guys, always a pleasure every morning spending the time with you, Jay, spending the time with you, JD, and of course, spending time with everybody in chat. Speaking of chat, top of the chat, you're gonna get some new names. You get all my same early birds are always here. We got Rich Quaz, we got Tommy, we got Anastasios, we got Shubham, we got Bashir, we got Alexandre, we have Dan Trader. Always a pleasure to see you. Uplex, my good friend, John Jones, Gorilla in our man caves. And I saw kind of a one that I thought was kind of funny. Was it Enron compliance. That's a pretty good chat name. So yeah, let's get ready for fast markets, and always remember, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading. Don't let the markets get you out of center. Pray for peace, everybody, and let's go for fast markets in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go get them.
Turn the machine back on. Turn the machine back on. Turn the machine back on. Turn the machine back on.
Good morning, friends and traders.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Andre, did you see that Chauncey Billups was arrested last night?
I saw it this morning. I saw the headline this morning. Mr. Big Shot, say it ain't so.
Indeed.
Say it ain't.
An NBA coach. As a reminder, the official partners of the NBA, FanDuel and DraftKings, disapprove of illegal gambling. What's up, Andre? Good morning.
Oh, man, what an intro. What's up, Jack? Yes, say it ain't so, Mr. Big Shot. Welcome, everybody, to TopstepTV. Who we got in the house? Oh, Jacob Trey's on the right. Looking dapper as always, locked and loaded.
Hello, guys.
Hello, Jacob. How are you feeling on this Thursday? Markets have been volatile all week. No tuxedo, they're saying in the chat. Nope, he is down to business casual. Thoughts coming into this Thursday, Jacob. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm feeling good, and thank you for having me. Welcome, Jack and Andre.
Good morning, Jacob.
Okay, what are your thoughts, Jacob, coming into how have you been trading this week? The volatility is fast and furious. How have you been navigating these interesting times, to say the least?
Yeah, I don't want to jinx myself out here, but yeah, I've been green all day. Took one trade every day, and yeah, it's been pretty good week for me. One win Monday, one win Tuesday, and yeah, yesterday I won again. So I'm pretty confident in this week.
Excellent, very good stuff. Let's take a look at these prices. I'm throwing to Jack here. Last trade in the NQ 25,010. ES trading 67.37. We got about 2 minutes till the open. Gold on the move up and to the right, 41.63. Crude saw that big push lower on that headline out of the Kuwait oil minister, saying they will roll back production cuts if needed. Jack, talk to me about the ES. We saw those 1,000 lots coming in on the bid throughout the day yesterday. See a 700 lot down there at 67.32. Thoughts on the ES, Jack? Man, oh man.
When we open, we're basically scratch overnight in the ES. We're going to be exactly at SPX 6,700. So that's like middle of the range right now for me. I got to see how it sorts out. We're right at a big fat round number. We'll see what sort of move we get off on the open.
Okay, very good. Those that are meeting Jacob for the first time here on TopstepTV, Jacob, take one trade essentially a day. You're waiting for that setup about 30, 45 minutes into the New York Open, correct? Talk to us a little bit. You don't have to give us all the details, but just about your general setup in terms of time and what you're essentially looking for before you do pull the trigger.
Yeah, I like to take my trade between 10:15 and 10:30. Most of my day are one trade and I win it and I'm out of the market. But sometimes I will take 2 trades. It all depend on the condition of the market. And yeah, I like to use VWAP as a confluence. And yeah.
Excellent. Fantastic stuff. Live fun trader Jacob with us. Take a look at the Dow trading, Dow futures minis, that is 46,734. Got Nasdaq entering 25,017. Wild day yesterday. What do we have on the schedule? We got about 10 seconds till the open. Get locked and loaded, everyone. Anyone's guess as to what's going to happen today? Jack, we're still beneath 4% in the 10-year. We are open now. And we got the FOMC meeting it's going to be a week from yesterday. Let's see how this plays out. Jack, we've been in range. We've been in range for the ES for a few days, maybe weeks now, especially to the upside here. Seeing a little bit of a pop. 67.41 in the ES. Jack, kind of looking at the ranges playing. What do you got to the downside again? You like 67.40. I know that was a price of interest yesterday in the ES. Based on
we'll have to see how it populates, but
sure.
as I mentioned before, right around this between 6740, 6735 is the 6700 SPX. So pretty sticky number right there. As far as bond yields, we're still below 4%, but they did rise a little bit. We're much closer to 4% now, which is also very sticky. So let's see if we can unstick this business.
Unstick the sticky. I like that. Yeah, pretty much a done deal. 99% certainty, probability of a 25 basis point cut next Wednesday. Next Wednesday, make sure you tune into TopstepTV. We'll have wall-to-wall coverage of said FOMC policy decision. Again, look at the ES. We do that 750 lot on the bid, 67.32 in 3/4. Yesterday, we saw multiple 1,000 lots, all on the bid, in the ES. Really starting up in the 50s. Scratch that. Yeah, 65 all the way down to 67. Oh, hell, 45s, 35s on the bid. But we're closing in on that 730 lot, about the 4 points beneath right now. Take a look at the tilt. 73% long in the Nasdaq, the NQ. Right now, as we trade 25,020, got right up to overnight VWAP at 031. Take a look at crude.
So
Crude, go ahead, Jack.
Important to mention right now as we look at the Mag 7, everything's up except Nvidia's down slightly. Tesla's down 4.5% right now. They had earnings after the bell yesterday, which they beat revenue by a little but missed earnings. We talked yesterday how 80%, 85% of S&P 500 companies were beating their earnings. However, the two biggest so far, Netflix and Tesla, both missed.
This is Q3.
Take with that what you will.
Q3, interesting. What's Tesla stock doing right now? I did take a peek. It was down 3-4%.
Well, it's trading just below 420. Nice.
Shout out to Elon.
Yeah. I don't think he wants that shout out, but we'll keep an eye on that.
67.41 last trade in the ES. A little pullback here in gold. Gold saw a very, very volatile day yesterday. Up and down. We are seeing about 41.49 last trade. We just did tag session highs up at 41.66. And just like that, you see $18 pullback. And scratch it out. It's a $20 pullback as we trade 41.46. We have here something's in the ES. We got 700 lot to the upside in the ES on the ask. 67.44 and 3/4. Roger on the ask. Back here. Dow did pop. Still have 73% long in the Nasdaq. Let's trade 25,034. 034. So you have those polls in the ES. Jacob, got a nice little, I don't want to jinx it, but you did bring it up. You got a nice little winning streak going here.
Yes.
You've been taking the same setup, same approach all 3 days this week.
Yeah,
Very
yeah.
mechanical. Very, yeah.
It is. Yeah, it's been great. I'm grateful, and hopefully I can continue these streaks here.
Okay. What Jacob is going to be watching the first 30, 45 minutes after this New York Open, and we'll see how that plays. NQ Trader, Lifeline Trader, Jacob with us here right now. Topstep TV. What do we have? What do we got here? Pinned to the top of the chat. Yes, Topstep daily levels. Click on that link. Have a little real estate on the screen for those levels. Update and refresh before every New York Open. Yes. You don't want to do that. You got restrictions on screen space. Click on that indicators tab at the top of Topstep X. Type in Topstep daily levels and have those overlaid slapped right there on your charts. Got a 900 lot up at 67.45 on the ask. 3 points higher in the ES. Been seeing some nice size come in the bid and the ask. The first size offer was pulled. Let's see if this is the case this time around. Pull back here. Chat
Yeah.
is fired up.
Yeah, fired up. We got to unstick this. I think this is going to be, in the absence of any news, a little sticky around here. Maybe an
What's the news
opportunity for some
yesterday?
scalps.
Remind me, what was the news yesterday? Trade war. What was it? It's all blends
China.
together. China, yeah.
China,
China.
soybeans, quantum computing. It's like a Billy Joel song, man. I don't know.
Again, 850 offered on the ES, about 5 points higher right now. 67.45. House account is flat. Oh no, are we still in that long? I believe we're flat. That crude. We were long. We got stopped out again. Kuwait's oil minister, quote, OPEC is ready to offset any shortage in the market by rolling back the output cuts. There you go. Yep. We saw it drop about $1 in the crude. About 61.11. Were we trading the 57s yesterday? 57 handle? We sure were. We're about $5 higher. Incredible. Let's trade 61.36. Sign some more buying here in the ES, 67.45. Overnight highs at 67. 51 in the orders. Nasdaq pushing a little bit higher here as well, 25,057. We did have all-time highs in sight yesterday. We got within 50, 60 points of that. All-time highs in the Nasdaq, 25,394. Sellers took it all the way down. We got the 24,800s handle, I do believe. Close but no cigar. Let's see if we get another push higher here. And I want to go test those. We're right out 25,063 last trade, Jack.
Yeah, bidding up a little bit right now in the equities. Checking out the overnight highs. Looks like we touched around 67.50 in the ES. We'll go check those out right now. See what's up.
Yep. We do have a number. Top of the hour. Fine, it's been a minute since we had some data, feels like. We got U.S. existing home sales at the top of the hour. The Eurozone consumer confidence as well.
I mean, Dre, you know what's coming tomorrow.
Oh,
CPFing-I, man.
CPI, man. Is Michigan tomorrow as well? We do have CPI the first, and Michigan as well. Yeah, CPI, 7:30 a.m. Central Time. It doesn't look like we're going to get non-farm report, Jack, before the FOMC meeting next week. So we're going to roll with the CPI. And one more time, Jack, why are they releasing the CPI when BLS, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, essentially shut down with the government shutdown? But CPI, why will they be releasing this number? What's the significance?
Yeah, because with the government shutdown, they keep essential things going, right? And CPI is essential because there are payments that are pegged to it. So they need to know what the CPI is. Non-farm is just for our entertainment, so we won't have that. Although we might get double non-farms.
Whoa.
When this reopens.
Wow.
I've never
Some
had
delayed
that.
gratification, Andre.
Yeah. 2 non-farms, 1 trading day. That would be insane.
They might spread them out, but they will come quickly.
Don't.
The last time,
stagger.
This will soon be the longest government shutdown, I think, at 35 days. But the last time they released non-farm, 5 days after we reopened.
Okay. So it could be a Tuesday. It could be a Monday, for all we know. Again, this is for the September jobs. This is supposed to come out the first Friday of every month. Never got it in October, but it would be the jobs report for September. And continue to push higher here in the ES, 67.50. Last trade there. Nasdaq following suit as well. 5,075. Again, we have 73% long on the tilt in the Nasdaq. Average price of 5,040. About 30 points in the money. That 900 lot shows back up on the ask in Nasdaq. 67.53. 5 points higher. So Jacob, in terms of your trade, your setup, you sit down. Do you sit down for the opening bell? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Are you in your chair? Are you in front of your screen for every opening bell when you do take this approach, or are you just doing it because you're on TopstepTV?
Yeah, I'm not doing it when on my own. I will be at my computer maybe around 10 my time. So in 20 minutes, usually I'm at my setup. So right now I'm just staying here with you and talking and waiting for my setup.
Excellent. That offer is now up to 1,500. 1,500 offered at 67.53 in the ES. About 7 points higher from where we're trading right now. It's on the ask on the offer.
We use a quotum for clarity. You sell at, you pay for.
That's right. Price for quantity for bids, quantity at price. Selling.
So you sell 1,000 at 67.50. You pay 750 for. Oh, sorry, you pay it for that number.
Price on quantity. Yes. Jack, it took me about, when I was clerking on the floor and had to learn all that, it took me 6 weeks to really ingrain that in my head. Practice in the mirror. Work on that.
Yeah.
Work on that.
Quantity at I was screamed at over the phone on many a night until it clicked, but it eventually does.
It also took me about 4 months to realize that you cannot sell an offer and you cannot buy a bid. On a market. I had to wrap my head around that for quite some time. But I was about 17 years old back at the time. We're closing in on that 1,500 lot. Again, offered in the ES, about 5 points higher right now. So we trade 67.48. Looks like Nasdaq's going to try to keep pushing higher here. 25,078. And fast markets did begin. Yeah, we're about 70 points in the Nasdaq. Closing on the 1,500 lot. Will it get filled? First two size offers did get pulled, but those were about 700, 800. Let's ask. And all those 1,000 lots, and we did see a 1,500 lot were on the bids yesterday. Right around these prices, actually. Still got long tilt in the Nasdaq. 71%. Gold, very volatile day. Yesterday, big range. Yeah, not as big as yesterday. Still a pretty good range. We're looking at about $70 range overnight. And we're kind of trending towards the highs, about $6 off the highs in gold, 41.61.
Someone was asking about the commissions on 1,500 ES. I can confirm
Depends who it is.
that if you trade enough, the exchanges will bring you dinner in the middle of the night. That's how you know when you're flipping a lot of contracts.
He's not kidding. He's not kidding. Well, the dinner part is, but there are incentives for volume. Let's put it that way. There are incentives for volume to be traded. Let's see if I want to go to the push here. We're about 15 minutes into the open. House account is flat. And that crude oil headline has stopped out. See it go back higher again. A little bit of a pullback here in the Nasdaq. An overnight VWAP. I have Jacob in the Nasdaq. I have a 25,034. Are you using New York session VWAP or overnight VWAP? Just to
it's the in-core one. I'm not quite sure which one it is, but yeah, I do believe it's overnight, not just like New York.
What price do you have for your VWAP?
I have 25,035.
Very good. Same.
Yeah.
All right, pushing higher here in the ES, closing in that 1,500 lot, about 3 points away. 67.50.
Andre, can I say something?
Please, of course.
Yeah, I just want to thank you guys for entertaining us like every day. Jack and Andre, you guys are doing an amazing job.
Thanks,
And
man.
yeah, I just want to tell you.
Man, I love you, Jacob. Even more checks in the mail, my friend.
My heart.
Okay, yeah, appreciate. Thank you so much,
Thank
man.
you.
Love it. You guys are the star, man. You guys are the traders. Come on here and do it day in and day out. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. And closing on that 1,500 lot. Point and a half to go. And filled. 1,500.
Ooh. All right, we popped the overnight highs in the ES. Got a few stops there, it looks like.
Pushing higher here. New highs, ES. Jacob, we got some swag. Got some swag coming your way as well, so keep an eye out for that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yes, Jacob, they're asking, where are you from, my friend? They want to get to know Jacob Trades. Where are you from? Tell a little bit more about your story. We're pushing higher here, but quickly tell us about Jacob Trades. Where are you from? And
Yeah, from Canada, so Montreal. I'm French Canadian, and yeah, I'm 22 years old, and I started trading maybe 1 year ago. So yeah.
Incredible. Young guns, Jack. Another 1,000 lot.
Mm-hmm.
Another 1,000 lot offer at 67.59.5 in the ES, about 2.5 points higher. Are they scalping these, Jack? I mean, the size are. Yesterday was all bid.
Is who scalping what?
These 1,000 lots.
No,
Yesterday was all
I mean,
bid. Today's all ass.
Almost, I don't know the person, so I can't say, but they're almost certainly hedges for other positions.
I know. I guess in my head, I like to believe that they are scalping 1,000 lots. That'd be so sick.
I mean, it could be.
Nasdaq pushing higher, 25,110. Just printed new highs, 25,120. 75% long on the tilt in the Nasdaq. Average price of 5,068. About 40 points in the money right now.
All right.
Let's try here.
I love that 1,000 lot just one tick above the high of the day.
It's almost like they know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Come get it. Get a number in 13 minutes. Existing home sales, Jack. That used to be one of the numbers, man, back in
yeah, you're a relic of 2008, aren't you, Andre?
Man, Jack, when someone came in there. Yeah, when I still see those numbers, Chicago Fed, I mean, all that stuff. Philly Fed, that used to be a number that mattered. It's changed. Okay, that Nasdaq tilt did pull back down to 63%. So about a 15-point pull back in the Nasdaq.
Someone says we got 1,200 lot. Oh, Hoop, not somebody. Hoop, 1,200 lot in the NQ at 25,115.
Really? All right. Yes, sure is. Wow. It sure is. 3 points higher here. Nice catch. Hoop. That is massive size for the NQ. Wow. 25,115. Holy moly. That is huge for the NQ. Filled. My goodness. They just blew right through that thing. Was that 1,500 on the S? Man, oh man, that is huge. And we are pushing right through that sucker. Got all the way up to 25,120. Man, that is huge. 1,500 at 115. That's massive size. Let's trade 25,118. And wow, up to the 23s now. And Nasdaq is flying around. 25,113. Number top of the hour.
What's
pumping? Look at the volume profile. You look at the volume profile. That 25,115 just sticks out like a sore thumb. That was huge. Size is back. Volatility is back. Manage the risk. Jacob, in terms of your trades, you're still pushing higher. New highs. Jacob, your risk reward typically on your trades. You're a bit of a longer term. Yesterday I was saying we're pretty much all scalpers. Your trades last a little bit longer. That 1,000 lot filled in the ES. What's your typical risk reward on a trade?
I will say around 1, and my win rate is pretty high in the 80s. So yeah, maybe sometime maybe less than 1 RR. I know some people don't like that, but it's working for me, so I will continue using that.
Very excellent. Sticking to the system. Pushing higher here in the Nasdaq. New highs, 25,138. That 1,500 lot was at 115. Absolutely cooked through that thing. Incredible how paper gets filled. 67.61. How many ticks do you typically look for for your winners? You might get around 100 ticks, right? Or does it depend on what the market's giving us?
Yeah, it's depend. Every day is not the same, so it's all depend, to be honest.
You've only been doing this for a year, huh?
Yeah, a year.
Good, man. Pretty damn good. 10 minutes till the top of the hour, 10 minutes till the number. All right.
Yeah,
Well,
Still a little mid zone for me. It gets very interesting above 67.80 or 67.85 in the ES.
That's fine. Look at these green candles. Green candles. When fast market started, we're up about 30 points in the ES as we tap on new highs. Fast market started. Look at the Nasdaq prices, and we're about 140 points higher. What do I make of it? What do we make of this? Well, I need someone to lean on. I got my trading buddy, Rick Hoagland's brother. Come on in. Yeah, what's up, Hoag? Lower left-hand corner. Guy's been around. He's seen some stuff. What's up, Hoag? We got some size flying around the Nasdaq, ES as well. Thoughts on the first 20 minutes? Buyers are back in the house, Hoag. What are we thinking? Some more room to the upside? All-time highs, question mark?
Oh, all-time highs eventually, for sure, for sure. Good to see you, Andre, Jack. Jacob, good to see you. Man, I wish I had your hair. Fantastic. But I think we're probably just seeing an extension of the short squeeze that started last night, the end of the session yesterday. We were looking this morning at, well, let's just start with the Nasdaq, shall we? We were looking at last night at the trend day to the downside that we tried to put in yesterday. We kind of failed at the end of the day. We had a lot of negative delta in this, Andre, a lot of negative delta.
Deep.
It was shorter time frame traders. This was long liquidation in the Nasdaq yesterday, but I believe we did squeeze a whole bunch of new shorts into this market in short time frame at the end of the day yesterday. A lot of them bailed. We saw the rally at the end of the session, but we still had a lot of negative delta, about negative 7,000 by the end of the session yesterday. I think we're kind of seeing an extension of all of those shorts that got squeezed into shorts down here, continuing to get squeezed out. We're still in range, and we're still in value in the Nasdaq. I believe better trade locations come as the day goes on when that happens. But I'm really looking at this as a short time frame squeeze from all those sellers that came in yesterday, and it was even deeper in the S&Ps yesterday, Andre. How do we figure that this is shorter time frame traders? We talked about this again on the opening call, but as the market continued to push lower, it started respecting short time frame levels. The upper part of the session gap from Friday to Monday stopped there, continued to push down lower into the single prints from the double distribution trend day on Friday. You think longer time frame traders are looking at that stuff? Heck no. That is short time frame levels. And when they are respected, you can say that the market is in short time frame control. So we had a negative like 23,000 delta at the bottom here. And as the day grew longer and the price stopped moving lower, we saw a whole bunch of them bail out of those shorts. And I think we're still bailing out of those shorts. We're right at the high of value from yesterday. We opened right at settlement. Still looking for better trade locations as the day goes on today. But to me, we're pretty much done with squeezing everybody out of that. We're about 800 positive delta in the S&Ps, about 2,300 positive in the Nasdaq. I think we've squeezed out those suckers that were short in the hole here. Then we're going to see if these markets really bring in new participants, and seeing a lot of size flying around in these domes.
Crazy.
And Jack, you're absolutely right. Those are traders that are, trading those against other products. There's a lot of hedging going on and positioning going on for the FOMC meeting, which is due out on Wednesday. And I think they were already starting to work on those hedges. Gold, we've got.
Yeah, what's going on there? We got down to 4,000 yesterday.
Yeah. Well, it tried, but it couldn't get there. Weekly kickoff low, 4,000. We had a point of control down there. We had last week's low down there. Lots of confluence down there, and the market couldn't get there. What doesn't happen can be as important as what does. Another thing, it settled at 1230, right? It settled basically right here around what was it? To be precise, 40.65.40. And then the market continued to rally for the rest of the day. So I'm kind of looking at the high of the regular trading hour session yesterday, 41.04 half, the base of a late spike. The late spike took us higher. We opened above the late spike. We opened with a gap. No real effort to close the gap. The market is coming back to levels that are going to be kind of tough to get through. These are single prints from Friday's push to the downside.
Right.
Night before last put in its high there. We're back up against there. We've got the market holding above the initial balance high for the session today, which I think is good. I think we could probably push through these single prints. I could see gold getting let's just shoot for 200 session moving average 42.1730 today.
Jeez, what a price. Oh, did anything fundamentally change in gold? Did we just get too overextended? I mean, we were saying that for the last 2 months, but did we just get
no?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean,
I think we're in
just a
the
healthy
weekly
pullback?
chart, the monthly chart. It's still very positive, and if I look at the daily chart here in gold, it's we've had some pretty decent volume on this pushback, but
Yeah,
we're
look at
losing
that
open
pullback.
interest. It's not like we're bringing in new shorts here.
Yeah.
This I think is going to probably prove to be more of a bull flag than anything else.
Uh-oh. There's a healthy pullback. Perhaps. Jack says we
needed
got
it.
yeah, well, Jack, we got too high too fast there in gold.
Well,
Jack
yeah,
is-
we attracted some a different breed of speculator up at those
Oh,
highs.
yeah.
But let me show something really quick. Really, the one thing that I'm looking at is 6750 in the SPX, which is about let's call it 6785 to 6800. In the month of October, these are our candles, right? You see here, we have sold off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. We've gotten up there. So we'll see if it's still, they got any more to unload. We'll see if we keep rallying here.
Okay.
How many times till we exhaust those sellers up there, Jack?
Until China says so.
It's a good question. But if you thought it was 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, you were wrong so far. So we'll see what happens.
Uh-huh.
I hear you.
Uh-huh.
All right. About 2 minutes till number at the top of the hour. Jacob, thoughts on what you're seeing so far in the NQ? Perhaps leaning bullish, bearish from what we're seeing so far.
Yeah, I'm bullish. I will probably ride the wave and just continue to go higher. So probably along, but not yet. But yeah,
Sure.
maybe in 10, 20 minutes.
I want to say you're.
Somebody asked really quick, Andre, the Bitcoin whale has no position at the moment. They closed everything about 12 hours ago.
And how much?
I'd have to go back and look at the chart because it just
commas?
there's no position for me to look at. But I mean, probably like
2 commas,
4, 5, 6, 7 million bucks. Nothing. 2
Not a bad
commas.
couple weeks. Not a bad couple weeks for that trader.
Jump
Your
shit.
bag of shells.
Well done. Oh, plugged in indeed. Oh, there's Leon in the chat. Leon says ES is dumping hard. So am I. So I am shorting NQ. Well, you sound like me.
The
Leon.
old lagger leader fallacy. Love it.
Leon, why'd you go there, Leon? We are ES is kind of pulling back 67.56. Last trade about 10 points off the highs there. Nasdaq about 20 point pullback here, trading 25,151. Okay, 40 seconds. 60 home sales. Forecast 4 million. 4 million. And we got Eurozone consumer confidence. I was always negative. That number is always negative. Forecast minus 15. Last month, minus 14.9. That number is always negative. And then after that, we have a White House
French
press
attitude. Jacob's probably somewhat aware of it. It's if it happens, it happens. You know, life is meaningless. My confidence is 0.
Former president Sarkozy. Sarkozy just started his term. Here we go. Number is just coming out right here, right now. Expected 4 million and actual. Newman. Bueller. Waiting. The whole market getting this delayed.
We really need that CPI.
Actual in
Oh,
line. Wow, on the dot.
Okay.
Wait a minute. On the dot. Expected 4.06 million, actual 4.06 million. Why even? Okay. All right. Carrying on here.
They're just taking the Zestimate right now, Andre.
I love it, man. Man, we got to come up with a number. Come on. We got to come up with some kind of sentiment number. There you go. All right, top of the hour is coming and gone now. You see a sell-off a little bit. A bull flag showing up here in gold. Gold holding 41.61, about $6 off the session highs.
Yes, Clark trades. The CPI is going to be somewhat incomplete. I don't know the full extent of that. I'm really happy to have a number. At the same time, my feeling is it's not going to be a club banger, Andre.
Probably not.
It'll probably come in right like that existing home sales.
On the dot. 4 million. 4,060,000. 4,060,000.
Yeah. Andre, for cheating on the test, you should get one out of the questions wrong. I mean, that's a little.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, or make it 4.16 mil. Make it 4.16. I don't know. Just be clever about it. All right, we got those numbers in the rearview mirror. I can't remember a number that's really moved us in a while. Could be wrong with that, but the data seems to be pretty much in line. Sticky, as Jack likes to say. Okay, Jacob, looking at the Nasdaq here.
Yeah, looking pretty good.
Looks bullish. It looks bullish for me.
Yeah, look bullish. Just small retracement here. 10 a.m. open low, and I believe we will expand higher. So
feels like.
yeah, I don't worry about the price right now. I'm just sitting on my hands, and yeah, I'm pretty bullish right now.
Very good. This week, were you trading micros or minis? We've seen you do both. What? How have you been navigating this week in particular?
Good question. Yeah, I did one minis. Yeah, and I will do one minis here today. Yeah.
Jack, house count trade with Dakota yesterday. MNQ, Jack. MNQ, the winner. But how was that? What we got? Something's in here. Jack taking the micro Nasdaq.
Yeah.
Maybe like $450 or so.
Yeah, it was the more extended market, but I freaking hate the Nasdaq. I gotta be honest with you, Andre.
Wild ride, man. It's a wild ride. The kids love it. The young guns love it. Jacob, what do we got here downside? Wow.
Why do you hate it, Jack?
Why? Are you glad he does? What'd you say, Hogue?
Just why. I know why I hate it.
Yeah, it's too concentrated and it moves too quick.
Jacob's laughing at us old folks there. Jacob.
Yeah, no, that's true. To be honest,
well, we know it's true, but
it's very fast NQ, and it can like wipe you out very quickly. So I agree with you.
You can also make bank very quickly. Am I right? You know what I'm saying, Jacob? We got 4,200 people watching all across the globe right now. Please click subscribe. 186. We're closing at 187,000 subscribers here on TopstepTV. Click like, click notify. Please click subscribe. And there, look at that graphic. Well done. Thank you very, very much. Appreciate it. Still holding bid up here. 13 points off the highs in the Nasdaq. 25,160. Let's trade. We still have 1,500 lot on the offer in the Nasdaq at 25,115.
They're saying I'm getting old, which is 100% true, but I also come from bonds.
Yeah.
And so even the ES is a little, saucy for my disposition.
Jack, it took me 18 months. It took me 18 months to be able to rewire my brain from fixed income to outright equity future. It was, same. It's a different
I think
beast.
they were talking to me, Jack.
All of us. You know what, Hogue? We're all getting older every day. How about that? We all get a little bit older every single day. That Nasdaq keeps you young, Jacob. All right, I'll take it while he's locking in on this trade. We got a couple 500 lots, 600 lots, about 10 points higher.
Only unks trade the bonds.
Oh, Leon, you're young? Oh, yo, he calls us unks. All right, Leon's young. Wow. What's the cutoff for unk, by the way? I was called unk over the weekend by so much younger than me. So
When you pull up the ZB ladder.
What do you got? One in there? It's still about 25. 25. Anything over 25 is unk. Could be wrong with that.
Really?
I don't know. Why am I even having conversations with young people about this? What happened to me? How did this happen? Yeah, 25. That's what I was told. How did this happen? What's up, unk? 25? No, hell no.
Oh.
Okay, thanks. Very good. New highs gold, 41.68.
Yep. Working its way through that those single prints.
I know, Dolby. This kid was like 19. I'm like, why am I talking to you about this? 500 lot came down to 67.59 on the offer in the ES. I'm like, don't forget, I'm buying your dinner, kid. Zip it.
Gen Y and Gen X. Yeah, I am firmly millennial. I'll have you know.
Unk's paying for your dinner. And that wine you shouldn't be drinking. Hello. 25,138. So 138 in the NASDAQ. Well, 40 points off the highs here. We've got 24 minutes till the bottom of the hour. Get those initial balance high and a low. Prices.
I'm the only boomer here right now, aren't I?
Maybe
you have to be a younger boomer, though, right, Hogue?
Yeah, you're one of the cool ones, though, Hogue.
Yeah,
appreciate that. Yeah,
I think cooler than
last year of the boomers was when I was born.
Oh yeah. Is that 20-point ripper? Barbecue sandals. Yeah, pretty much. Only thing cooler than a cool young person is a cool old person. Firmly believe that. All right, we got 500 lots staggered on the offer in the ES. Interesting. Starting at 67.59 and 67.64. Then 66 is interesting. Because Leon's younger. Leon, the way you type with all those caps, though, I had you pegged at like 50, 55. That's
yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, Leon. I thought you were the 55. All those caps, man.
That was Peter Schiff.
Yep. New highs gold, 41.60, 41.70. 75% short on the tilt in the NASDAQ. Average price 25,137.
Who has gold?
Say it. Gold not done. What was the
Gold
range
not
of
done.
gold yesterday? Gold with a couple $100. Gold.
Regular trading hour session range, $98.
What the hell happened? Been 75% short in the NASDAQ. We trade 25,139.
Gold not done.
Oh, no, it's not. All right, gold is 41. I just turned my head, Hogue. I turned my head in.
I know,
sure is
right?
new
Andre,
highs,
we need that shirt. We need that shirt in the top step. If anyone's
Gold
listening right now, we need a shirt that says "Gold Not Done."
Gold not done. It's not all year. Gold has been done.
Hey, Andre, I was going to ask you: Are you gonna add acronyms to your trading
book? Well, ACH might be in there, Hogue.
CYA.
Yeah, well, ACH. Yeah. Anything can happen.
WTF.
F it's in there. F it's a quote I've heard. Yeah.
DFADM.
The list keeps growing, man. The list keeps growing. We're getting 100 in the 120s now. I wanted to stop it by Labor Day, but it keeps going. %75 short on the NASDAQ tilt.
One thing I want to bring back, and let me know if they use this where you work, Dre. But we talk about like the moron trade, or we don't do this a lot in outright futures because it'd be stupid of just putting moron. But we would phrase it very eloquently. You'd ask on the phone
the trader you woke up, do you want to defend the position?
Oh boy. What does that mean? Load up more size? That mean more size?
Means it's going against you. Do you want to capitulate like a wuss, or do you want to defend the position?
None shall pass.
How much? Will another 1,000 do the trick? No. You're gonna need more than that.
Probably not. But it's fun to say, yes, I will defend the position.
Yes. Oh, Courtney, of course. It's like page 2. Page 2. Right, getting a little bit of a pullback here. Or a little bit, about 60 points, 60-point pullback here in the Nasdaq. Coming to overnight VWAP, getting closer at least, about 50 points away. We push lower here.
Oh, Michael's in the chat.
Michael, defend. Defend. Hold the line. Defend the position. Michael, you know what that means. Michael will talk in the chat. He knows exactly what that. Michael, have you ever defended the position before when you have a size trade on? Yeah, so
defend the position or assume the position. I love it.
Sorry, pretty much. Exactly. Absolutely. Exactly. Timelines? I don't know, probably next year. Not as easy as I thought. Editing's a pain. 67.47. Jacob getting locked in here. Coming up to about 12 minutes after the hour. 45 minutes into the New York session. Take a look at these prices. 67.48 last trade. ES. 18 points off the highs. We did see a 1,000 lot coming in on the ask at 59. And we saw a 1,500 lot coming on the ask at 53. Never surrender. Always add mortgage.
All right, I used a fancy word. We didn't say capitulate. It was defend or puke.
Puke. Yeah, puke. Michael, which $30,000 account was that? Was that the first one, second one, or third one that happened?
Yeah, right.
That's how it happens. Nasdaq catching a bit of a bid here. Jacob, we're getting close to entry time.
Yes.
Again, live funded trader Jacob joining us. 22 years old, joining us from Montreal.
Yeah. Nice to meet you, by the way, Michael.
There's Michael Pataki in the chat. CEO and founder. Saw him on here yesterday, 2 days ago. All blends together, Michael. These markets are volatile. We got 74% short in the tilt in the Nasdaq. 74% short tilt in the Nasdaq. Average price of 127. Taking some heat right now. 10 points of heat. Our lots it's higher in the ES.
We're just like playing in an area of the ES right now where I want no part of it.
Sure.
So I hope we get a ripper of a move one way or the other. Between like 67.40 or sorry, like 67.35 and 67.85. Your guess is as good as mine, Andre.
Well, some people who are seeing the markets quite clearly right now. It's still early, of course. Well, let's bring in today's live leaders or live funded traders. Bring that live leaderboard right now. We got Latika. Latika, yes, almost up $30,000 right now. Yuan up about $11,500. Great job, right? It's still early, about 45 minutes into the New York session. Most important things is you keep the green day green. Keep the green day green. Check back in with it. But right now, seeing some early gains. There are some red days out there as well. People ask, why can't we see the red days? Well, we got to clear it with them first. And you don't necessarily want to be out
someone
there
when they're down.
Yeah, they're already feeling it. They don't need their name blasted. They're here to lift them up. But well done to our live funded traders. And make sure you hang on to those profits. And just a casual $16.
Also,
pullback.
because we enforce risk limits here for daily loss,
That's
the down aren't that entertaining because it'll be whatever their down limit is.
35, 5,000. Yeah, and work with risk. That's true.
You know what? If they go way beyond that, though, maybe we should shame them because it means they held a 15 lot through CPI or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll pull back here.
Like that idiot Dakota, who will be joining us, I think, within the hour.
Dakota? Okay.
Dakota.
Big board on pause. Big board on pause for the time being. moving some things around behind the scenes. We'll put it that way. And gold continue to pull back here.
Yeah. Good feeling gone in gold.
Is gold done? Well, now it's not done to the downside. Gold's never done. Gold's the absolute star. We're going to do an award show. We're going to do an award show at the end of the year. And market of the year is gold. That's a nominee.
Mesopotamia, Andre. Gold ain't done.
Nominees for, yes.
The best in a leading role, gold for the year.
Supporting role, gold. Play script, gold. All right, 67.50s. 50s seem to be holding right now in the ES. We bottom out right around 46s. All some buyers. Same case over in the Nasdaq. 5,140. We had that 75% short tilt in the Nasdaq. Buyer stepped in and turned that thing around about 20, 25 points. See some buying coming in here. Still no trade, Jacob?
Couple minutes. It will be interesting.
I'm not trying to pester you, but has the thought, has a long to short, has it, I see some selling there and more selling here in the ES. So just hit the sell button. How was that? They smoked the ES down about 6 points there. We were just trading 67 51s. They smoked it, cleared out some bids. We right down to 67.44. Wow.
Now we're getting in the realm of interesting.
This is
about 9 points to go until SPX 6700.
Yeah, Dow's taking a hit now. ES, okay.
Something going on here. Seems
something is going on. These ES, they what was the volume behind that? And they smoked it down 10 points just like that. Nasdaq didn't really budge. 13 minutes to the bottom of the hour. Anything on the calendar? Watching the headlines here on Topstep TV. You know we're scanning the headlines. You know we're going to be bringing that to you here in real time. Not seeing much right now. This could have been a go-to market order. There's more of that came
Beyond Meat.
Oh no.
Is Beyond Beat today. In 289 was as high. It was trading over $8 yesterday.
Michael and I have a couple friends that got involved in did quite well on that Beyond Meat trade. And now they think they got the market figured out. I'm like, oh boy. Oh boy. Oh man.
I've said the worst trade I ever made was shorting Tesla and winning the first time.
I think it's like going to the casino and winning for the first time too.
Yeah, it's funny. Yep, I did that the horse.
So there was a little bit of news that came out here. House Minority Leader Jeffries says on long-term stopgap possibility, it's unacceptable.
welcome to DC. Welcome to Washington, DC.
Yeah, right.
No kidding.
How about it?
About the hour here, about 11 minutes. More selling coming in here in the ES now. Is this going to be one of those orderly sell-offs that we've been seeing and then just kind of accelerates as the day goes on?
Like yesterday, it was pretty orderly.
Well, I think there's a major checkpoint here. We're at 6705 in the SPX.
Yes.
I think it'll take some momentum to get below that.
6740 last trade. We're down about, we're just trading 51s. Just trading 51s. Dow selling off here. Gold selling off as well. Nasdaq. Oh, hell. Nasdaq's down. Got more selling coming in here. That's the headline. Hey, whatever happened to capital concerns with these regional banks? Where'd that story go? It seemed like sitting in the back of my head. I'm like, that they just swept that under the rug.
Knows. A few companies in that industry came out without credit issues seemingly in their earnings, so it just kind of
vanished.
Went away.
Yeah. Our new 5-minute candle just opened here. ES trying to hold the bid 67.43. Has the read changed? Has your read changed on the market here, Jacob, from what we see in the first 50 minutes or so? Looks like bulls are in control. Are you still seeing it the same way, or has the market generated information perhaps changed that at all?
For now, I'm still bullish, but yeah,
Okay.
it can change. But
Yeah.
yes, I'm still remaining bullish for now.
67.
Let me know if you're jumping in. I could
Yeah.
definitely be talked into buying the ES a little lower than here.
640s. So, Hogan, I was going to ask you, nothing fundamentally changed in gold, correct? In
No.
terms of, yeah.
Longer term, no, not yet.
Uh-oh, that's bad news for the buyers right there. In the ES and in the equities, I'm saying. We saw this yesterday. We saw this yesterday, the Nasdaq as well. What was that level? 117, 25,000, 117, 114. Buyers tried.
It was
tapping on
it was the IB
tapping.
low. 114.
What? 14, 114.
Yep.
Tapping on it, tapping on it, tapping to the downside. And then boom, the sellers just unleashed.
And it broke. Yep.
So buyers gonna try back. This thing back up here right to overnight view up in the ES. Right here, 67.45. First time they walked it up to this price, sellers jumped in and said, nope. See if buyers gonna give another shot here again. Nope, into the 46s. Nasdaq trying to do the same here. 8 minutes till the bottom of the hour. We got 75% short tilt in the Nasdaq, 71% short tilt in the ES. Lean short. 50-50 in gold, 50-50 in crude. Heavy short tilt right now. Nasdaq and the ES. Interesting spot right here. Interesting spot. All right, buyers can keep walking this thing higher. This one's tricky. Jack, you liking the longs perhaps? Or leaning perhaps long? Based on that, on the option. Tell really quick, Jack, when you're looking at the options chain, what are you exactly you're getting? 1,000 lots, 67.51 upside ES, 1,000 on the ask, 5 points higher.
I mean, we could talk about it for a while sometime. I just like, if you're bullish.
You're looking for max pain, right?
No, I mean, max pain to me only matters on an expiration if it's close towards the end of the day.
Okay.
I'm just looking, you see these big round numbers in the SPX, like the 6,700. The way I feel it is if it comes down there and we buy it, it's either going to hold and rally, or if it goes through, it's like invalidated for me. We're going lower.
So are you using the options to see if the sentiment is bullish or bearish?
What you're looking for, if you're looking at the options, I think the easiest way to explain it is that, if you're just looking at a futures ladder, it's hard to tell who has to do what, right?
Right.
If you look at the options, and now especially with the zero dates making up 60-70% of the volume, you do know what some people are doing if price does X, right? Because options market makers have a very mechanical way in which they hedge their risk. There are a ton of calls at a level. You hedge that by buying, right? And at the market there is the most hedging they'll have to do. As it goes through it, the buying power diminishes unless people roll up. If it goes away, it goes quick and then diminishes. But basically, I'm trying to get into the mind of what the hedgers are doing.
I gotcha. And now there's that 1,100 lot up at 55. It was at 51. They moved it up to 55 now. Jacob is in.
Yeah, I'm in.
Long one?
Yep.
Yep. What price did you get, Jacob?
25,147.
1,100 lot at 67.55.
Yes, we do. 67.55, 1,000 on the ask. Jacob, what They pulled it. They're doing their games. Must have gotten their fill somewhere else. Jacob, what's typical risk, or what's your upside target on this trade? You're long from 147, one mini. What are you looking for to the upside?
Some liquidity around 25, 193, something like that.
Okay, 193. And your risk, what are you risking on this? So you're looking to make about 50 points or so in your risk?
Maybe $1,000, something like that.
Okay. Let's go. Long one right now. Tilt 75% short in the Nasdaq right now. Bottom of the hour here in 4 minutes, Hope. All right. Initial, I always say international for some reason. Initial balance high and low. And that's why I need you here, Hope. I'll tell you I'm wrong.
Yep.
Okay. We jotted down this price, the high price and the low price in the equities after the first hour of the New York session. So I'm going to ask you, chat. We're going to quiz the chat first and ask you for those IB high, IB low in the Nasdaq and the NQ. Still got about 3.5 minutes to go. Bottom of the hour. A little pop quiz. We'll lean on the chat here. Chat corrected us. the other day, Hogue. Awesome to see.
Yeah, they did.
We're always watching out for each other.
I was rude.
We're off by a point, man. They were all over our ass. We're off by a point.
Yeah.
I love it.
Truthers.
I love it. Accuracy, attention to detail. All right, come on. ES. ES wants to do this.
MP, are you still in chat?
Michael.
It's like asking if someone's police. You have to know. You gotta tell the truth.
If you like the long, I think we're good with the long. We got a live funded traders getting long right now. Back our traders at top. That's what we're all about. Jacob in the house, 22 years old. The young guns.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take it from the old heads. Looking good right now.
Pretty confident in that trade.
Why do you say that?
I mean, we're bullish. We just have a small retracement near the VWAP, and we're back up. So yeah, I think buyers are in control here.
Like that, very good.
So I've noticed you don't fade. You seem to always be going with whatever the short-term move is, because
Exactly.
like we were looking at a similar thing. You said you were bullish. I was looking. You were still flat. I was getting ready to pull the trigger down around 67.40, and then you waited till it went and then went with it. So, what are you seeing?
Yeah.
You just
The thing is, before when I was very unprofitable and I was doing some reversal, and most of the time it didn't work. So I decided to go with the trend, and I think trend is a very good friend of me. So yeah, I just go with the trend and I try some small scalp, and I just take like small piece of the cake.
Alrighty. Thank you.
Yes, not a fader. I noticed that as well, Jack. I'd like to
Always
see
be a
that.
fader, man.
Oh, we got 1,000 line. Another 1,000 line in the NQ there, Jay. Yes. Oh, yeah. 25,170. Offered 1,000 times in the NASDAQ. My goodness. About 20 points higher here. Let's go fill that thing for Jacob. Back to entry now. My goodness. Got 1,000 on the ask in the NASDAQ. That is massive, massive size. We saw a 1,500 lot at 25,115. That was filled. And what's up, Wiz? Wiz, that's what they said about you. Wiz, you were a guest. Wiz, you were a guest. That's so good. All right, we'll get those initial balance prices here on the other side of this, because tip of the week, boy, this could not be any more appropriate. What is the tip of the week here on TopstepTV, Topstep plan for different scenarios? My goodness. You should be able to shift gears, have a plan for failed setups, be able to shift gears when we're going, different ways? Oh, my bad. You got to shift gears when we're going range trades into breakout trades, into headline trades. You got to adjust your stops, adjust your risk reward as well. Be prepared for the unexpected market moves. As Hogue likes to say, ACH, baby. Anything can happen. Plan for different scenarios. Oh, I guess that's a different whiz.
There's weights in
lot
the
of whizzes.
fish. We got a fake whiz.
We got a lot, yeah. We had that in our chat before. Two people had the same name and just like a different. They're duking it out. I forgot their chat names. That was hilarious. They're going at each other. All right, chat. The time has come. The time has come. Hoax, get those prices. Get those prices. I'm going to ask the chat. Chat, need your help. Initial balance high, initial balance low in the ES. All right. I want the high price and the low price. The first hour
Let the
of
tick
New
tick.
York.
Already got it.
Well, Hoag's got it. Do you have it? Do you have his beat
Yeah.
there? Do you have his beat? Chat, let it go. IB high,
Well,
67,
Let the tick tick.
66.
Already put it in there for the S&Ps.
Oh, yeah. Did you get it? Damn, what's that?
Yeah, you did.
All right, cool. Hoag, hit us with it.
Well,
Hoag, yes, what do you got for IB?
IB low, 67.36. IB high, 67.66.
Peter Pan all
30
over
points.
it. 30 points. And for the
And
NQ?
24,999 even. Up to 25,179.75.
Chat.
Crude oil.
Hold on. Good stuff.
61.12 on the bottom. 62.12 to the top. $1. The usual amount. $1.
Hey,
Now,
Hogan Crude.
gold, which is
yeah, go ahead.
which is tough because I'm looking at the 720 open. So I'm looking at 720 at the 20 and the 50 for the half hours. But IB low is 41.1370. IB high 41.5790. The market is spanning that IB high. I saw somebody say it earlier in the chat. It's impossible to trade gold right now, and it is very difficult when it starts to span one of the initial balance, either the high or the initial balance low. So hands off until there's some sort of direction chosen if you're trading gold.
I want to ask you about crude, Hoag. Did anything fundamentally change there? We're trading in the 57 handle, 58 handle, and coming today, I see we touched 62s.
Yeah.
Interest change. It's just
got too cheap.
Oh, well,
I think this is more technical than fundamental.
Actually, Hoag, you know what it is?
On the daily, Jay and I were both looking at these bars down here. We were kind of getting a little too short. Open interest was indicating that we had some short time frame shorts in here. We had some long wicks on these daily bars, so we were looking for a move back to the upside. Yesterday, Jay's target was halfway through the bar on the 10th, which was 59.50, which we eventually got to kind of after the regular trading hour close, and now we've moved all the way back up to weekly kickoff high. So we're still in a rotation. I still think we're in short time frame control. Is there a major market state shift? No.
No,
But we just got too short in the hole down there. Yes.
Sorry, Hoag. I set you up. It was a trick question. The energy secretary yesterday came out and said it's a great time to buy oil. That's what it was. I'm not kidding. They literally said that.
No, and technically it was set up for a move back to the upside.
Oh, when the boss says buy, yeah. Again, we were
What a
trading the
weird-
57s.
I'm still gonna know that's a weird thing to say, and they did come out with some like sanctions stuff. Like, who does that? What? It's a great time to buy oil. Who is
I don't
that
know,
for?
man. I don't know. He said it. We're higher by a lot. Next time they say it,
are people like airline companies? They're like hedging their gas with like micro futures. And
next time, they haven't been wrong yet. That's all I'm going to say. They have not been wrong.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah. Who are they speaking to? I have no earthly idea. All right, getting close to that 1,000 lot, trading 25,000, 160. Jacob Long from 147, 147, one NQ. And it was pulled, 170 lot, or 1,000 lot was pulled, but we are pushing higher here.
Look like pulled 650 was offered at 67.55. Pulled.
Oh. Was your Jacob looking for those 193s or so? Feels like he keeps tapping on these highs. Nasdaq staying stronger than the ES. On Freeman in the chat saying, it's that time of day for me. Thank you again for the manual lockout button. It saveth my Greg S. Absolutely. Absolutely. Fantastic feature. Use it. Use it.
Good job, Don.
They don't have the orange futures anymore, right, Hogue?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Frozen concentrated orange juice. I don't even see it in the stores anymore. Everything's fresh these days.
Pop this thing. Pop this thing.
Logistics.
Yeah.
Not making it easy. They're not making it easy.
Here we go.
25,174. 175 is now trade. 4 points from new session highs. New session highs. Pop. Boom. 25,000. Yeah, Jacob. What'd you get? What'd you get out at?
25. 25,185 at the top of this week. I'm good. I made some profit and I secure. Yeah.
What's your P&L now?
667.
667. Well done. Well done. I heard you
Thank
breathing
you.
heavy
Nice
over
trade.
there. Were you stressing it at all? Talk to me. Were you stressing?
Yeah.
Were you?
I
heard
no, I'm
you.
pretty. Yeah. I'm pretty confident in my trading, but live trading here in front of thousands of people, it's kind of stressful. I know it's not financial advice, but I know some people may take the same trade, so I have to be careful.
I know. Yeah, it's
good cover right now, at least.
Yeah, thank you.
Mad respect, absolute mad respect for doing this. It's an added layer of can you feel the eyeballs even though you're sitting in front of your screen? Can you feel it? Can you sense it that they're?
I try not to, but
I
as I like to say as the day going with you guys at the 9:30 is hard for me. I'm just a little bit excited and stressed, but as the show going, I'm a little bit calm. But yeah, it's the part of the journey, and I'm excited to be here with you guys.
Fantastic trade. Indeed, great read. Jack, like you said, I've noticed that not much of a fader. Gets with the momentum. I love it.
Yeah,
love
always.
to see that. We just made some session highs there. That tilt, man, 75% short. 75% short tilt in the Nasdaq. It's flipped to 70% long now. All right, top of the hour coming here in about 22 minutes. 22 minutes. Yeah, show some love. Show some love. Dave, would you like you to speak a little French? This is we're pandering here. Jacob, would you like to say congrats? Say they want to say something in French for the chat, please. Say anything, please, quick.
Ok, bonjour, mon nom est Jacob et follow Topstep. C'est les meilleures compagnies au monde. Donc, likez et partagez, commentez.
You say like? Say
Yeah,
there we go.
I just shut you out, guys, in French.
There, well done. Thank you so much, Jacob. Nice trade. We might have another setup here. Well, we will see. 73% long on the tilt in the ES, 70% long on the tilt in the Nasdaq. Just tapped on some new session highs. 25,190. ES not quite there yet. Any size. Playing. Oh, the chat loves it. Yes, click subscribe, click like.
Yeah.
Click. Wow. Getting a lot of fans. A lot of the female fans seem to really be taking to you, Jacob. Wow.
I'm taking, sorry, female.
No, I'm just joking.
It's
The
not very
seem to
French of you, to be honest.
Yeah, the women seem to be us. All right, Danielle's gonna kill me for saying female. 25,000. 25,190 quarter.
Email commenters, Dre.
Commenters. Feel good. So you do get nervous, Jacob? I mean, I would.
Yeah.
Very a lot of courage.
Yeah.
A lot of courage.
Because you guys are maybe, yeah. Do you guys feel stress coming here every day, even it's like a everyday job for you?
I do like Monday morning. Like I hit my stride.
Monday.
No matter how many times I've
Yeah.
done this,
Yeah.
is if I take the 2 days off, and coming in the Monday morning, I'm always thinking like, how am I going to do this?
And you,
for a
Andre?
week?
Yes, absolutely. By midweek, if I do 4 or 5 days in a row, if I can do all 5 days, I'm good. But if you jump in, like Jack said, still get I still get a little get fired up, man. I get fired up. Nervous? No, not as much as if I was trading. Yeah, very much so.
Yeah.
If I'm off for a couple days and show up on a Wednesday and I don't know what's been happening the rest of the week, yeah, very much so.
And you, Og, are you stressed at all sometime coming here?
Hogue ain't stressed about shit, man. Hogue, no, Hogue, I don't even know. Hogue, do you get nervous? I have no idea.
I do. I mean, before every show, I just to take a deep breath and get myself in the right frame of mind. It's you could say it's a form of stress, but I love what we do, and so you just take that deep breath and get into it, and there's always a little bit of nervousness. I mean, I've been performing for my whole life. I mean, as a musician in the trading pit, so I'm used to hearing my own voice and all of that. It's just, yeah, I'm all right. I get a little nervous sometimes and just take a deep breath and
humble.
Remember what we're doing here, and loving what we do here helps a lot with that.
Yeah, doing what you're doing is the real courage, if you will. Do something like that.
Yes,
you're trading in front of 4,000 people, all 186,000 subscribers. Jacob, absolutely love it. We're gonna talk about more about your story because when Jacob first came on here, he had a nice blazer on with a collar, looking very dapper. The second time, back by popular demand, came on with a tuxedo, just absolutely dapper, coming on, and the rest is history. Now he's wearing a rugby polo because he's chill. He's got to breathe a little bit. So all right, let's take a little bit of a breather here. The markets seem to be that. Oh, just I say that we got some selling coming in. Nice exit there, Jacob. 5,170 now 169's trade.
Yeah.
Market is not the cleanest price action today. Obviously, that can't change. All right, we got the 17 minutes till the top of the hour. I do like to bring news in here. While the government is shut down, that is not stop. Oh, hold on here. Let's see if this market. Let's just pull back. 60, 50, 60, 40, I should say. Jacob, no, not. He's not out here every day. What you're on? You're on this about once a week, give or take. Last couple weeks.
Yeah, once a week. Next week I will be here Friday, but I will be
No kidding.
on a cruise. Yeah, I will be on a cruise, so it will be very interesting.
Where are you going? Do not trade from your cruise boat. Do not trade from your cruise ship, Jacob.
Yeah, I will.
No, you won't.
Yeah, I have money. Yeah, I have money to make, and I will pay the trip with that. So.
Okay. Well,
yeah.
Who am I to tell him? He's taking thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of payouts from us. Make sure you have stops in. Where are you going? Where's this cruise taking you to?
Bahamas.
Oh, look at you. Look at you.
Yeah.
Like it. Okay, very good. Okay, with that being said, we are the government shutdown day 23, 24. That's not stopping some construction going down at the White House, right? That is still open. Bring that in. Look at some of these pictures. Check out this. This is well, not the first time it's happened.
Out with the old and in with the new.
You probably hear the beautiful sound of construction to the back. You hear that sound? Oh, That's music to my ears. I love that sound. Other people don't like it.
An excavator was first spotted Monday tearing down portions of the East Wing to clear space where President Trump is building a new ballroom that he says will cost about $300 million.
We're building a ballroom. I don't think it'll be topped. We'll have the most beautiful ballroom in the country.
Renderings provided by the White House depict a vast space with gold and crystal chandeliers, gilded Corinthian columns, and a coffered ceiling with gold inlays, gold floor lamps, and a checkered marbled floor. In the midst of a government shutdown, one GOP senator said the optics are concerning.
We're talking about building a ballroom when we're trying to get the economy squared away. Timing's bad.
Historic preservation groups have urged a pause on the East Wing demolition until, quote, plans for the proposed ballroom go through the legally required public review processes.
I just can't believe that the wrecking ball is taken to this iconic structure that symbolizes America and our strength and culture, and all without approval of Congress.
I said, how long will it take me? Sir, you can start tonight. You have no approvals. I said, you got to be kidding. He said, sir, this is the White House. You're the President of the United States. You can do anything you want.
I'm Sherelle Hubbard reporting.
Building a ballroom.
Chat, what are your thoughts? Chat, go ahead. I'd love to get your thoughts on that one. We knew what we were doing.
He's building a bank crawl.
We knew what we were doing with that one. Yeah, some presidents build a pool, a bowling alley, basketball court.
Yeah.
What's a ballroom?
I wonder if you can rent it out for weddings.
I was just thinking that, Hogue.
That'd be incredible.
Or a company holiday party.
That would be incredible.
Yeah.
Chat, thoughts? Cool? Not cool? We knew what we were doing with that one. I love it. Yeah, I come on. All right, you're on to me. There you go, Arthur. You get what we were doing there. You get what we were doing there. They're laughing behind the scenes. You see the producers right now. They are laughing. Yeah. Oh, George says, I'm short Bitcoin. All caps. Okay.
Let me check on the whale.
Yeah, please do.
Still flat.
Oh, we might be pushing higher. Jacob, glad to get to know you. For those people that are meeting you for the first time here on TopstepTV, you're 22 years old. School wasn't your thing, right? Second, university, not for you. Got right into trading, correct? Tell us a little bit about your story. Let's get to meet Jacob, the person.
Yeah, I finished school maybe around 18, and I tried some businesses online, marketing business and stuff like that. It didn't work out that well. So my two best friends were in the trading space. I decided to pursue that. They helped me figure out, and because of that, I had some great success in a short period of time because they were there for me. So I'm forever grateful for them. And yeah, here I am on Topstep. I do believe you guys are the best prop firm in the world. You guys are been there like almost, I don't know, 1 or 2 decades, and those new prop firm are there like 1 year or 2 years. So you guys are the best, and I want to be I want to say I'm grateful to be here. I want chat to thank you guys, Andre, Jack, and Og, because you guys are always here and to entertain us and doing a great job. So like and subscribe at TopstepTV.
My guy, man, I'm liking you more by the minute. How did you find Topstep again? Was it your friends, your trading buddies? How did you find us?
But you guys are like the biggest, so it's very easy to find. Like I'm on Twitter, I see always Topstep and Michael tweeting out, and even my friend told me, Jacob, this firm is the best. They don't deny payout, and you can have big payouts with them. And indeed, I did get some good payouts with you guys, so I'm grateful.
Well done. This credit goes to you, my man. You did it. Good stuff here. Coming up to the top of the hour in 11 minutes. 11 minutes. Might be pushing higher here. Might be tapping on some new session highs. Jacob, what new session highs in the Nasdaq? 25,197 in the yours. Jacob, when's the last time you took 2 trades in a day?
It was a bad memory. It was last Friday with you guys. Yeah, with us. No, that's fine. No, that's fine. Yeah, Friday or very bad trading days for me. I think it's been like 4 Friday. a streak I just lost. So I will be very, very careful tomorrow. And yeah, I will de-risk and size down a lot tomorrow. But yeah, yeah, it's sometime I take 2 trades, sometime one. But for this week, I took 1 trade every day and I won. So I'm out of the market now.
Very nice.
Very nice indeed. How they are. All right, Hoag's there. Hoag, so about 20 minutes ago, an hour into the New York session, we take down the initial balance, high and low. We have those prices plotted out.
Yep.
What do we do with it? What are we looking for in the next, the top of the hour? Yesterday we saw it play out. We might be looking for a what here in the next 10 minutes based on what we're seeing at those IB high and IB low prices, Hoag.
Can't take the pressure. So the Nasdaq has taken out the IB high. What I'm looking for is to see if this 30-minute bar closes back below the initial balance high, that creates a failed upside auction. No guarantees, but that would kind of create the probability of a rotation back to the initial balance low. If this 30-minute bar opens above the initial balance high and leaves those single prints, then it's looking like longs from this point forward. We got weekly kickoff high 25,340 and all-time high 394. Above that, that's all I got. That's only targets I got up above price here. So we're gonna see if we can see acceptance above the initial balance high in this 30-minute close. We could see this market continue to rotate higher. It's right up against value high on this platform as well. We reject value, reject the initial balance, reject the current range. We could see this market continue this push to the upside. Or we could see a failed upside auction and a rotation back to the initial balance low. That's what I'm looking for, Andre.
Yep. Let's see that play out.
S&P's has not extended outside the initial balance.
It hasn't?
So it might be a little bit confusing.
No, it hasn't. Jack, anything you got? Let's double tap in the yes. What were those levels one more time, Jack? I know it was the 40s to the downside.
Yeah, like 67.40, 67.85, maybe a little before that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's real obvious on the chart, like I showed before, like where the 67.50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. We'll make it
Longs
6.
off?
It's only a matter of time.
Longs off of it?
Andre, I'm a fader.
I know. You're crazy. You guys are crazy. You're wild. All right, Darth Vader. Take a look at gold. Gold trading. That markets are a bit of a. Everyone's taking a breather right now. Probably much needed. Something tells me it's not going to stay like this for much longer here on fast markets. Top of the hour, about 7 minutes. In terms of numbers, nothing really on the calendar. We do have a press conference at noon Central here. So keep an eye on that. See if anything does come from there in terms of headlines. Jacob, chat's interested. You're in this. You've been doing this for a year. See, are you chatting with people now as well, Jacob? Okay, Jacob.
No, I'm just checking the chart. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay. No. Oh well. What it took you? You said it's 1 year. You're coming up on your 1 year anniversary of trading.
Yeah, 1 year right now.
How long did it take you until profit? How long did it take you until you were able to manage risk and just stay right around scratch, day in and day out, from week to week?
So my first, I believe, 8 or 9 months, I made $0. It was painful. Just red days. I document all of it on my social. And after that, I try some new strategy. I was strategy upping, and I tried this new strategy, and it worked out pretty well. I like tweak it a little bit. I made some new change, and right now it's working pretty well. The past 2 or 3 months been like very good for me, and yeah, that's pretty much it. That's my story.
8 months. 8 months. What
Amazing.
were those? Those first 8 months frustrating. Did you say this isn't for me? Did you just walk away, or
The
did you
thing
just,
that Yeah, the thing that kept me going is I saw my two best friend in real life. They were making good money. They're making payouts, and I knew it was possible. So I just kept going, and they helped me a lot. So yeah, I'm just like, okay, it's possible. I need to do that, and I will pursue that.
So basically,
Got
you
some
said
good
if that,
friends.
well, if
Yeah,
if that friend can do it, I can certainly do it. Is that what you're thinking? If he could do it, I can
yeah,
definitely do it.
exactly, exactly. And I think everyone in the chat or in the world should look at this like that and just not be jealous and know that okay, it's possible. I can do that too, and just yeah, don't give up and show up every day.
Awesome, fantastic stuff. Yep. Oh, the journey, It's early success, like Jack talking about as well. Early success makes you feel like you might have this thing figured out, but grinding and taking the losses, taking the lumps, and makes you figure out. Hogue, when did you figure it out? What was your aha moment, Hogue?
You guys have figured it out?
I want to hear Hogue's aha moment.
I don't feel that way.
It was I was a prop trader in the S&Ps. I didn't, I made a little bit of money, lost a little bit of money when I was at the Mid-Am. Never really made any money, but I got hired as a prop trader in the S&Ps, and I flopped around for 6 months, made a little, lost a little, made a little, lost a little. It wasn't until a friend of mine handed me the book Mind Over Markets, and I read the first 100 pages, and I had a whole new understanding of the auction process and how markets work, and that was a big part in being able to become profitable and then to improve in profitability and consistency. So I had been trading in the S&Ps for probably about 6 months before I read that book and before my eyes were open to that information. So I was at the Mid-Am for a year and a half. So about 2 years of trading in the pit before I started to really understand what the auction process was and how to take advantage of it. So you beat me, Jacob.
Same.
I'm sorry.
Don't be.
No, I'm glad.
That's what we want
I'm
to see.
proud of you. That's good.
Okay, thank you.
I'm coming to the top of the hour here. I do know Dakota's waiting in the wings, Top of the hour. Jack, how about you? Well, we came from we were in the prop space. So it was either figure it out or don't.
It's always for me. It's always been a "it's so over and we're so back" thing. I had
Yeah.
I had it very, very figured out between 2010 and 2014. I had it very much not figured out in 2015. Took a lengthy break at that point.
Mhm.
Kind of at that time swearing I would never come back. But
Everyone says
things
that.
happen.
Yeah.
Then had it not very figured out in 2022, and have had it very figured out the last 3 years. So waiting for the next one. Right now, feeling good.
Absolutely. All right, good stuff. Top of the hour here in about 60 seconds. 60 seconds. Markets are taking a bit of a breather. With that being said, Jacob, done fantastic. Are you done trading for the day?
Yeah, I will go enjoy my day.
When is your cruise? When are you going on the cruise?
Bahamas, Miami, and yeah, around that.
Miami. I love how you say it. Miami. Well, they're gonna love you in
Yeah.
Miami. They're gonna love you in Miami. When are you going? When do you set sail? When do you set sail?
Sorry, what? Can you repeat?
When do you go on your cruise? Is it next week?
Tomorrow.
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 Oh, excellent.
Yeah, I'm leaving. Yeah.
Nice.
Okay, well, go pack, get out of here. Thank you very, very much for jumping on. Any last words, Jacob, before you get out of here?
No, thank you guys for having me. I appreciate you, and I'm grateful for the opportunity always, and wish you guys a good day.
Thank you so much. All right, with that being said, I'm going to throw it to my main man, Dr. Volatility. James, come on in. We got some announcements. Then we got Dakota joining us after this.
Absolutely. Andre, hello. Good morning, everybody. Here with a couple things and another social media platform to plug. Today, we're talking about TikTok. That's right. The app that may or may not be available tomorrow on your app stores. We have one. because we understand 6-7. So that's why we're on TikTok, and you can follow us there. You can catch the best of highlights of the show. You can watch any kind of schedule going on. Andre in the back is discussing. Yeah, 6-7 got you, Andre, huh? He's the unk. You don't know. Anyway, that's why we got our TikTok account. No, you may not find any social media dancing trends, but you will find everything you need to know about Topstep TV and the week ahead. Who is on when? If we have a giveaway, you can find it there. I think currently there's a clip of Jack and JD that's racked up over 2,000 views. For us, that's a lot. So we're gonna drop the chat. It's you guys are talking about JD's dad, and I got the first time he got an iPhone. The story tracks on social media, and if you don't know what we're talking about, well, click on the link we're about to drop in chat. Head over to our TikTok account and follow it today. And then also, while we're talking about dropping links in chat, we're going to drop and pin another one. That's right. It's group coaching. Group coaching happens all week long at 12:15, right after the shoulder tap at noon. And group coaching is a chance for you to submit your trading questions to Hogue, JD, and Hoop Live. They're going to look over your questions, they're going to answer them, and they're going to share fun anecdotes and news stories in between. If you haven't checked out group coaching, what are you doing? If you don't submit a question, you can still get valuable information from the answers and the stories shared. So that is today at 12:15, right after shoulder tap. I'm going to throw it back to you, Andre, and then go read the chat.
TikTok, huh? We're in TikTok. Whoa, look at that. Mr. Dakota, star of Slow Markets. I coach of the Pop Squad. Saw you on Slow Markets yesterday, Dakota. What's happening? Dakota, are you on TikTok?
6-7. Whatever that is, man. I found that out this weekend. I still don't know.
I was talking to this kid. I was paying for his dinner. You don't know what 6-7 is? No. It's stupid.
For a second there, I thought it was like, is this like what happened to 9 or like 7, 8, 9? Right? I don't know.
If you engage,
6 afraid of 7.
They're gonna
yeah,
love
that
it.
one. That one. Yeah,
I
thought it was something like that.
They're gonna love it. See, this is where they're gonna laugh. This is where up here it is 6-7. This is I know what it means. It's
You do, Andre. Okay.
Yeah, I told you. I was this 19-year-old at my dinner table, and call me Unk and 6. Anyways, all right, Dakota, let's get
you had a 19-year-old at your dinner table that wasn't your nephew or niece. Where are these 19-year-olds coming from? What's up?
Family. Family.
Okay.
Yeah. Drinking my wine. Son of a mother. 44. All right. Dakota, come on in, man. What's happening? Gold, Nasdaq thoughts of fantastic trading yesterday. 200-point bangers, 150-point bangers, if I recall.
Yeah, back to back. Yesterday was pretty good. It was a pretty good day. It was a nice setup on the higher time frame. Nice sell off. I'm sitting in a long right now. I'm long from 166 here, looking for a break higher because buy the dip. And yesterday we got that dip, and today I am a buyer. So up about $200 today. We're kind of consolidating here from 150s up to 180s, 190s, kind of in a range for the past 20 minutes, and I'm looking for this to break to the long side.
Okay.
Excellent.
One from 166. Last trade 183. Hogue, talk to me about initial balance. It looks like ES is held, correct?
Yeah, ES hasn't traded above it, but Nasdaq did close that 30-minute bar above the IBI, and it's kind of holding above it. So I'm liking the long. Dakota's already in it. How many are you long, Dakota?
2 micros. I was in 4 and closed out a couple at the top of the range.
Okay.
We'll
At
see.
least it's trying.
It's trying. I'm
going
to say this. This market's holding up really well after those Tesla earnings. The profits I made off that Netflix short, I put towards some Tesla calls, and they got crushed.
I sold the straddle. Let me see what the price is. I think I'm good.
Yeah, you should be good with a straddle.
Yeah, I'm good.
Just answer the question. They're asking how did the Tesla earnings play out? He just said it, so all right. That net's still up though, Dakota?
Yes. Yep. As of now, yes. Yep, I haven't closed those calls, but
Good.
I got in around 4:30, and we're hanging around 4:28. But volatility is smacked me around a little bit.
Speaking of earnings,
So
what do we
what's
have?
interesting, though, I talked about the sentiment yesterday. I was a little surprised with the Tesla earnings because, I mean, everyone kind of like, I don't even know why they release earnings because they're always DS. I'll let you figure out what that means for a company that's worth $1 trillion. But they did beat on revenue, missed on earnings. So like margin compression. When I saw that
Yeah,
number come out, I'm like, okay, this will sell off right away and then moon because, hey, they beat revenue. Demand's there.
I know. I was thinking just any little sliver of positivity, this thing could just go up after we.
DS.
But we're right where we lows of days yesterday. Nothing too crazy. You made the right call, Jack. The Ivy crush is hurting all the directional traders.
Chat,
Oh, yeah. I
what
was
did
like,
actually don't. Chat, what do you mean by
no,
DS? Actually, don't. Never mind. Nope.
you
Nope.
figured it out right there.
Yeah. Yeah. Wrong answers only. Wrong answers only. 67.57. Dakota, we saw a 1,500 lot trade on the ask in the NQ, 25,115. 1,500 on the ask in the Nasdaq. I know you always get fired up when you see that big size trading. We saw 1,000 lot come in at 25,170. That got pulled. But yeah,
Man, look at these buyers. These buyers just keep stepping up. Break through these 200s. We could get right. I mean, all-time highs is still not too far.
Love
The
that.
Nasdaq all-time highs is just what, 200
394.
points?
394. Yep. Is this a bull flag forming? Question mark. Or is this a
Look
double
like it.
top forming the ES? Or is it a double top in the ES? JD got me an opening call. Hindsight Capital. We're here to tell you what you should have done. And so good. That got me so good. Let's take a look at this price. 67.59 last trade in the ES. Now 58 trade about 7 points off session highs. Nasdaq trading 25,174. 174, now 179. It's about 20 points off session highs there. Nothing really on the calendar. We do have White House press briefing.
How was trading so far this morning for you guys? Looks like we had a ripping rally.
Jacob caught a nice one.
Yeah.
It's
Jacob got in there
Go
on
ahead,
it.
Jack. Yeah. Okay. Headline here. President Trump has an announcement at 2 p.m. Central Time. This will be about the cartels. Well, initially, that's what it's supposed to be about. We do have that. We will bring it. Why, you ask? Well, he does have the tendency to not necessarily stick to the topic that he's supposed to. So we'll see. There's a lot to discuss, obviously. I saw questions here.
Freestyling.
Yeah, he freestyles. Thank you, Dakota. He freestyles sometimes. Doesn't stick to the script. Question. We got Nick in the chat. Nick asking, I'm new to trading. I am new to trading. Can you explain the bid and ask in more detail? I don't understand the difference. I'd like to take a stab at that. Jack, the bid. Explain the bid. Bid's on the left side. On the left side of the ladder.
Yeah, it's just making a market, right? So if you want to buy something, think about it just like haggling
Taylor
for a
Swift.
car.
Taylor Swift.
This is the price where I want to buy. An offer on the right side is this is a price where I will sell. And this is a very liquid market, so they come together very closely.
Hold on. Yep. Bid. That is what
All right,
that is the price that buyers are willing to pay. And on the right side of the ladder, that red,
testing these highs.
The prices that sellers are willing to sell at.
I'm building a position here. I'm going to
ask a sell, bid is about. Yes, correct. Correct, Nick. Okay, Dakota. Nope. I don't like that question. That's not funny. Dakota, you're building into a position. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just added a contract here. I'm going to add a few more if we can get some momentum to break through these 200s. I'm risking the low of the range.
Okay.
I'm really risk some profits here. Yeah, there we go. I'm going to add another one. Add another one. Winners add to winners.
That's right.
Let's see if we get through this.
You long 5 now?
He ain't defending.
I'm long 4. Risking to 43, so I'm risking $200.
Or assume the position. Okay. What's your average price long?
78.
78. Dakota initially started with long 2 from 25,166, added into it.
Yeah.
And now average price 25,178. Trade at 180.
See if we could get through this. Tesla's back. Tesla's on a rally.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm looking for the breakouts.
Okay, well, this be good. So Dakota, I got the 430, 440 for the straddle.
Nice.
You can hit that sweet spot.
Yeah. I'm at the 430 calls. That just got IV crushed.
Let's bring it to 440 and we'll both be happy.
Dakota, tell Dakota to say the price of low of range for everyone not watching. Dakota, if you're looking at the 5 minute, I got you. Low of range.
Yeah, low range is 440 or 140. 140.
On what time frame?
25, 140. Any time frame. That's low of the range of the last 30 minutes.
Oh, fair enough. Yep. Okay. Up around the range.
You know what the middle of the range is?
I'm looking at 170s. What say you?
About 6, 7.
Well done, man. Well done. Well done. That was pretty good, Dakota. That was pretty good. Wow. Respect.
That's how you use that joke, right?
Yeah. What did you get me with the other day? You got me something the other day.
I don't know.
What was it? It was really good. I forgot. Anyways, let's get back to these markets. We got Euro close in about 18 minutes. Whoa. Selling coming in here. So I saw some selling coming in here in the ES down to 67.54. Same thing in Nasdaq.
I guess Trump pardoned CZ.
Saw that.
I'm gonna flatten a little bit early, and I'll get back into it if we find buyers. We failed to break through so far.
Interesting.
Still like the long.
There's your well, we get to the bottom end of the range here. So I just came in like that. Gold hanging out around session highs. 41 was just 41.65. Now it's 41.62.
Brad, you hold those QQQ puts, they're gonna call you.
Oh yeah. What's the joke there? What's the joke? Yeah, what's the joke there?
They've been calling. Maybe I haven't done it in fast markets. In the afternoon went slower, but I've been getting nonstop spam calls from Invesco QQQ.
I wonder what list you're on. I wonder what list.
Whenever you're short of them, they put you on a list to call. This guy's
short. They're teasing you every time it's up. No, I'm long some of it, just like in my portfolio, and they're having some sort of vote.
In the chat, Zach says, haven't seen Dolby in a while. How's he doing? Dolby was on Power Hour yesterday. He'll be on Power Hour again today. He's in the chat right there. Literally right here. I don't know. Yeah, well. We do have CPI tomorrow, so possibly market will be slow today. Yeah. Market's slow for right now. Obviously, see what happens at the Euro close and the bottom of the hour. 16 minutes at the Euro close. So right now, things could start to change as we get into that. Dakota right now along 4. Are you scratched?
I'm
flat.
I'm flat. Yep. Yeah. I am looking to get in longs here. I'll build a position. I'll start building a position if we do find some buyers stepping in.
All good, Hogue.
They're trying.
Definitely
All right,
will.
let's see. Get back in.
Oh yeah, Dolby. I played. You can do it again right now. It's very concerning.
What do you got?
This is the voicemail I got yesterday from the Q's or some call center.
Sales call. He's on the list.
No, it's just like
some scammers room.
Yeah. Just screaming children.
Oh, I thought we were gonna
It
hear
did the
actual
trick
sales
though.
call.
I voted. I said I'll do whatever you want. Just stop
Just
threatening
go
me.
away. Go away, please.
Am I going to die like in 24 hours now? Is that like a cursed message? Or more importantly,
no,
are
we
all
need
of
you.
you going to die? It is
We
near
need
the
you.
Halloween season.
We need you here, Jack. Don't go anywhere.
It's part of my contract. I'm not allowed to.
Well, that's all she wrote. Okay.
Michael has my power of attorney.
Oh boy. Incredible.
We're not seeing much here in this Nasdaq.
Well, ES might be looking a little heavy here. 67.52. Last 54 as they pop that thing right back up. Feeling heavy. Buyers held it there. Give another shot here. Take a look at the ES ladder, Jack. Darth Vader.
If we sell off, I think we could get back down to these lower 100s.
Feeling that too.
That's a little too obvious, right? I'm seeing 120s.
No, I'm feeling that too.
No, it would be super boring to get sucked back down to the 67.40s.
Maybe we see 25,000. Can we see 25,000 evens?
I know. I was worried about that.
With CPI tomorrow, I'm starting to think that might be the most probable outcome is for us to end up around that SPX 6700.
We traded in the New York session, Dakota. We did tick the 24,999s. That is 24,499. 499.
That's the bottom of the opening range, right?
Correct.
That's interesting.
We go get there. When we get there.
Well, if we break down
Oh,
through
you're
these
back?
140s, I like it.
Thumbs up, Hogue. Back. Got it?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, we're back. Good. Good. Yeah, CPI is tomorrow. Earnings after the bell. This could be an interesting one. Intel. I mean, they got to crush it. Right? They got
literally
Sam.
America's company.
Yeah, America's chip maker. I'm tuning for that one after the bell. At the buzzer. At the buzzer. Well, covers that. What we're talking about is U.S. government took a 10% stake, 15% stake in Intel.
10%, I believe.
Yeah, well,
They're learning to buy the dip.
They are they are incredible.
We're America's portfolio is like
Boeing,
long Intel, long the Argentine peso.
Yep.
Short the dollar.
I mean, hey, that is that coincides with Topstep TV tip of the week. I mean, or last week. Diversify your portfolio. That was last week. So diversify they are. It feels like it wants to tap lower here. We got a little push. Pop in Crude 61.49 last trade. Euro close in 11 minutes. Hogue failed upside auction. Might be a little late for that. ES, I would say.
Old Nasdaq, hold these 40s.
Tesla's
above 430 now.
It is, okay.
ES hasn't traded outside the initial balance. It's a normal trading day so far in the ES. We did try and hold above that IB high in the Nasdaq, and we've kind of given it up, but it's not a true failed upside auction.
What just came on the offer? Something just came on the offer in the ES.
Okay, I'm gonna try a long on the bottom of this range. Long from 155.
Okay. Go to your chart. Dakota, long from 155. See that. What would you be working? So is this a range trade? Is this essentially, or are you looking for a breakout?
Yeah,
To the
I'm looking
upside.
for this to return back to the top of this range, these 180s, 190s. I'll close a couple off and hopefully
Love
leave
it.
one on for the runner. If we do break this range, then I'm out. I'll be out at 128. And small size.
Sure.
Small size.
What just happened there? Dakota, when he came on, he was long from 166, looking for the breakout, right? Didn't get it, scratch that trade. Now has shifted gears, like we're talking about the tip of the week. This is a range trade, essentially taking. So shifting gears here in real time. Two
Yeah,
for subs,
if
two
I'm
for
wrong,
trade.
I'll be wrong being long today. Just say that.
At what price? What price would you be wrong, or where's your risk?
If we start breaking through these 40s, I'm just going to close it.
Okay.
Like we're doing now. It's just too heavy. There we go. I'm out. This thing could flush.
CES is gonna. Okay. Paper cut. Nice job. Euro close in 9 minutes. Again, pin to the top of the chat. We got those group coaching questions. Got the form. Get those questions in. Again, no one else is doing this out there. Topstep TV, only one bringing. We got JD, we got Hogue, we got Hoop. 150 years of trading experience combined. Family business for all three of them. Family, brothers, parents. Been doing this. Absolutely invaluable. Take advantage of that. That's 12:15 Central Time. Before that, we got Shoulder Tap with Jack and Ben. Another just fantastic resource. We're gonna get those
How
questions
much
in.
do we have to pay for that group coaching?
Zip zero. We'll bring it to you here. Get those questions in. Gold's getting jumpy. Gold getting a little jumpy. Gold might be pushing lower. 41.54. If we can meet those 50s, could see some more acceleration to the downside. Gold.
Which?
Yeah.
See, Hogue, is that what you're seeing there as well?
Yeah, I mean, it spent so much time right around that IB high. As a matter of fact, the IB high is the TPO point of control, 41.5790. That's how long it spent there, which when that happens, it just cuts you to ribbons. That's why I told everybody an hour and a half ago, be careful trading gold. You give it some time, let it find some direction. Now we've given up that initial balance high, and I could see it rotating lower. It's been very indecisive up here. It's still just trying to find some sort of direction.
All right, we flushed the Nasdaq down to 40 and found some buyers. So we didn't get any follow through. I'm back in my my longs from 56.
156. Some in the chat. We got 4050. I can't pronounce that. All of your name there. 450 in the chat says bull flag and gold. So they're seeing a bull flag. I could see that as well. We held those 54s back up to 41.59. Dakota's
Yeah, I'm adding here
156. Very good.
Yeah, I'm gonna build a position.
Adds price action. Pete asks, can Jack explain why selling at the ask is seen as bullish? Well, nothing's certain, but that would indicate that the buyer is more aggressive because they crossed the spread and did a market order.
Selling at the ask is I'm still selling at the ask is
well
buying
one person one person selling at the ask is another person's buying at the ask, so that's what makes it
it's like a
lifting
offers. Buy market.
Lifting offers. Yes, there's aggressive buying. We'll pop here in Crude now 61. Dolby signing off on this range trade. What are you up to now? Did you going with 2 there?
4 from 156.
4, and are you still trying to work the 80s to the upside?
Yeah. I'll get out of a little bit.
The range trade.
We get to those 80s, 90s.
Scaling in, scaling out. They're saying that is a DBA concept. Dakota, did you indeed
DBA concept?
Did you indeed come up with scaling in and scaling out in trading? That we can
no.
Oh, well.
No. I came up with nothing. But the internet loves to take credit for things they don't come up with, and
person.
just rename it. So
One person
I did it.
figured it out.
I'm doing that too.
One person really figured it out with some of those wild, just rebranded supply and demand.
Yeah. I should just say, I just came up with everything. Yeah.
I love it.
And man, 3-bar reversal.
Well, yeah, I mean, I love the idea of, especially for a fader like myself, love scaling and scaling out. Just got to call it in advance.
Yeah, that
bank
makes
shot.
more sense, right? Like, hey, my
Bank
plan is to build a position rather than, it's going against me. I'm gonna now build the position. I'm gonna add to this.
Big difference. No more on trades.
What is the difference between dollar cost averaging and adding to a loser?
Intention.
What is it? Intention?
Intention. I mean, like how I traded my entire professional career is that's how you would do it, right? We would call it, we talked earlier about defending, but we would call it like if you have X size you want to do, like how aggressive you want to start getting into it. Right. So, say a third of your size, you want to be aggressive, a third of it on the number, a third of it a little defense.
But what's
there's a thin line between accumulating an inventory in a zone and adding to a loser.
And that happens to big boys too. There was this
so-
one guy.
There's no difference.
There was this.
Just words.
You know,
Go ahead.
Not worried about making friends. Worried about those dollars. There was this one guy who I loved him as a person, but he would just for this being his full-time job would show up a little less frequently than most. And his favorite thing to do was if he came in and everyone was, because we were faders deep in the S and we could see each other on the P&L monitor. He would just come in and slap on the opposite position, like essentially puking our positions for us and basically just betting right against us and then just sit in the same room with us.
That's not the only shop that's done that.
It ain't about making friends, Andre.
I know. Yeah, it's called swiping your lean, stealing your lean. Yeah, it is. And eventually, you just can cannibalize your entire strategy, and the firm goes. Anyways, so
yeah,
That's a true friend.
Sometimes he would do it and just leave.
Yeah, Dean Costales. I see you, Dean Costales. I'm looking for you. Yeah, I said it. Drop Trade says adding no losers so you can pucker up and CYA no longer works. The difference is moving your stop loss. Intention, attachment to the trade. So these are the differences. Okay. Don't see any difference. All right. This you're close.
We didn't have a leaderboard for the office. The trading groups had their P&Ls. You could also, by request, if it was a mutual thing, you wanted someone else on their board and they wanted you on the board, they'd allow that as well. But mainly because we shared a P&L to some level throughout the group, it was important to know who had what on.
Okay,
All
to
right,
go to
I'm
long
in 8
4,
contracts.
long 8 now. Average price of
70.
170. All right, so you've scaled in. Scaling. What's the? How do you manage
Adding
scaling
some
up?
more.
Shit, in the breakout now.
We're going for this. Let's get it.
Okay, go from range to breakout here. Popping Dow. Dow just popped. What's your average price now?
72.
10 times.
Yep. 10
Sherman
times.
Williams must have released a new paint.
Dow. You gotta explain that one. Explain that one, Jack, because they're like, "What are you talking about?" Yeah, go. Okay, so the Dow Jones popped, or YM popped. So, Jack, what is that?
Sherwin Williams is famously one of the 30 companies that make up the Dow.
Jack ain't. That's an UNC. That's the UNC market. The Dow.
Yeah, they should just rebrand it instead of YM. It should just be UNC.
UNC.
I mean,
10
UNC
seconds. 10 seconds till 10 seconds till the London close. Again, pinned to the top of the chat. We have those group coaching questions. Get those in there. Will we get the breakout? Will we push higher here? Will this be on? It's just upticking. We are in range. This is the most.
I'm going to keep adding to this.
Okay.
What are you up to now?
Up to 14.
14.
16.
He's really. This is the
Five
one.
more.
Yeah, dude, I've seen you do this one too. Up to 16.
Oh, looking for the
Present
breakout.
winners.
Yeah, I've seen him do this one before. What's this?
18.
He's going for the 5% of daily volume, like that one guy.
Okay.
We're going for it.
James, he's jumping on. Andrew, he's jumping on. Okay, he's jumping on.
My risk hasn't really changed either.
Okay.
Because my stop loss is, I'm moving it up with it.
Okay.
For those who haven't been watching us for a long time, I once saw a trade report for this guy that traded like 35,000 MNQ in a day.
Yes.
Which would have been 5% of the daily volume in the live market.
20.
Yep, here we go. Popped it. How long you, Dakota? You long how many?
20.
Long 20. What's your average price?
80.
180. Long 20. Man, Dakota, I've seen you do this before. This is a hell of a trade.
I'm gonna take some profits up here in these lower 200s.
From
Popped
80
up to 08.
25,000. 180. 180. Okay. Playing the breakout here. We just popped some new highs. 25,205. ES, not so much. So right up against those highs. Session high 67, 66.
All right. $600 right there.
Damn, all flat?
Beautiful.
Flat.
Man, Dakota, that was a wild one, man. That was a different one. Playing the breakout, didn't get it. Went from a range trade to adding into a trade to a breakout that turned into a range trade, more or less. No?
That was quick.
Yep.
So it was. Yes, it was indeed. And seeing some rejection up to the 205s.
I got out basically 200, so that's what I was looking for. And
don't hold on. We got a special guest about to join us here. Give me a thumbs up when we're good to go back there. We can bring him in. Yep, he's ready to go. He's ready to go. If we're good to go, well, James, go to Hogue first.
James just gave the Dikembe Mutombo. No,
One second.
not so fast.
Yeah, I'm going to probably be stepping out here pretty quick to get for market recap prep.
Oh, yeah.
Great trade, Dakota. Great job, man. It was fun to watch.
Mm-hmm. Nice job. All right, Hogue. See you in a little bit.
Whenever we can do it.
Okay. Wow. One person exiting,
there he is.
Another person entering. That is how you spin plates. Behind the scenes, CEO and founder of Topstep.
What's up, guys?
Michael Bach.
What an honor.
MP.
Days in a row.
What up, Dakota? What up, Hoagland? Listen
What
to
up?
you guys this morning. Well, Dakota, you were on this morning. What, you cut in?
Okay.
You kick Jacob out?
Jacob.
Well,
Jacob usually his cutoff time is 10 a.m. Central because he takes one
Getting
trade,
ready
right?
to
He's
go
got a
on
setup.
on a cruise.
He also has
Oh,
a
yeah.
cruise to catch tomorrow. He's a one and done, Michael. He looks for a setup and gets a setup,
Sniper.
trade one and done, and doesn't trade for the rest of the day. So yeah.
Sniper like. Speaking of one and done, I need help on a survivor pool, Dre. At some point here.
Yeah.
40
Chauncey Billups.
We can source.
Didn't he get it? Didn't he? He's unavailable as of today.
It appears so.
Yeah,
Might be in
they were
jail.
saying
he might be in jail for a bit.
Did you see what they got him for?
What?
They were luring like suckers in we talk about this. They're luring suckers into have a chance to play with Chauncey Billups, play poker with Chauncey Billups, and the games were rigged. Games were rigged.
I mean, come on, man. There's got to be better ways to make money.
Yeah. Well, I know. What is up, Michael?
I'm down to number 9. I'm 9 of 42 guys in this survivor pool. I'm really excited.
1,000 lot upside ES. Okay, talk to us, Michael. Michael needs your help, everybody. This is the
I say you the do I go Patriots or do I go Atlanta this weekend? Or do you guys have let me pop up chat so I can see it over here.
Survivor pool, here we go.
You guys have so I win $420,000 if I win. $420,000.
Saying this, Michael. Should you be saying?
Michael, have you already used?
What kind of survivor pool are you in? I want.
Listen, ask
42 guys, 10 grand a pop. One guy goes to me, he's like, "You want to be in a survivor pool?" I'm like, "Sure." He sends me, and I'm on an email list with all the other guys. What am I gonna do? Like back out?
Saying it's a
have you already used the Ravens?
That's what I was telling him.
I've already used the Ravens.
That's what I was telling him.
Hold on.
Let me check.
They've only won one game, so you can't have used them except that 1 week.
Home team's coming off a bye week. Is
Green Bay.
Jackson's back. Hey,
I'm
I'm a
not
big Bears
used the
fan,
Ravens.
but I don't like it.
Chad,
I'd look at that one.
Chad, help him out, Michael. But Talk is in here joining us.
Oh, that's a great call versus the Bears. God, I can't do that though. It's the Bears.
Anyone versus the Bears.
God,
Who's playing
We've
the
won
Jets?
4 in a row. We've won 4 in a row.
Ravens is a good. Isn't Lamar? Isn't that their quarterback, Jackson?
Yeah,
he's
think
back.
He's
You
supposed
see
to
how
be
high
back
he was?
Also,
See how high he was? That video of him ordering a bunch of food.
no.
Yeah, I did.
Will
Michael
Stone.
coming in hot. Absolutely loves. Yes,
Got
he
caught
was.
up.
He was lifted. He was definitely indeed lifted. Michael, we
yeah.
got get group coaching questions pinned to the top of the chat. Yeah, if we got that, let's please run
Washington.
that.
I'm not. Bengals. No, I'm not going Bengals. Atlanta.
If they're playing the Jets, though, you'd still be in the Survivor if you just took whoever's playing the Jets.
Yeah, but the Bengals.
Hey, Putin headline here. Putin on meeting with Trump. A summit needs to be prepared. Putin, Budapest was proposed by the U.S. Putin continued to come out here. Russia wants to continue dialogue. We are selling off right now. It is most likely that Trump meant that the summit is postponed. Putin never takes headlines. New sanctions won't affect the Russian economy. Since when does Putin do this?
Is he on Twitter?
I don't know. I don't know where his
Telegram.
messaging. Yeah. Okay. Putin just hitting the wire right here, right now on TopstepTV. Little bit of selling in the ES. Nothing really pushing to the downside here. Michael, any trades yet? Any?
Yeah, I'm down $780 because I was trading from my bed. Don't do that.
Listen,
my phone drops. My phone I only have Wi-Fi where I live, and it drops every now and then. My phone drops from it. I don't know, but it did halfway through the trade. And I usually use my OCOs or position brackets, whichever one you choose, which are both great. And I did not have a stop in, but by the time I got back up, it was. Long story short, it was the position I did like because I was long. S&P's at 6741.
That's Jack's level. That's Jack's level.
I was listening to you, Jack. What time did I fill that? This morning. Whatever time the trade 6741, and then it rallied back up to where we were.
More from Putin here. New sanctions won't affect the Russian economy. More from Putin. Russia's contribution to the global energy balance is very significant. What's oil doing right now? Little push higher here. Putin not really moving the markets just yet. Stay tuned. This was not on the schedule. And Vladimir Putin, this is rare. You don't see this a lot from him. Same with Xi from China when they just go straight to headlines like this. Well, everything's pretty good.
6743, 43 half. I got long 9 lots in the S&P, 369. And then scratched 3 of them, then 4175s because it flushed, and it came back up, and I wanted to peel some off, and then it rallied the entire time.
See those stuff? Did you see those 1,000 lots? I don't know if you saw those 1,000 lots on the.
I wasn't looking at the dome at that time. No,
Oh,
or
gotcha.
the
ladder.
From the
Now you're gonna feel dome dom. All right,
From
we got
the
about 15. All right, markets aren't doing
68 handle, you said, MP?
Oh, you're setting them up.
67
Setting you up, man.
43 even. 674. Yes, it's that sell off right there at 820. It was a great trade, but it wasn't. It was long. 67 43s.
Go to setting up. All right, Michael. Well, all right. We'll keep an eye on these headlines. Nothing seems to be really rocking right now. Again, we'll keep an eye on something. Putin is hitting the wires, but it's talking about energy and the sanctions won't affect. Michael, what is on your mind? What do you have on your mind as you come
I just
in
need
here
you guys' help
today?
by Survivor Pool. That's really about
All right.
it.
All right, Michael. Let's see if we can get this going. Here we go. I will forward that on.
Okay, hold on. Do a poll because I'm gonna give you I heard the Ravens, I heard the Falcons,
okay,
I heard the Patriots, and anybody
So,
against the
B,
Jets.
Show this.
Could be Bengals.
If you want to do this like
if you
an algorithmic system, we could tie this back into trading.
Oh, great.
Just go down the lines, sort them biggest line to smallest, and take the biggest line of the team that you haven't picked yet. Would be the taking the gut out of it.
You don't have to, it's just win or lose, right? You don't include the spread.
Yeah, I can't
Right.
pick the teams I picked in the past. And so
they
a
show
lot
the
of the
whole
guys
grid?
that are down to the 9 guys left are kind of the same. They took the same path to where I'm at.
Can I
Now
show
they
the
got-
grid
so-
too of all the other players or no?
Yeah, I shared it with you.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you taken the Bills?
I will.
I have taken the Bills
There we
third
go.
week. Yeah.
You've taken the
Very
Eagles.
first- No.
This is hilarious.
Who?
I love this. I will be passing this along. This is what they've all used here. Amazing.
Let's see.
Have you
Yeah.
taken the Colts?
Yeah.
I have taken the Colts.
Oh, I was gonna say that's a 14.5 point line. That's
Okay. Do not show. Do
That's the
not
play.
show that. We cannot show that. Thank you.
I'm not going to show
Show
it.
what?
No,
But
thank you,
it looks like Atlanta or New England's your best pick. So your instincts were right. Actually, you've taken the Chiefs.
I've taken the Chiefs. Yeah.
Yeah, we took the Chiefs. We, Michael.
Taking
We.
Green Bay.
We.
Dre
Yeah.
helped me out on that one.
We.
Okay, so put it out there in the poll.
All right. Who should we take? There's a schedule. You can post a schedule.
I'm gonna fade it.
This is hilarious. Absolutely incredible. Well, markets are in a bit of a lull right now. So okay. What do you want the poll to be? Which team to take? Ravens. Who else do you want on there? Broncos.
Hold on. Yeah, we're
Packers.
checking. Patriots, Falcons, Ravens, Bengals.
There you go.
Who dey?
Patriots, Ravens, Broncos. What was the other
Green
one?
Bay. We're going against Aaron
I
Rodgers.
already picked them. That was
Bengals. Great job. This it is a all hands on deck when Michael comes on here. Great to see him. It looks like he is dressed, getting ready for the winter. Is the snow sticking yet on the mountains, Michael? Are you getting ready
Yes,
for
it
ski
is.
season?
It is. I saw it on the way in, and I was thinking, oh, it's starting to hold up on top. It wasn't holding on top because we had gotten some snow a couple weeks ago. All kind of melted up on top.
What did he say?
And now
What
it
did
is
he say?
holding, which means overnight it is staying below freezing.
Good. All right, we got Putin talking escalation here. Stakes deep into Russia will be an escalation. Russia's reply will be serious. This is coming from Putin right now. They were just buddies in Alaska. Now we are talking right now.
Dump it.
Russia and the U.S. have many areas for cooperation, but we are talking retaliation now from Putin. Russia's reply will be serious. Selling off here in the Nasdaq. Nasdaq selling off now about I call it about 80 points or so, trading 25,133. And these markets are just tired. These markets are just tired. They can't really follow through. I mean, yesterday we're down 150 points. The Nasdaq.
Can we see 25,000?
These markets are just exhausted. They've gone 12 rounds.
67, 35.
All right.
That's
Poll is
what we pick from on who wins, who we want to win.
My poll
And
is
if you win, we
up.
all get a commission, right?
We better.
I'll be really happy, so I'm going to work on something. I like to give away things. I like to give away things when I'm really happy. It makes me feel good.
'Cause I'm happy.
And then when I'm really upset, actually, I
watch
do
out.
that as well. When I'm really upset, I tip extremely well. Extremely well. Because it's usually I'm really upset after a trading day.
That's a pit thing. That's a floor. That's a
It's
floor
pit
trader thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know where it came
All
from, the trader thing, but like if you had a bad day, you just like try to make somebody
Spend
else's
money.
day better.
I ate a Topo Gigio yesterday, Michael. Ooh-wee. Okay.
Conchiglia. Did you get the conchiglia alla
No,
sana?
spaghetti meatballs. Anyways, this is getting too local. All right. Well, we were talking about. We got 10 minutes. Markets. We thought there's gonna be follow through. These markets are very exhausted. Gold didn't move there. Oil didn't move really. Nasdaq sold off about 50 points, and they're trying to buy it back up. ES sold off about 7-8 points, and no follow through just yet. We'll see what happens here as this continues. Again, Putin hitting the headlines. But we were talking about that story, James. If we can run that clip, I would like to bring that in. Those that are asking, what are you talking about with the Chauncey Billups thing? Chauncey Billups was a professional basketball player here in the States, pretty well known basketball player, nicknamed Mr. Big Shot. Mr. Big Shot was his nickname, and then became a head coach in the NBA, is now in some very, very hot water. Bring this in, just get caught up on the story. Check this out. This is wild.
The defendants in this case orchestrated a scheme to use wireless cheating technology to run rigged poker games across the United States, including in the Hamptons, Las Vegas, Miami, and Manhattan. The scheme targeted victims known as, quote, fish, who were often lured to participate in these rigged games by the chance to play alongside former professional athletes who were known as, quote, face cards. But my message to the defendants who've been rounded up today is this. Your winning streak has ended. Your luck has run out. Violating the law is a losing proposition, and you can bet on that.
Wow, nice.
Yeah, let's go.
How much?
Who is that guy?
How
That
much
guy-
did Cash Patel get taken for? That's what I want to know.
Yo, that guy nailed it. Fish, face card.
Just
luck is over. That was fantastic. So yeah, they're a lot
Tomahawk
of trouble.
dunked it on him. The end.
Michael, when that gentleman was going over all the cities, I thought it was Miami, Manhattan, Hamptons. I thought Aspen was gonna slide right in there.
We don't really get together. I've only gotten together for one poker game, and it was $50 each.
There you go. Couch change. All right, Michael. Poll results
But
are
they go
back.
big on survivor pools here, and that's the one. So what do we get? What is it at?
Okay, 31% is pretty even, but 31% saying Patriots, 31% Patriots, 24% Ravens, 23% Falcons, 22% Bengals, but 31% are going with the Patriots, Michael.
Well, that's what I have penciled in right now.
All right, there you go. There we go. Yes. Flat. Again, don't be a face card. Don't be a fish. Don't be a fish.
Don't be a fish.
That's the moral of the story. Michael, one trade, cut your losses. Jacob on here, one trade, winner. How's the trading week been going, Michael? Trade earlier this week?
Not good.
Yeah.
What's that?
Were you trading
No,
earlier
not
this
good.
week? Not good.
Uh-uh.
Yeah, these markets are wild.
No, you mean the AWS outage that cost?
Yeah, that's right. That was the
I
beginning of this
don't
week.
even know.
Shoot, forgot about. Yeah, it's been a hell of a week. Wow.
And yeah, we're
Well-
doing tons of things that are going to make it so if there's redundancy across the world. I mean, you look back, you're like, well, why we were there in spots, but then like their spots. Long story short, even all the admin controls, all the things that watch all of our kind of every behavior that happens from our end to your end to the data feeds that we get and everything, make sure everything's always all accurate. Everything's indicative of a live market fill, all that kind of stuff. None of that was working. It was, yeah. Thank God the live traders weren't, nobody got hurt there. We tried to take care of the best we could on any XFA positive balance, folks.
Email
we need to be
yesterday.
faster. We need to be faster about getting out there and deactivating the entire community if the data set is not accurate. We evaluate traders on a SIM account. SIM is SIM data. SIM is not live, real orders. That is what happens. We get pulled up, especially at Topstep, to a prop. You trade live, real capital. Till then, it's your trading, and then the market's price action. Order matching there is simulated. It's not even real. And then there's pockets of bad data. There's this and that. People are up a bazillion dollars, you know. So we had to avoid everything. So we're gonna be better at. I think they're calling. I don't know what they're calling it. It's like something about like capturing every moment and every second. So whenever that time is, then we'll do it. But guys, we're always gonna have some issue from here going forward ever. I just want to get that out there. There will always be. There always has been in trading electronically. There just always has been. Now, it should be very, very far apart, but the AWS one got dropped in our lap. Now we know what to do with it. Our folks over at Project X are working on making things better over there. For the last time we own Topstep or Project X, we've been a partner of them for a long time. And they're building incredible stuff over there, and they got an incredible team. So it's great to see like everybody band together. People were up till like 3 a.m., 4 a.m. I just kept hearing all this like, hey, the team's been up, and you see the team, and I sat in some of the meetings. I'm not really in the day-to-day, guys, but the buck will stop with me. So I jumped into some of those meetings because it was such an impactful day, and man, people were looking like they've been up for 24, 48 hours by Tuesday. So
financial markets.
Thank you, Bezos, for having such ironclad agreements that we could never get the millions of dollars that were sent out and given out
there's the number
on Monday due to your Virginia factory going down or whatever it was.
Michael, yes, that did happen. With that being said, though, emails went out to our traders, a free reset for each of your active accounts, 40% off your next trading combine. That did go out. That was received quite well. This was AWS. This wasn't Topstep. So third party. This sign of goodwill. A nice gesture. Say so.
Well, MP,
Yeah.
the head engineer of Amazon AWS lives on a custom yacht. That's good.
The head of and what? Who?
The top engineer at Amazon lives on a custom yacht.
Okay,
that is his home.
They should be suable.
All right,
because we're one of a lot of companies. I don't know. Maybe there's nothing. Maybe you sign an agreement and says, "Hey, you were going to host your stuff in a cloud, and that cloud could disappear." Okay, I don't know. I don't know all that. I'm not a part of the what's it called? The vendor management channel in Slack that manages every vendor we have, every agreement we have. We have legal team in there that looks at everything. And I will not be in that channel at all, even though I signed a lot of it. I trust. So, yeah, no, it is what it is. I'm sorry. I know you hate that line.
Oh, come on, man. Come on,
Great.
man.
So, I don't know. Woke up Monday morning. It is what it is. Like the outage was out. What do you do? We had all of our engineers, Dre. Everybody's sitting there. Okay, when it all comes back online and it all gets here, and then we're gonna start making sure everything's back to normal. And I was having ins and outs and all that kind of stuff. But the great thing about all
we got 1,000 ES 6765 offered 1,000 times on the ladder. Using my level 2 data on the Topstep X level 2 data, you can see that 1,000 lot about 5 points higher on the ES ladder. Sorry, go ahead, Michael. We got a couple more seconds here on Fast Markets. Thanks for jumping in. But you were saying, Michael, go ahead. You're getting behind the scenes here. Folks.
No. It's a learning lesson for us. Hopefully we met everybody as good as we could. We could not get your balance back to exactly what it was. So for anybody in the sim environment, that was so that's why the XFAs came about. Some people got 5 XFAs free on top of the 5 they already had.
They were pumped.
I mean,
Yeah,
so
really?
I told you the buck stops with me, guys. I love the Topstep trading community, Topstep trader community. And there's like, you have to make decisions. I'm like, just we can't. I go, you can't get the balances back. They're like, no, we can't get the balances back. We're going to be, some of the data's compromised. People are up $1 bazillion. People are down. So I go, okay, everybody who lost, just that day's gone. So, thumbs up to everybody who had a losing day in their XFA. You didn't have a losing day in your XFA. Okay. And what do we do for that? So we're like, give them an XFA. For any account that was positive, just give them one. So then we did that. Well, some people have like 10 accounts right now that they can copy trade in. So it kind of went past our 5. So this is another thing that we didn't totally, but that was our gift. It was a very fair gift, I would say, considering the outage was completely out of our hands. But we are learning, and you can be like, "Oh, Ninja Trader and TraderVate didn't go down." No. Don't go trade on it. I don't give a shit. Like, this is a better platform. Project X is 100% better platform.
Tell them, Mike.
And we're very, very, very new. We're very, very new. And the other things out there, they're older and they're lame. This is a great platform.
I love you, man.
I'm extremely biased.
I miss you so much, man. We miss you. The people miss you.
I traded on every single platform out there, and this is the one that I'm like, can we build this? Can we build? And there's a ton of roadmap that's getting laid down because they're having a bunch of engineers come on and all that kind of good stuff to build it out. And it's going to get cooler and cooler. Like, it's going to have a facelift.
That was not filled.
What?
That 1,000 lot was filled. Sorry to get away, Michael, but that 1,000 lot was filled on the ass. Go ahead. Facelift. Best platform ever. Michael, we were trading that archaic T4 for 20 years, man. Of course, everything's better now. Everything's better than that.
It goes back to T4. Like, I love Bill Cunningham. He was Cunningham Commodities who created that T4. That's very archaic. I actually really enjoyed that one. Then I go to like Ninja. Then I went to TraderVate. Then I went to saw Sierra. Then I saw Quant Tower. I thought was good. But that there was just like a combination of a lot of platforms. Dude, guys, we had 15 platforms for 15 years, and it doesn't make sense. In Hoke too, by the way, Rusty, in Hoke. And we went down to the best one. It pays out the most. I had the stats too. I don't know.
80%.
Remember the stats we had when we went to when we
77%.
announced the thing?
77%.
What's that?
It's like 77% we're taking payouts.
Yeah. And then the payouts were bigger. And you're like, well, why? If we wanted to choose a platform that we would go all in on just one of them, then we would have said, if we didn't care about the trading community, the whole point about the story is like, I care. I'm a trader with you guys, so I'm going to be here with you guys. I care about the community. Got to manage a business at the same time. Got to manage the traders at the same time. The expectations, internal team, external team. So there's a lot of moving parts here, but I think we do a pretty good job of it. And we're hitching our wagon to Project X team. And those guys are going to run with it. We got an investment in those guys, and they're going to beat every platform out there. I know the roadmap. I already know what they're doing. These guys are studs that they picked up. All that I'm really excited about, so I'm trying to get you excited about it because that's all going to be showing up. Like right now, what you're seeing is version, look at the bottom left corner of your platform, version 1.2219. Version 1.2219. Is that what you guys are on? That's what I'm on.
Yeah.
That will be, that versions are going to go they're going to go a lot quicker, and they're going to get a lot, instead of 1.2219, maybe it's 1.5. Maybe it's 2, version 2. Maybe it's 2.2 instead of going that far deep. I don't know. I don't know how they do it.
I missed you. People missed you, Mike. Michael Patag, CEO and founder, back on TopstepTV. The chat comes alive. The numbers go up. Absolutely feeling it. Michael Patag, we gotta wrap this up because we got morning recap coming up with Hogue after this. Then we got Trey with Topstep. We got Yusuf. We got JD locking it down. We got that White House press conference coming up at noon Central. That being said, will we get to all-time highs? Markets are a bit of a holding pattern. That will not last. This is TopstepTV. Let's go. The CEO and founder is back. Come on.
One of my favorite new features in the Topstep dashboard is the real-time trade report processing. Traders no longer have to wait until the end of the trading day to be able to check their progress across their accounts. In addition to that, if you pass your trading combine, you can activate your express funded account instantly, giving you the freedom and control to decide when you are ready to take the next step in your journey with us. I think that is really cool.
With our new profile management system, you can easily update your personal information and your account preferences so that everything runs smoothly on Topstep X, and we will call you the right name when you end up on the big board, perhaps.
All right, it is time for the morning recap, and what an exciting morning it is and was so far. Always a blast to have Michael Patak, the CEO of Topstep, on the program. Always exciting. You never know what's going to happen. And as always, we're going to take a look at the trades that we were taking for the house account, the opening range trades this morning, and the trades that were taken by our on-air traders. And we'll start with gold. Gold in a holding pattern right now, really just hanging around that IB high. We did take the 1 minute opening range trade short to micro gold 4117 20 4117 20. Little typo there. The 5 minute would have had us long. The 5 minute would have had us long. But hey, you voted for the one. We took the one. We lost about $100 on that. No big deal. Market continuing to push to the upside, still now holding above that initial balance high. This is a really tough opportunity. It's a tough trade when the market gets stuck to the IB high or the IB low, particularly in gold for some reason. It seems to really get traders chopped up. And we talked about the fact that you really want to be patient when this happens. Hopefully you have been patient. You haven't been chopped up. I think it was about 9 o'clock. I said, all right, now we're just going to go hands off on gold for the time being until there is some sort of direction chosen. And I still don't see that we have that direction chosen just yet. What we are working on trying to get through to the upside, to me, is these single prints from the double distribution day on Friday. We saw the night before last that was resistance. It is showing a lot of resistance now, but if these buyers can remain in the marketplace, we can certainly push through those, and we can see, as we talked about on the opening call, possibly a move up to that 200 session moving average, 42.1230. I know a lot of folks are always looking for those all-time highs. I think it's going to be a little while before we get back to those all-time highs, traders. Let's take a look at the opening range trade in crude oil this morning. So we had that opening range trade on all day yesterday. Here it is, and just a very small range. Finally, we did see some price action moving to the upside. We did participate within this to some degree, so we were able to take advantage of some of that move. But if we were able to just hold that overnight, we would have had a real nice trade. Unfortunately, we don't take trades overnight. Not unfortunately, we're day traders. We're not going to be taking trades like that for a long period of time. So let's take a look at the opening range trade here. Let's get this out of the way. Let's move that. All right. So opening range trade broke to the upside. We did see that 1 minute bar close. We got long 2 MCL 61.86. It was looking pretty good. We were holding that weekly kickoff high up there at least for a little while, and then finally something else happened. in the market, ripped through our stop, losing about $93. So the opening range trades costing the house about $193, really just a shaving nick. Now the market continuing to rotate, possible failed upside auction or continuation above this initial balance high. Again, 62.12, the initial balance high in crude oil. No trades taken in the S&Ps, but we're going to take a look at this for the context of what we've been doing here. So this is the 30-minute chart. This is yesterday's range. We opened basically right at settlement, settlement 67.37 in the S&Ps. Didn't leave the opening range at the low of the session, but we did drive higher. We are inside the initial balance the entire day today so far. We're also largely inside value from yesterday as well. So no major changes, probably looking for better trade locations as the day goes on. Might have been a good idea for our traders when we do open in range and in value. Now let's take a look at the Nasdaq. We had Jacob on, who takes basically one trade a day, and he did take a very nice trade. And again, let's look at the context where we're at here. All right. So again, opening in range, in value, basically right near settlement in the Nasdaq. Pushing higher. We've traded at and around and now above the initial balance high, looking like we are going to see some range extension. One of the things that we were looking at up at this area was the value area high from yesterday, which is approximately 25,192. And now we're kind of rejecting the initial balance high as well as rejecting value high from yesterday. So we could see this market continue to push to the upside. Let's take a look at the 5-minute chart here. So we'll take a look at Jacob's trade. Again, Jacob, very patient trader, doesn't trade for about the first half hour, 45 minutes. And about 9:25, Jacob got long 1 NQ, 25,147. Didn't really take a whole lot of heat on that trade. It was a very, very nice trade. Just took the ride and took about 10 minutes, maybe 15 minutes. Took a profit up at 25,185 for a profit of $667 on one Nasdaq. Very nice job. Then Dakota came in. He was looking for longs. He got along a couple of times and took some small losses on those, but finally got his teeth into something and was adding to it very quickly as price was going in his direction. He started with 2 contracts down here at 25,180. 25,180. 225 at 1. Oh, no, actually, I think it was around 25,156. 156. He built 20 contracts, 2 at a time, to an average price of 25,180, and was looking for a push back above the initial balance high. Ended up taking all of those out at 25,194 for a $600 win on 20 micros. It was really fun to watch as price could continue to go his way. He kept saying buyers add to buyers, winners add to buyers, winners add to winners, winners add to winners, winners add to winners. Built up to 20 contracts and got out at a really, really good price before things kind of turned back around. So some really good trading from our traders today on Topstep TV on fast markets. 0 for 2, unfortunately, for the house count, but we know that those are low probability trades. When you catch one, you can really catch a nice trade. Anyways, that's it. Let's take a look at our quotable quote. All right. From one of the old ones, Pythagoras. In anger, we should refrain from both speech and action. This lends a lot to when I tell people to remain centered in their trading. If you are angry, if there is something bothering you, if you are mad at the markets, mad at yourself, mad at the dog, mad at anything, it's better to wait until you can let that go. I call it keeping venom in your veins when you're holding on to anger, and you're better off waiting until you can let that venom go, get it out of your bloodstream so you can think clearly and make good trading decisions. Anger ruins everything for you and does nothing to anybody else. So don't trade angry. Don't trade angry. All right, that's it for the morning recap. We've got Yusuf coming up here. We're trading with Topstep. We're going to have Yusuf on here. He's trading 2 express funded accounts and is working on building up that account. Jab, 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 jab. And we're looking forward to seeing Yusuf on Trade with Topstep. This is Topstep TV. Let's go get it.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to Topstep TV and to Trade with Topstep. I'm Jay. To the far right, we got JD, and in the middle, Yusuf is back. Yusuf, how you feeling today?
Doing good, doing good. Feel like I got a good read on the market, but guys, reading it and executing are two different things. So we'll talk about that as the show goes on.
Yes, we will. JD, how's it going over there? Saw you during the opening call,
Excellent.
a little bit during fast markets. How you feeling, JD?
Feeling good. Ready to get back into it. First time sharing the stage with Yusuf. Looking forward to it. Let's talk some markets and maybe get into some trades. I'm ready.
Let's talk some markets real quick on prices here. 67 and a half in the S&P. We do have a 1300 lot, 67.71 above the high of the day. We've been seeing a couple of big orders in the markets. Market has been trading them. A lot of them on the offer. Has been trading through them. Again, 1300 lot at 67.71 in the S&P. In the Nasdaq, there is 500 contracts offered at 25,240. Last trade in the Nasdaq here, 25,211. We did see some size fill at 25 115s earlier today in the Nasdaq, so just watch out for that size in the markets. Gold last trade 41.5780. 65% long tilt in the Nasdaq, 67% long in the S&P. Crude oil 61% long, and the gold market pretty much flat here. Yusuf, you said you got a pretty good read on the markets. Anything that you're seeing right now to potentially take an opportunity? How are you seeing these markets today?
Yeah, well, right now is kind of not a very good time to trade. This is lunch hour during New York, so I just kind of see it probably possibly zombie rallying until I believe Trump is set to talk at 2 o'clock today. So
Correct.
I've noticed that the market, when there's no news, typically likes to grind up. Because I mean, just as we know historically, this stocks go up. and
Equities meant to go up, right?
True. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
equities are meant to go up. So, but I will tell you, in the morning, it was setting up. It was very choppy this morning, but every move made sense. It didn't just happen out of thin air. They're all just shuffling. The positions were getting put, and I think we're on the long side for now, at least until 2 p.m. Central Time. I foreshadow is going up.
Good stuff. We are trading 25 220s here. Every guest I think that we've had on air so far, JD, has been bullish the markets. We saw Jacob looking for longs. Dakota came in, took some longs. He said, you know what, if I'm going to lose money today, it's going to be to the long side. And
Yep.
that's the trend so far for the day. I'm looking at a New York session VWAP at 25 144. We've come down, held it as support a couple of times here, but every time it looks like sellers might start something, buyers step in and buy it right back up. Again, there is some orders
Mhm.
sitting here, 25 240s in the Nasdaq. Yusuf, it's funny you said this is usually not a good time to trade. It's pretty slow. I'm on air during this segment every day now, and it's usually not a time that I look to trade as well. Like if I'm just personally trading at home, this is the time where I go out, I get lunch, I go do something else. What we've been seeing recently is this is the hour that the news comes out, uh,
Yep.
where a random headline might drop. We always talk about it. We say, keep one eye on the ditch. We're talking, to the trader on air saying, hey, how's your day going? And then all of a sudden we get a headline. So we will watch out for those. We had one yesterday with Alfie on air, JD. So we'll always watch out. But I like that, be patient until the market tells you it's time to do something.
Was it the
It's the
tariff
truth. This
news
is a very
yesterday, or was it the sanctions?
What did we have
yesterday?
yesterday?
Was tariff news. Yesterday was tariff news, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Sanctions came overnight. Russia oil sanctions. But yeah, we have seen quite a bit of volatility in this hour throughout the week. Headline risk is on right now. Everybody's looking at the news for a catalyst to move these markets, and these
Speaking
headlines
of,
just
look at
pop up
gold.
out of nowhere. Gold ripping. Let's pull it up.
Gold is
Stomping.
selling off right now. 41.50s last trade in gold. I am looking for headlines. We're not seeing anything yet. We did know that President Putin was speaking about an hour ago, but gold just selling off here. Yusuf, you only trade the Nasdaq, right?
Yeah, I do
Micro
only
Nasdaq?
trade the Nasdaq. Yeah, and
Gotcha.
I would like to show kind of the position we took this morning. So
Oh yeah, let's talk
I was
through it.
watching Jacob. I was watching Jacob this morning, and I did fade Jacob. And I was looking for a short. So I believe I've told you guys before. I use the Fibonacci, and I like to use this golden pocket. Now my overall bias
Mhm.
was long, but the market is all about timing. So I like to know. I like to see that. I always know if it's gonna hit a price, but the problem is knowing when. All right, it's all about timing in this market. So one thing that happened to me is I got in
Right.
short right here at 25,162. I believe I was in at 25,160, and I got in, and we got a few points, and I did my take out half the position, so I have a free trade scenario. And that wick right here, where the Nasdaq likes to make its little comeback, came and wicked me out and went on without me, with my target being that 119.25 right here for that candle at 849. I
Okay.
knew that was gonna want to create a wick there to try to fix that imbalance. And I had a second TP at that 90, but I didn't even get to fulfill that trade all the way. And this was the halfway point, so I knew it was gonna. I don't want to say I knew, but it was highly probable that it was going to bounce right there at that halfway point.
Gotcha. And that was your target for the out. You think this is just a case of where your stop was just a little bit too tight?
Yeah, the stop was too tight. And again, I like to do a lot of self-reflecting, so let's be honest. I may have position size too much. So it actually,
Okay.
that's why I had to have my stop loss so tight.
Got you. Okay. What position size were you in? I know you normally trade a couple micros, but what were we in
Yeah, so
today?
I went in, I went in with 10 micros, thinking, okay, um, I had this A plus setup, which if when you look at it in hindsight now, it was exactly what I needed it to do. And so after I made that first move initially, I was super confident. I had another 10, so I had full position. I had a full position, 20 micros in there, and then like I told you, I took out 10 immediately after 15 points. And yeah, it was just I just couldn't handle that risk. It was too much. I shouldn't have gone that much, to be honest.
Gotcha. That's how they get us, right? You think you see an A plus setup, but position sizing is key. That A plus setup
Yeah.
could turn into a loser just because we over leverage in the trade. Seeing a little bit of selling here in the equities. I see the chat talking about the S&P is back inside the initial balance. Initial balance high 67.66. We do still have that 1,300 contracts offered up there, 67.71. The Nasdaq right now is holding above the initial balance high. Still trading above 25,200, 25,210 in the Nasdaq. No real tilt to talk about here. Tilt pretty much 50-50 across the board. JD, position sizing. It's one of the things that we've seen you adjust recently in the house account trades. Any advice you can give Yusuf on position sizing when it comes down to, hey, I have a high quality setup that I see here, but got to take the right
Yeah,
position
it's all
size.
about your appetite for risk too. Are you setting a standard amount you want to risk on every trade? Something along those lines. When we're taking these opening range trades, I don't like to take more than $250 worth of risk on these trades. They're low probability setups, but when you hit one, it's usually going to be a home run. That being said, you're going to take a lot more losses than winners, so I don't like to take a whole lot of loss. I like to keep my stops wide enough where we're not getting out until the trade is actually invalidated. So you have to size your position accordingly. We've been scaling down to these opening ranges in gold have been so wide the last couple of weeks. Earlier this week, we had a $16 wide opening range in gold.
Right.
It was 160 ticks. We were taking close to $300 worth of risk on 2 micro contracts, which was a lot. And that's why we're scaling down on size. So we're able to expand our risk parameters, not risking a whole lot, and possibly catching a nice runner. So that's where I think position sizing is important. It's all about your downside risk. That's it.
Sure. For sure. Yusuf, what would you be looking at now? I know you said you normally don't trade during this time. We're here sitting at our charts. Is there anything that you start prepping for the next trading day? Are you looking for any levels specifically that you have on your charts?
So I'm definitely not totally against taking a trade. I don't mind taking a trade.
Okay.
I don't expect a trade to formulate as well. So if a setup
Gotcha.
happens, I'm gonna take the setup.
Mm-hmm.
Like right
All
here,
right.
if I'm gonna be honest, if you see right here, so there was a swing high at 10:31 at 25,209, and I used the swing low at 9:21 Eastern time of 25,083. And when we had that little dump, if you notice, it hit 25 119.5 right around that golden pocket to go long, and that was honestly another setup, and I didn't take it because I want to go get prepared for this show. So, and I just saw it again after the fact, right?
Got you.
But this was an easy
Okay.
this was an easy find, easy look, easy profit target. I mean, you could have easily just shot for 195. If you would have went in with 5 micros and allowed the whole thing to develop, that would have been an easy 80 points.
So now at this point, do you wait for another swing low?
Yeah,
Do you
so right
wait for the market
now,
to make another low to anchor fibs to?
well, so right now this would be where the low would be for that scenario for the strategy. So if this were to continue to sell off and get into about 25 160, I would be looking to
Okay.
take a long here.
Got you. 25
And this
160.
this allows to define the risk, so I can enter in at that 25 160 and then have my stop loss at the 200 EMA, probably right up underneath that at 45. Have a 20-point stop, shooting for the high of the day at 220. That's a very solid risk to reward ratio. I think right there, if looking at it, is.
You have no interest in getting short into that zone, though, right?
Not right now. My
since we're
shorts from the
hovering around
morning haven't.
Yeah.
What do you see though, JD?
Oh, it's just got that look. If you're targeting that zone, we're also in a position for a nice cheap short going into that zone. We know what our risk is. Our risk is new highs on a trade right here.
You know
But
that I say
it's
that to
kinda running away
myself
from us.
every day. Why don't
Yeah.
I take both sides of the trade? But I stick with some of that Dolby said one time on air. And he said if you're gonna trade a range, stick to one side of the range, and that way you don't get confused, because your mind will start
Trying to catch every
messing with the
tick.
buy and sell button. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do get that. Where we are rejecting right
I get
now,
his point.
25 225 is where we're rejecting right now, is kind of where we started the sell-off yesterday. We got right back up to these prices. If you look at the New York session from yesterday, when we started that aggressive sell-off right around 9:30, 9:20 Central Time, we just came back up to those prices, seeing a little bit of a rejection here. Nasdaq trading 25 194 right now. Yusuf saying, no trade until we maybe get down to 160s. We got a VWAP from the New York session, 25 145. Are you a limit order type of person, Yusuf? You have those 160s defined already. That's your level. Do you put the limit out there, or do you wait until you see how the market responds when we get down there?
So I used to be very good at doing that. Recently, I haven't. And I actually have a little notebook that I write down my daily notes on. And I wrote it 4
Okay.
times. I said, set limit order, set limit order, set limit order.
Got you.
I still didn't do it today. Isn't that something?
Okay. Interesting.
But
Do
I
you
think
find
it would,
out
I think it would take me far.
if you just put the limit order in, trust your levels, and just let it go?
Yeah, because my trading plans seem to always work out. I don't want to say always, man, poor language. But my trading plans seem to do very well.
Okay.
However, it's just execution, man. It's just about
Yeah.
executing what my plan is.
That's what makes this so hard, right? It is, we don't want to use the word easy, but it's easier to analyze a chart than it is to execute on what you analyze, right? We do have to take the risk at the end of the day. And like you said, if you just put the limit order in there, you've already defined the level, so then there's no more thinking at that point, right? This is something that I've measured. I put that order out there, and I'm just going to let the market decide. That being said, I'm not really a limit order person either, right? If I see a level that's 100 points lower, I'm going to want to wait and see how the market gets there, and then I'll decide if I want to take the trade. But different execution styles, different ways to place trades out here. What about you, JD? Are you if you identify a level that's 100 points from here, you just put the order out there? That's the price I want.
It depends on. I suppose it would depend on the market I'm trading. What the liquidity is like. Something like the Nasdaq, I won't put a resting bidder offer because you just don't know when it's going to spike and just wipe everybody out. I do only use limit orders when I'm trading the Nasdaq, though. I hate using market orders with the NQ because the slippage is just so terrible. The market is so thin, you never know where you're getting filled when you hit that market button. But once we start
Right.
getting close to a zone that I like, I'll start scaling in offers. if I still have conviction in the trade. It depends on the strength of the move to that level, you know.
Right.
Like with a buyout,
Is
with
that
a
level?
sell-off yesterday.
Yeah.
Those were hard. If you would have put a limit order thinking, okay, I want to buy in at 25,100, for example, you got a little bit of false hope, but then it just came and slammed against you.
Yeah.
So like
got
JD
smoked.
said, it's about how it got there.
When
Absolutely.
you're looking at levels too, I have a hard time looking at levels in terms of support and resistance, but more like target areas, you know. And then you see how price reacts to those areas when you get there. It could just be a stop on the way lower, you know, if you're looking at a level below. It's very subjective, right? Everybody looks at it differently, but I try to see levels as targets and not so much support and resistance. Does that make sense to you guys?
Yeah, no, it definitely does. Definitely does. Let's see here. Gold bounced off that little sell-off that we had. Gold was down, uh, traded under 4150s, right back up to 4160. We're seeing the volatility that we've seen in gold maybe calm down just a little bit from the craziness that we've seen over the past couple of days. Again, there was at one point a 10-tick spread in gold. We're seeing that volatility slow down just a little bit for now, trading 4160s, 67.66 last trade in the S&P. 25,209 last trade in the Nasdaq. Shout out to Kremptha. It's 7K in the bag, and I'm done. 7K is not a bad day at all. Not a bad day at all.
I don't care who you are.
That,
7 grand is a great day.
I don't care who you are, JD. Seven grand is a great day. That 1,300 lot that we had in the S&P, it was up at 67.71. That I remember correctly. Looks like they split it up. Now we have 500 offered at 67.73. Still got that size up there in the Nasdaq at 240s. 500 lot offered at 25,240. Let's see if the market wants to go take that out. Let's get a little vibe check in the chat as well. How is everyone trading? Are we up? Are we down? Did we follow our plan? Did we deviate from our plans? What have we learned from the day? Let us know in the chat. And if anyone's in a trade, let us know. Also, pinned to the top of the chat, we got a form for group coaching. JD is going to be back with Hogue and Coach Hoop. 150 years, like Andre said, of market experience. So 150 years, over 100 years. Group coaching coming up after Shoulder Tap. It is a family business for you guys. So, you know, you sit back, pull out a notebook, pen and paper, and just take some notes on the experience that we have at TopstepTV. And that's 12:15 Central Time. Make sure you get your questions in for those guys. It's always a great segment. Coach Hoop, don't feel old. Age is all in our mind. Age is all in our mind. We were talking in the green room about age and developing allergies, right? Is a sign of age, but you're only as old as you think you are. Only as old as you think. Someone's stepping in with some bids here in the Nasdaq. 25,210. There is 100 bid in the Nasdaq at 25,210, and then another 100 at 25,207. So maybe somebody coming in and trying to support this market here. See if those get filled.
They're stacking.
Those typically get filled. Is the idea that that price is going to go up? Because I mean, there is someone else that has to buy it on the other side of that deal. Am I right?
Right. So if those get filled, the idea is that the aggressor is the seller.
Yes.
Right. The aggressor is the
Jack
seller.
explained that very well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jack
Right,
explained
JD?
that pretty well during fast markets today. During fast markets, Jack went through that, how when you see offers getting lifted, that means there's strength in the market because there are more traders willing to buy at the market than there are sellers looking to sell at a limit price, which forces markets up. It's market orders that move markets.
So like we'll just see those got filled. What I usually like to look for after that is, okay, those got filled. They sold 100. Is there any follow through behind that? Right. For the aggressor, are they going to continue to sell behind that position that they just took? Because again, someone had to market orders sell to take those orders out. We saw it this morning, right? With some of the there was that 1,500 lot at 25,115 in the Nasdaq, and it's usually not. Sometimes it's immediate follow through, right? Sometimes it fills and then we just keep going. But if you look at where 25,115 was today in the Nasdaq, we're almost 100 points above that. We did look below that level, but again, somebody had to come in and buy 1,500 contracts. Is that all of their position, or are they going to continue to buy it? And that 25,115 ended up becoming a support in the market, and pushing us higher. So reading the aggressor is, I think, key in the market.
Yeah, very true.
Are you seeing this through data too, or just through the DOM?
Through level 2. So the level 2 data on the depth of market, we can see where all the orders are. And then for me, I know people use Bookmap and all these other tools. Talk about our age again. I'm a little bit of a caveman. I learned how to read the depth of market using time in sales. So I do have a time in sales up on my chart, on my screen. It makes me feel comfortable. I can kind of see the pace of the market from there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I see Baron likes to use the Bookmap, but it looks pretty overwhelming. Just looks like a bunch of blobs
Yeah,
on
it's
the
just
screen. To
a
be honest,
lot going on the screen.
Yeah, I
And
mean it's
obviously, if I
very
retweet that, make some
customizable.
money off
But
of it.
it is extremely customizable. You could set different block orders, what kind of orders you want to see on the screen. But Baron's been looking at it for so long. I think he just likes to see everything on it.
Yeah, I mean, everybody has.
But
Yeah,
it's
you
a
have
good
some
tool.
people I suppose that use. Yeah, you have some people that supposedly use astrology as a strategy. So I mean, to each their own. If it makes you money, do you?
Does that work? Does
Right.
anybody look to the stars for trade setups and confirmation? Raise your hand in the
There
chat.
was a trader that popped up in the Coach J Discord all the time. I'm sorry if you're watching right now and I don't remember your name, but every full moon, JD, he would pop in and say, "Here we go, Coach J," and it just placing trades around what the full moon was doing and winning trades. Right? It would be like a P&L post from his XFA, and it was like big green, and it was a full moon that day. So hey, whatever works, as long as we know where our risk is. Trade. If you want to ask your cat, should you buy or sell? Just know where your risk is.
Excuse me.
Know where your risk is.
So this guy would only trade when there was a full moon. Is that what you're saying? He's like a werewolf trader.
He would only pop up when there was a full moon. He would only pop up in the chat when there was a full moon. It was, common occurrence.
Hey guys, it's that time of the month again.
Right. Yep. Time of the month. Here goes the full moon and big green P&L.
Play to your strengths, right? Know thyself,
Hey.
trader.
Courtney just said Linda Rashke uses full moon phases. Is that true? I mean, hey, there's something to it. Markets are nature, right? Nasdaq.
It's not something I've really
looking like we
studied. I've never really looked into it.
No.
I couldn't tell if it's.
Can't say I have either.
I couldn't tell you if it has value or not. Yeah.
I was gonna say, should we put a poll in the chat? How many moon cycle traders do we have? And the chat is VodkaNet says there are many big traders trading on moon cycles, so therefore it works. It's a thing. There you go.
Okay.
VodkaNet.
Many big traders.
I gotta figure out what moon was going on 2 days ago and know not to trade that day again.
Right. Crescent moon. What was going on that led to a big sell-off?
Man,
interesting stuff. Market's kind of just hanging out here, and that is why we are talking about moon cycles. But if you were a moon cycle trader in the chat, send me a message. I'm curious. I want to know what's going on. 41.56 last trade in gold, 67.68 last trade in the S&P. About a point off the high of the day. Nasdaq about 6 points, 10 points off the high of the day. 25.215 last trade.
yeah, I mean, since we've gotten on air, it's literally a 30-point range over 40 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And I think this is why you were
Real
saying,
choppy.
Yusuf, that you don't love trading during this time, right? Because it can be pretty range bound. This is where range bound traders, they probably eat, right? Dolby might be looking at this and saying, hey, we got a 1 minute range. We can scalp this range until it breaks. But not looking for many breakout moves right now. Again, we are always on headline watch. just in case something does come out to move the markets around. Right now, it's okay to be patient. It is okay to be patient.
Just
Tig
man, the
says, "I
mornings
trade
have
based
been.
on what hat Jay wears."
What does he say?
I trade based off of what hat Jay wears. So I usually wear either this one, the Brooklyn Dodgers hat. I do have a green Topstep hat, or sometimes when I make a visit to my barber, it's a no hat. But I'm curious, Tig, what is the trading strategy? Let me know.
Yeah. Which head is bullish? Which head is bearish? Tell us your what's the
It's like
secret
Powell's
sauce? Tell us
tie.
I'm gonna
everything.
assume the green is bullish. I'm gonna assume the green is bullish.
Green hat is bullish. I do wear I every once in a while I do put on a decent amount of green when I'm in a trading win streak just to keep this streak going. Little superstitious stuff. Yusuf, how's business going? How's the tire shop going?
The tire shop's doing good. They've been hard at work this morning, believe it or not. I'm trying to see. The moment you brought that up, I'm trying to go see what their sales are so far this morning. Yeah, looks like they've sold 2 sets of tires this morning. So that's pretty
Nice.
good to start off in 2.5
Big day?
hours.
Nice.
Nice,
Yeah.
good stuff.
Yeah, but overall, Monday, one of my employees was off, and I actually had to work open to close in the tire shop the whole time. And it was the
Okay.
perfect day for Topstep to be down. Like, I was so happy to not have to look at my phone. It felt
Oh
great.
yeah.
But then
Yeah.
the urgency on Tuesday because I missed Monday sucked. So
Yeah. Do you often trade when you're in the shop, or do you try to separate the two? Seeing gold sell a little bit here now again.
it just depends. Honestly, I've noticed that if I have the ability to stand away from the computer when I get in the trade, I give it more time to develop, and it actually does better than when I just sit there and stare at the screen. But at the same time, there's like the psychology fight that I'm going with myself. I don't like being in a trade that I can't watch the screen for. So
Got you.
it's a very tough battle that I have. But yeah, I'm not against trading. Again, if I see a setup that I like, I'm gonna take it. It's
New highs here. New highs of the day in the Nasdaq and the S&P. S&P filled that 500 lot that was up there. They brought it down to 671s. It looks like 67, 71, 75 new high of the day in the S&P. 25 to 30 and a quarter new high of the day in the Nasdaq. And gold selling a little bit here back to these 4150s, 4151. We got a poll up in the chat. Who keeps a lucky item around their trading station? I got one here. I think I showed this very early on in TopstepTV. But I got this little chess piece. It's a king, and then I have this like gladiator helmet. This chess piece here that I put on top of him. Dakota came over here. He's like, "Oh, that thing's pretty cool there." It's just it sits right in front of my monitor here.
so like when you get really mad, you like kick it and say, "We are Sparta." I mean, like what is the superstition?
No,
of that?
every time I don't know what it is, right? It's just protect the king, I guess. But every time the helmet falls off, I notice it, and I'm like, oh man, I got to put that back on. Andre says he has a little mini money tree on his desk. That's pretty cool. What else do you guys?
Mini money tree.
Gold selling
I
here.
had a
Not
necklace,
really.
but it broke like 3 days ago.
Say that again.
Everything
Yusuf?
around me is very functional.
Yeah.
So if you guys remember the last, so I went on a green streak from like September 10th all the way until 2 days ago. Didn't have a single red day. The necklace broke on Sunday, and I'm just now getting the correlation because the first time I wore that necklace was on September 10th.
Oh wow. Huh.
So from the
Necklace
moment I
broke?
wore that necklace until the moment it broke, I was green.
Interesting.
Oh,
Gotta
wow.
go get it fixed.
I'm gonna go fix it when we get off air. Yeah, that's
Yeah. Gotta go
that's
get
what I'm
that
gonna
fixed. We are seeing gold sell just a little bit here. 41.47 last trade in gold. Seeing some volatility pick up there as we see the equities take out the high of the day. 90% of our chat do not. 67% of our chat do not keep a lucky item around their trading desk. You said pretty functional for your desk, JD.
Yeah, I've got my notepad, my pen and paper. I got a secondary laptop over here next to me. I've got my water. My desk is full of monitors, so I don't really have room for much else. But
There you go. There you go. Pictures of your kids. That's a good one.
It is bullish. It is very
Nadeem
bullish.
says Jesus is my lucky piece. I like that. Crystals, whatever you got, whatever makes you feel good about your trading setup. Again, gold continuing to sell here, 41.43 last trade in gold. Let's throw it over to
Gold,
some news
really
really
looks
quick.
like
Yeah, JD.
gold really looks like it wants to roll over right now. I'm keeping a close eye on it. But yeah, let's hit that news.
We have some news on the September housing numbers. September housing numbers. What do we got, Gabe?
September sales of existing homes increased by the highest pace in 7 months, according to the National Association of Realtors. Officials there say lower mortgage rates are largely to thank for the higher home sales. Mortgage rates have been falling for much of the year, with the average rate for a 30-year fixed mortgage just under 6.3% last week. As for the overall cost of a home, September's median price rose to $415,200. That's about 2.1% more on a year-over-year basis.
Home prices, like everything else, going up, going higher. Gold pulling back just a little bit here. 41.45 last trade in gold. You think we roll over, JD? I know we were short earlier this morning. We were saying it's hard to short gold, but it is looking kind of heavy here.
It does look heavy, but yeah, I still think it's in see money, take money mode until proven otherwise.
Yeah.
Maybe keep a runner with a tight stop, but it's hard to keep this market down right now. That's for sure.
Yes, it is. Yusuf, I want to come back to your fib strategy here because we were looking for a pullback that we didn't get so far yet. But looking at the Mag 7 here, everything is green now. Tesla is actually in the green. Tesla was down 3.5% pre-market after its earnings. It is now green, up about 0.5% here in Tesla. So Yusuf, with this strategy, you're looking for that pullback. Do you now extend the high of that whatever that swing high is because we've made a higher high? So do you pull it up, and does that now pull your entry up, or how does that work?
Yeah, so now everything changes because now essentially, it broke through, and now it's even more bullish confirmation. Now it might do a little pullback. If it does pull back to about 200 now, I will be interested in buying around 25,205, which gives me a good defined stop right underneath 180. And we could really shoot for all-time highs. So yeah, the fib does change. The fib pull does change. Now it's a new swing high and a new swing low that you would be operating under.
Gotcha. So we would pull that up. So 25,205s would be that new entry price. Looking for a pullback to just get in with the trend.
Exactly. Because if we go back to look at yesterday's price action, I really wish I had a chance to trade it the way I wanted to. You would see that every single time yesterday it hit the golden pocket for a short. So there's one, hit it here.
Okay.
It did it again here. You could have just got on the continuations, right? And that was just going to the most recent swing high to the most recent swing low.
Gotcha. Okay. Nice. So you're seeing the same thing
really
here. Does it matter what time frame you're pulling these fibs from, or are you just looking at price levels?
So it really doesn't matter, but it's just a lot cleaner when you use the 15-minute or even a 4-hour. I love the 4-hour fib is pretty much undefeated. It's just about being awake and monitoring and being available when it happens. It loves to happen at 5 a.m.
Gotcha.
And I'm not going to be up at 5 a.m. I'm going to be honest with you. But nonetheless, these fibs for continuation do a phenomenal job, especially when you zoom out. Like I told you before, when you zoom out, it's always bullish, right? And I'll show you the perfect example. So I used the fib from right here yesterday, and look where it filled. Look at that golden pocket.
And you just pull that high to the all-time high, pretty much?
Yeah, so I just, this low that was at that 5 a.m. on October 17th.
Okay.
To the high that we had created on, it seems like Tuesday.
Okay.
Is that or Monday?
Nice.
Yeah, so I just pulled out the 4-hour chart, and you can see that when it had that sell-off on yesterday, it went right into that golden pocket, right around that 800 level, which I think it was 805 and a quarter, and has bounced up and has not even came back and visited that price again since.
Got you. And just for our chat, the ones that don't know, that golden pocket, that level, that's the 618 level on the fibs, correct?
Yeah, it's between 0.618 and 0.66.
Got you.
So
Very
they're
good. Awesome
and I
stuff.
got this from a mentor that taught that to me. He's a phenomenal guy. But he also taught me to go ahead and put the half point, because a lot of people still use the psychological of the half point. And after the move has been made, after it's reached the golden pocket and the move has successfully been made, it does like to reach back to the half point to give you another entry point, and you can continue on with the trend that way.
Good stuff. AVs, we got some people in the chat saying, Socrates says golden pocket making green pockets, and AV Waves saying, dang, I got to try that. Golden pocket making green pockets. I like that.
Yeah, it really helps with risk management. You get the best price. Like that is the best price you're gonna get, right?
Yeah, absolutely. The Nasdaq continuing to push highs here. 25,232 half is the high of the day. We're about 3 points off of that right now. S&P made a new high of the day, 67.72 evens. We're trading about 2 ticks under that right now. Gold, 41.50s last trade here in gold. 41.49 half in gold. And take a look at crude oil. Crude oil stopped us out and came right back to where we were, JD.
Right. What a wild move that was.
61. Yeah.
In a matter of seconds.
Knee-jerk reaction.
I was pretty
and
confident
came
in
right
that.
back.
Yeah. I was pretty confident in that trade based on the news that came out overnight. I thought we were on the right side of it. And then the blink of an eye, headline comes out. And that was it. It was all over.
New highs of the day here.
Just a haircut, though.
Yeah, small loss.
only
Small
risked,
loss. I think we were on the right side as well, JD. Like we were saying, sometimes it's hard to trade crude oil, day trade crude oil, especially when you come into the day and we were up, 5.5%.
Yep.
You know, it's tough to look for a continuation from there. And we could see it. We still haven't gotten one, but I think the long in crude is still the right trade for right now. Of course, until anything changes. 61.92 last trade over there in crude. New highs of the day in the S&P here, 67.72 half. Continuing the slow grind up. S&P, Nasdaq making new highs as well. 23,236.75. Someone in the chat just said this slow grind is annoying.
These are the worst. These are the worst markets to keep getting caught on the wrong side on. You know, you talk about death by 1,000 cuts. Like, it seems
Exactly
like a
that, JD.
no-brainer to try and pick a top right now and grab a couple ticks out of it, but it just keeps slowly ticking higher right in your face.
What I like to look at, JD, is what is the best trade that a short seller could have gotten in this market today since the New York session started. The best short, if you caught it high to low, was 100 points. Outside of that, every pullback has been anywhere from 40 to 60 points. So if I'm looking for the big one, right, maybe I have to wait for a little confirmation that the market is agreeing with it. Mo says this is the worst price action unless you're long, right? You know, if you're going with the flow of the market, you found a spot to buy it and just let the market take you. Surrender to the markets and let it go where it's going to go. You're probably having a good day right now. If you're trying to short this, just know where your risk is. Again, we are not far off of all-time highs here. We're less than 150 points off the all-time high in the Nasdaq.
Very
I would say
doable.
the best
Very
short of
doable.
the day was the one that ticked me out by 4 points.
Yeah, that was the best short of the day so far. That trade Yusuf had said, you know, stop was just a little bit too tight. That was it. Outside of that, it's been a tough
There's a
market
500
to sell.
lot chasing the. You got a 500 lot chasing the market up in the ES right now.
Oh, wow,
And it
right
just got
below
taken
market.
out.
Yep,
Came right back
and
in.
they
More
refreshed
buyers
it.
coming in. Yep. Someone is buying it
We are not
on the highs right now.
If you have level 2
Can we
data,
see
look at
all-time highs?
67, 72, 75 in the S&P. 500 lot showed up there, filled it, and then another 300 showed up right below it. So refreshing that
behind
bid, someone is trying to hold this up. And here we go,
Another
another
one, 300 lot
330.
chasing the market up.
Good eye, JD. That is years of experience reading depth of market, reading the ladder, JD.
Hey, are all these bits of news still due to be released tomorrow with everything going on?
It's a great question,
CPIs.
Yusuf.
CPI is still on the schedule, and Jack talked about it earlier. There's a lot tied to the CPI number, so it's something that needs to be released. They base like Social Security payments off of consumer price levels, so it's an important number that they can't just gloss over. Like Jack said, CPI has real value. NFP is just for us to laugh about. That's about it.
But if we don't get non-farm before November, could they possibly give us the non-farm numbers for September and October in one whop?
It's possible. Again, I'm going to quote what Jack said. Last time during a government shutdown, they waited 5 days after the shutdown was over to release previous jobs data. So can't really say if they're going to be on the same timeline for this one. Will they release them back to back on the same day? I couldn't speak to that either, but we'll just have to wait and see what they do. Eventually, they'll put out a schedule for releasing all these numbers that we missed. I don't think that's top of mind right now for these people.
Yeah, you're right.
My question is, and I can see it in the chat. I know we got to wrap in a little bit here. How in line do we think the CPI number is going to be tomorrow? You think they're going to hit it right on the dot? The number that came out this morning, that housing number, came in as expected, in line with expectations, no miss. That is what I'll be watching for tomorrow with this CPI print. But we have to go to.
I think it's going to fail. I think it's going to short. I think we're not going to reach expectations. Yeah, I'm in retail, so I see what the consumers are doing.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah,
I think it'll be lower, come in lower than expectations.
I believe so. I hope not, for the sake of our country, but it is what it is.
Yeah, right.
Interesting stuff. Well, this has been a good segment. No trades, but markets continuing to grind higher. Make sure you stay tuned to Topstep TV. We got a shoulder tap coming up in just a little bit. Yusuf, I have to ask. We got one more question, if I can. Production team, don't hate me for this. We had someone in the chat ask. We're coming into winter. Are all season tires okay, or should we be buying winter tires?
No, go ahead and just. It depends on where you're living. If you live in the South like I do, all season's fine. If you live in New Jersey, New York, Chicago, you might want to get a little bit of all-terrain.
There we go. Awesome stuff. Tradertainment for you and tire advice. JD, you're coming back. You're coming back for group coaching. Yusuf, great having you on air. This is Topstep TV. Shoulder tap coming up, and then after that, group coaching. Make sure you get your questions in. It's Topstep TV. Let's go.
Data feeds are everything. Can't be connected 3 different ways from Sunday, or now one of those 3 different ways could fail. You want to have a direct connection to the CME, and Topstep X has the ability for you to do that, and that's the coolest part.
Fast, reliable, and stable.
There you go.
Hello, everybody out there. Welcome to the Shoulder Tap. I'm Jack. I'm joined by Ben. Ben, how's it going?
It's going well, Jack. I'll start by with an announcement. I've been off for the last week. It's good to be back with you. But the reason I was off for the last week is I got married over the weekend to the love of my life. So I'm married now. We got married out a little bit west of Fort Worth. It was very exciting. The weather was rainy at first and then cleared up just in time for the ceremony. So yeah, thanks for the horn and the siren. It was amazing. And yeah, happy to be back in the swing of things. So very exciting.
That's awesome, Ben. Congratulations. I'm sorry for forgetting about that momentarily, but how is marriage? Off to a good start?
Off to a good start, yeah. Eating a ton of leftovers. We had great food, and we took a lot of it home. So we eating our wedding dinner and cake and all that stuff for several days now. It's good.
Keep that up. 1 week of excellence in the books. Speaking of books, our trading book. How are the live traders doing today, Ben?
It's been interesting to watch this whole week. Really, a little bit more red today than we have been throughout the week. Yeah, many more traders who are red today than even yesterday. Do have a couple people up nicely on the day. We had someone up a little over 25K yesterday. Another trader up right around 30 grand today. So good to see that, but the distribution is a lot less favorable across the board. Many more traders red today than normal, and only a couple who are up there in 5 feet. So could be a tricky day. I know we've got some economic news coming out in the very near future. Oftentimes, a little frustrating ahead of an announcement like that. You're just kind of waiting around. So yeah, just be patient and wait on opportunities. If you struck out a little bit, don't beat yourself up. There should be new opportunities that present themselves very soon.
Yeah, great job. Lock that in. Before we get to the card, just to check in on the market real quick. We're dancing around the highs in the ES. We're getting up to the zone of interest, for me at least, which is around the SPX. Let me share this instead here. We're getting up to that 6750 area that's been a lot of resistance in the month of October. So sled carefully. And with that, not speaking of sledding carefully, let's see a card.
Yeah, let's do it. We've got a card ready for Alfredo, one of our live traders, trading with us from Portugal. And Alfredo's been here a long time. I really liked getting to review his journey at Topstep. A number of different trading combines. He's seen a lot of different variations of our program, actually. But he's been in trading combines, been in funded accounts, and just this year became a live funded trader for the first time. So that's really exciting, seeing someone progress, over a number of years like that since 2018. But in this account, we've had some struggles, and it's reflected in the average daily P&L being negative. Obviously, losing an average of $320 a day is not great, but I'm really skeptical as I went deeper and deeper into this, Jack, that, a lot of times we talk about any number of different things that people can do. People say to need to have a clear mind, or you need to read Trading in the Zone, or you need to, trade this other strat, whatever it may be, all these different adjustments when more often than I think people want to admit, some people are just trading a strategy or the strategy they were trading, which once had edge, no longer does, but they're trading without an edge in the market. They're trading without positive expectancy. I suspect that may be what's going on here with Alfredo. And obviously, he got to the live funded account. It could have certainly been, trading a strategy or something that was working for them at one point in time. But when you look at the trajectory over these last 92 trading days completed, it's kind of just putting back and forth. Even over the last number of days, you don't want to zoom in too closely necessarily, but since October 16th, they're almost completely break even. Right, made $1,600, made $4 grand, lost 1,000, lost 750, and then lost 4,000 as of yesterday. So for what was a bout of pretty solid trading, to then give it right back, you're either deviating from the strategy, or the strategy may be presenting itself too often, needs to be tweaked. There's a number of things that could be going on here, but it's a little bit dizzying looking at the P&L over time, because there's flashes of good trading, even a stretch of a few days, only to be followed with a number of days uh, losing in a row, or just giving that back over the next month. So usually when I see something like this, my recommendation is to size down and go back to the drawing board. You can always research new strategies, add something to add a complementary strategy that maybe trade a new market. There's a whole bunch of things that you can do to sharpen your edge as a trader, but continuing on when you're not seeing positive expectancy in the same way is really just not going to work. It's going to end in the loss of the account. So I think there's some more here, but what did you see when you were looking over this volume of trading data?
Well, really quick, we just had a 10-point sell off really quick in the ES. We'll check the news wires here and see if anything comes in. Let us know in the chat if you see anything. As far as the trading card goes, this is a pattern that we have seen pretty frequently looking through these when people are struggling. He's got 92 days in this account, right? Let me check real quick. 93 days. Sorry about that. And if your average P&L is minus $321 over 93 days, we got to go back to the drawing board here. And chief among what I would recommend is you got to size down until you can go through a month or something with a positive expected return. Gabe, if we have that histogram I shared, you can see pretty clearly what the issue is going on here. Lot of activity. These are the daily P&Ls for the account, and a lot of activity down around the daily loss limit. And on a 150K account, that's not nothing. Okay. Alfredo should not be so comfortable with losing $3,000-$4,000 in a day. If the results were there, if you had a better expected value, sure. We see some cards where there's a lot more activity going on the nice side, the right side of this. But, the biggest day is $18,000. Next is 10, 9. These just aren't big enough wins compared to frequently hitting. So your kind of big shooting day is 3-1, something like that, but you're hitting the daily loss limit 43% of the time. So we just got to size down, stop the bleed, and wait for things to work out. And then, the size is always there. There's always another trade. You'll always be able to sling NQ. It's always the NQ on these cards. But yeah, size down, figure it out. And he's taken some payouts, but I would like to see more of those given the size of the account. But still taking 20K. 20K is 20K. That's sort of my feelings there.
Yeah, I think taking payouts is great. There's a lot to be, when you zoom even further out, the trajectory that this trader is on is really solid, right? To go from not trading with Topstep, starting in 2018, trading in, combines, getting funded, losing those accounts, back and forth, and getting funded, and ultimately being called up to a live funded account is awesome. When you zoom out far enough, we are on the upwards trajectory. But you do have to focus on the here and now, and what we're doing, over the last few weeks or months, and just need to course correct a little bit. You don't have to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but winning 30% of your trading days and, not even making 2-1 your average winning day versus average losing day, just a losing recipe. So yeah, back to the drawing board a little bit, and we can make some adjustments. And coaching resources. I know group coaching is about to come on. There's a lot of things you can do to get back in the gym and get back on the horse and start winning again.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Ben. Congrats again on your recent nuptials. Wish you two the best. Also, we retraced that whole move in the ES, whatever that was. And looks like Tesla must have cured cancer or something today, because that's on a pretty big rally. But we'll hear a bunch more about that in group coaching, which is next. We got the crew here taking your questions, making some trades if they're available. This is TopstepTV. Let's go.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to TopstepTV. It's everybody's favorite time of day. It's group coaching time. Hope everybody got a chance to take a little break, grab yourself a ham sandwich, warm glass of milk, tall glass of whiskey, whatever it is you got to do to get through the rest of the day. We are here to help you through also. Group coaching, what is it? This is the time of day where we take your questions. That's right, you in the chat, and we answer them live right here on TopstepTV. In the middle here, we've got John the Goat Hoagland. Over on the right, my other bookend, Coach Hoop, head coach of the Pit Raiders, Topstep VIP experience. A lot of years of experience in this room right now, and looking forward to sharing it with you. We got a couple of your questions. Let's check in on the markets real quick, though. What are these markets up to right now? What's the tilt telling us? Tilt's pretty flat. 53% short in the ES, 53% short in the Nasdaq, 51% long in crude, and 54% long in gold. When I say flat, that is pretty much flat across the board. We did see some sellers pop in to the equities markets a few minutes ago on a headline about China. The China trade probe. Were they in compliance during the 2020 trade deal? We're going to start investigating that for some reason. A little beyond my scope, but I don't know why we would do that now. But that created a little volatility in the market. Yeah, don't worry about the government.
Don't worry about the government. That's irrelevant. Yeah.
yeah. Paychecks Friday? Nah. Let's talk China.
Who needs that?
Who needs a
who needs
paycheck,
working
right?
airports? Yep.
I hope they get this settled before the holiday season. It's going to put
my God.
a kink in everybody's travel plans, right?
Oh yeah. Oh.
We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. We should disrupt all of their lives after they're done with this, right? All right.
Yeah, I like that.
Enough ranting. What are you seeing in the markets today? You in the markets? You doing anything? What do you like?
I got something to share. Natural gas. It's that time of year. Seasonal. Market state change. Hogue and I talk about this all the time. And trying to see if we can get a little bit of insight of when that's happening or if it's going to stay intact. So one thing, and using technicals more and more in a lot of things I do is, the one thing I love about trading with other coaches is just, getting in a round table and talk about things. So I have started to attach VWAP to these EIA natural gas numbers. They come out every Thursday. Last week it was delayed because of the holiday. Just once again, it's a Brian Shannon, anchoring something to a point in time. Kind of interesting on this one, anchored to last, Friday, and here we go. As soon as we lost it, up and away. I'm anchoring another one to today's number, just to kind of, once again, here's Hogue. I know natural gas is like crude; it rolls every month, so the clarity gets a little skewed. It's in rollover right now, so it's once again, it's just it's some of these markets outside of here. There's a lot of context to kind of soak in to just kind of see if I'm getting in the right trade location. So natural gas is one I've been watching. Gold's got me a little bit shook from the night before, so I have been very trying to widen out where I'm taking trades, because $10, $15 moves are just, they're still happening pretty quick. So just once again, years of being around it is I don't have to be in the market 24/7 and just wait for what I think good trade location is. That's about it for me right now.
Makes perfect sense. Thank you, Hoop. Hogue, what are you seeing right now? Anything catching your eye at the moment?
Well, we did have a failed upside auction in crude oil, but it did not really rotate very far off of that. So I'm still looking for crude oil to continue to rotate higher. We've really centered the range today right at weekly kickoff high, which is always something that that I don't like when those weekly kickoff levels become magnetic. There's no
Yeah.
decision in the longer time frames, and gold kind of fell off my radar today when we started just really centering around the initial balance high.
Yeah.
I mean, it rallied, looked above it, looked like we were going to see this market continue to push to the upside. If you remember, we were looking at these single prints from last Friday. You know, Sunday night that was resistant again today. Whatever day that was. This was Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. What day was this? The 21st. Tuesday, Wednesday, today's Thursday. Okay, so Tuesday's single print. Resistance there. We tried to see if we could continue above the initial balance high. We're getting a little bit of trouble there as we suspected. And the fact that we were right around that initial balance high and kind of going back and forth. I said at 9 o'clock today, I said, all right, gold is out of the question for me today until something changes.
Yeah. Sometimes staying out's the best play.
Yep.
The one the
that.
only other one, JD, was the other thing I did mention about, I mentioned apologies, is Bitcoin. We've been talking about the whale that's been playing the short side, and I saw once again, years of doing this and taking a look at it is, some of the best trades that I missed out on. You look at and just say, that's an hourly chart on Bitcoin. So, I had 4 or 5 straight up bars, and I'm like, man, I just want to pull back to get in. I never got it. It just kept going. So this is where a longer time frame, and once again, I usually am looking short a time frame, but in Bitcoin, with what's been going on there, to watch this micro Bitcoin, that was a $3,000 move from low to high. And then the other thing, we talk about seasonal, fundamentally, and you hear a lot of the crypto guys coming out of the woodwork. November, December tends to be a friendly time in the crypto world. So yeah, that's why I was kind of looking for a buy, and I'm like, well, and I have to wait a little bit now. But yeah, that's the other one that I kind of, once again, years of being around it, no FOMO, but I'm a little for not jumping in that one for a decent scalp was probably the other one that I missed on. But no big deal. Other one will always be there, right?
No big deal. There's always another trade, right? Seen a little movement in equities. Some sellers stepping in right now. Last trade in the ES, 77.67. Last trade in the NQ. Pull it up. 25. Oh, we're back down to 25,200. 25,200 in the NQ. Sellers stepping in right here. All right. So, we got some questions in the chat, from the chat. This one comes from Matt L. We were talking about this in the green room. Matt L says, I just bought the level 2 data. Curious to know how to read the new data. Thanks in advance. How do you read the dome? How do you read the ladder? How do you read Steve? What do you know? How do you know what Steve is doing all day long?
I think JD,
For those
you
of you
should
that
start
don't know
with this
who,
one.
because we don't talk about it every day, right?
Exactly.
I love reading the tape. I always have a dome up. I'm always looking at live price action. The chart is a reflection of what's happening in the dome, but I also like to see how price moves, what type of size is coming in, what type of size is on the bids and the offers, how many market orders are coming in and taking out those, swiping those offers and wiping those bids, lifting those offers and taking those bids, I should say. It's a more pure form of price action than just looking at, your 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute chart. You can actually see patterns start to evolve on the dome too if you look at it closely enough and you stare at it long enough, which I did for years. I'll say it again, the very first front end trading platforms did not come with chart packages. So you were just sitting there staring at ladders all day long. And that's what I did for many years. Just looked at pure price action on the ladder. I'm used to it. It's one of my preferred methods for entering a trade, seeing how price action performs around a level. You can see in real time how much is trading. I think level 2 data has adds a whole new level of value to your trading once you see how bids and offers are being stacked on the ladder. You see where the liquidity is what I should say. But Hoop, you've been around for a while too. How do you like
I think
reading the dome?
And it's, it's so different between markets too, right, JD? I mean, like that 1,000 lot yesterday, and I've got a 3 up there. I've got NQ, gold, and ES. And, you can barely keep NQ in the frame half the time because it's moving all over the place. Like right now, I can scrunch it down and you'll just watch it go all over the place. Gold is kind of the same way. This is the other reason I think you talk about maybe giving me time to hesitate, especially like last night and this morning when this dome is so thin and there's, gaps in there. I mean, you're just playing with bad trade location. You're going to get chopped up. Whereas now, Hogue, you spent, a good chunk of your whole career looking at ES. Definitely looks thicker, moves cleaner. So it's just, once again, it's giving you a look at price action. And once again, in different markets, it's going to look different. I think you see less spoofing in other markets. Like I've shown and pulled it up in Discord and shown 400 lots in cattle. That's a big, for a contract that trades 15,000 contracts in a day, 400 at one price is a big deal. Just like 1,000 lot yesterday in gold's big deal. And it's just, once again, I think all of us as true price action guys too, JD and Hogue, is that's how we spent a good chunk of our career, just like knowing who's doing something. Like that was a big deal. Like Refco, they're doing something. Merrill Lynch, they're doing something. It just is with good context from then, and now it's just knowing where the volume's at. So that's why I like looking at it too. It can be, Coach Vince tells me, and I agree with him sometimes, you got to be careful. It can become emotional too. So
very true. Very true.
Yep.
It is very emotional. Hogue, looking at the dome, knowing where liquidity is, or having a good idea, reading the raw price action is a part of your trading strategy. Do you even like looking at the ladder, I should say?
It is. Probably not to the same degree as you, JD, because I'm looking at it during specific events, like a breakout of a longer time frame or a breakout of a balance, right? Just say, for example, a breakout of an initial balance. If we get that breakout, that's when I'm kind of focusing in the dome. And if I'm watching the dome and I see the market kind of break out of a zone, maybe it's an initial balance high, for example, just a simple example. We break out of the initial balance high and the dome dies. I look at the dome, and you're always going to probably see some stops above or below a specific level, right? And once those stops are taken, if the dome dies, I find it's much less probable that we're going to see continuation above that breakout of the initial balance high. It looks to me more like it's going to be a failure of that breakout. So I'm not going to try and jump into it, and I'm not going to try and get long it. I'll watch it and see if we do get some sort of a rejection up there, then I can take the trade on the other side. So I'm not just staring at the dome all day, every day. I'm looking for specific things to occur in specific situations, and particularly breakouts of longer time frame balances, shorter time frame balances, initial balance high, initial balance low. I'm looking to see if anybody cares that the market has driven to this new level. And the way I do that is I just watch the dome and I say, all right, if it looks robust, and by robust I mean the price is moving around and relatively quickly, we might call that a wiggle. I'm also watching the bids and the offers. If there's a lot of orders being placed and canceled, and the market looks like it has life, like somebody's looking at it, like somebody actually cares, then it's probably more likely going to be a continuation, or a continued breakout of that of that trade. look at it right now. I mean, we're right up against the highs here in the S&Ps. We could, by all rights, call this a potential short time frame breakout if it moves above. So we may have the chance to take a look at what happens if we do take out this high, and then we watch the dome and we say, okay, well, the dome looks like robust. It looks like people are noticing. There's a lot of orders being placed. There's a lot of orders being canceled, and price seems to be moving around. If we just run the stops up there and the dome dies and nobody cares, there's no bids and offers being placed and canceled. It seems like, okay, nobody cares that it's up here. That's much less likely to see continuation and more likely to see a failure of that breakout and a return to the previous range. So that is, in a relatively simple but specific way, one way that I look at the dome, and the way I use the dome is to see if I see participation and tempo in breakout situations. Well, I hope that that's going to help.
Well said. Hope that clears a few things up. We had a follow-up question in the chat saying, how do I get all those prices on the ladder? I only see one. Well, that happens to be the level 2 data that we're actually talking about right now, right here on TopstepTV. Go ahead and refresh your stream if you haven't in a while. This is me speaking to you from the future. All right, let's take a look at some news real quick. Guys, we all know that the original name for the Chicago Mercantile Exchange was the Chicago Butter and Egg Exchange, right? Yep. Or are we the only 3 people here that knew that?
They probably were the only one. Coach Paul does too. Coach Paul knows that.
The Chicago Butter and Egg Exchange. I bring that up because there is currently a recall on eggs. 6 million eggs have been recalled for salmonella concerns. More than 6 million eggs are being recalled for possible salmonella contamination. That news coming from the Food and Drug Administration. Officials say the Black Sheep Egg Company, actually I've never heard of that, the Black Sheep Egg Company, recalled hundreds of thousands of egg cartons last month after testing found 7 strains of salmonella. Those eggs were distributed to retailers and wholesalers nationwide under various brand names. Separately, Ken's Hens is also recalling its grade AA large pasture-raised eggs due to the same concern. No related illnesses have been reported so far, but consumers are advised to return the eggs to the store for a full refund. More information is available on the FDA's website. It was all a dream. 66 coming in.
Remember
with
when
the weird
eggs were
stuff
through
today.
the roof,
All right.
JD, and the president was talking about getting egg prices lower? I mean, I live in a decent neighborhood, and I got neighbors, and I hear cock, 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 and people got chickens in their backyard. And I'm like, I'm just like, really? I said, but it was crazy when egg prices were going crazy like that. People were getting chickens and wanted to have their own eggs. And I'm like, have at it, man. But yeah, all of a sudden I got chickens, walking up the walls around when I'm walking my dog in the morning. It's pretty funny.
Yep.
I don't hear them that
I'm not
much
going to lie to you, Hogue. I live in the city of Chicago. I live in a very urban area, and my neighbors on both sides of me have chicken coops in their backyard.
Chickens.
Yep.
Chickens. And they have eggs, and they give us eggs, and they're good.
There you go.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
That's nice.
So
I
it's a
remember
thing.
that 3 cheese omelet when I come by JD's place when I get to Chicago. Nice.
Yeah.
New highs.
All right, we're seeing some
mode.
buyers stepping in. Yep, here we go.
I called
Can't
it
keep this
before.
market down for long.
Nope.
Throw a headline at it. Just another buying opportunity today on this grind higher.
We ran all the
67.78
stops.
high.
And I'm watching the dome,
Mhm.
and there's no
Reading the
guarantees,
tape.
but it's looking relatively robust. You see all the orders being
Chewing
canceled
through
and
it.
placed,
Yeah.
and prices moving around. This to me looks more like continuation than failure. And
Just
there's
chewing
no
through it,
guarantee.
Hogue, right?
Yes.
Yep. Just chews through it. Like it's even a little, like you call it the waka waka with like a Pac-Man, just, eating that stuff all the way up, man.
Yep.
Yeah. It's one of those mode days. There it is again. Yep. Trust me, being on the other side of that before, I know exactly what that looks like, Hogue.
Who's picking tops right now? Who's stepping in front of this market?
Exactly.
Raise your hand in the chat if you are. Raise your hand in the chat if you are picking tops, and tell us how it's going.
Once
Or
again,
don't tell
Hogue, in the
us.
coaching session
Good
where I
secret.
heard Hogue behind me, don't fight a directional market, right?
Yeah, FADM.
Yeah, and it wasn't directional to start the day, right, Hogue? I mean, you know,
Oh, just ripping.
it's just
We're ripping, guys.
it's just
Yeah, it
yep,
is.
just ripping through stuff. Mm-hmm. No
Wah, wah,
1,000
wah,
lots
wah,
now.
67.81 quarter.
Yep.
Eating up
Delta.
every offer.
What do you got, Delta, Hogue?
Eating it.
Positive 17,000
Yeah.
in the ES.
Mm-hmm.
Positive 3,300 in the Nasdaq.
Ooh, L&B picking tops went from up 1,000 to down 1,000.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that, buddy.
Yeah.
That's by 1,000 cuts when you're picking tops in a one-directional market, especially like today, just a slow zombie grind higher, and then this pop that just wiped everybody else out.
Yep.
Yeah. And getting in is the other thing, right? The pullbacks start to get so small. Like you're like, man, I'm going to get in this little pullback, but I think I'm going to get run over, and then it goes, and then I get a little pullback, and then it goes, and just, I mean, yeah, that's yeah. The once again,
The question is always, okay, well, where's my risk? If I buy it here, where's my risk?
Yeah.
Yep.
You know.
And it's hard.
Yep.
Because your risk is much lower. Yeah.
Yeah.
You almost have to trade with an inverted risk to reward.
Mm-hmm.
Getting long at the top of these moves, you know. But
yep.
It's the play, right? All right, let's get to another question. This one comes from Nisarg. Nisarg says, how do we mark the support and resistance levels on the chart? I'm not sure if this is a question about platform functionality or how do you discover support and resistance levels, or if you're talking about the Topstep daily levels indicator on the Topstep X platform. Let's start with that one. So on your Topstep X platform, right in the middle, just above the chart, there is an icon here, or a button that says indicators and strategies. Go ahead and click that. If you type in Topstep daily levels, oh, look what's there, and I've got a star marked on it. Click on that. Click on Topstep daily levels. And then you will see all of these wonderful levels that we've put together for you pre-market every day before the New York Open, before gold and crude oil even open. These numbers are updated every morning at around 6 o'clock a.m. Central Time. And we work very hard to do that for you. So go ahead and grab that indicator if you want. If it's a question of platform functionality, over here on this toolbar on the left-hand side, right next to the chart, you have access to all of these different drawing tools and whatnot. And the first one up here says trend line. If you hover over it, it says trend line. If you click on that little arrow on the right, you can choose what type of trend line you want to draw. Let's draw a horizontal line. So I'm going to click horizontal line and then click on my chart. And look at that. A line appears. Now here's the cool thing. If you double click on it, you could set specific coordinates. You could label it in caps. This is just a test line. Look at that. Save it. Then you can drag and drop it and move it around, put it anywhere you want on your chart. If that's the question that you are asking, if you're talking about Topstep X functionality, we try and make it as simple as possible. It's a lot of point, click, drag, drop, and very, 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 very easy to use. As far as pinpointing specific support and resistance levels, that's getting to a whole different category. It's a very subjective question. Everybody has their own way, their own method for picking out levels of interest on their charts. You could take a look at swing highs, swing lows, 3-day highs, 3-day lows, monthly highs, monthly lows, previous day's close, settlement price. There's 1,000 ways to peel an onion, as our good friend and mentor, Mr. Hoagland, would say. But Hoag, why don't you take this one first? What are you doing to look for support and resistance intraday? Do you have any method? Or what's the
Well,
what's the
sure.
special sauce? What's the secret sauce?
Sure, and if you are going to be looking at the Top Step daily levels, I mean they show up on your chart as just simple lines. But if you right click on the price ladder and go into settings, you can have the indicator name populate on your charts as well. So when you're looking at these levels, like yesterday's high 67.8875, last week's high, value area high, settlement, all these can populate and tell you exactly what that is. Or as far as looking for levels of support or resistance, again, JD was saying it is a very kind of subjective thing, subjective to the tools you're using and to who you are as a trader. And most people are going to be using technical analysis to look for possible areas of support and or resistance. You could say that because we were up here a few times and we've failed to break out above this, that you could take a look at this and say that's probably a little bit of resistance. So I'm going to put my little horizontal line on there and I'm going to say, all right, this looks like we've seen this area before. Sellers have come in and pushed price lower several times before. Maybe they'll do it again. The most important thing to remember about support and resistance to me is they do offer the opportunity to limit risk. Timing and trade location, of course, are vital. There's also different ways to look at different areas of possible support and resistance. We were looking this morning on the daily chart, looking at a trend line here, which keeps popping. It keeps leaving me here for some reason. So we're going to go there and we're going to put, just a trend line. Okay. We've got largely even highs and we've got a trend line to the downside. So this can also be trend lines can also be support and resistance levels. We could, by all rights, spend the next 8 hours looking at different ways to see if some possible support and resistance levels. Most important thing is to look at them and to use them consistently and use them to limit risk. And there's, like we say, there's a million ways to peel an onion. There's a million ways to look at possible support and resistance. And we're getting pretty close to an area of potential resistance in the S&Ps right now, but we are still seeing some pretty robust activity and tempo coming in. I'm looking for this market to continue this push to the upside. We will see, but support and resistance.
Makes perfect sense.
Yep.
Support and resistance. Oop, do you even believe in support and resistance?
When I first, went to classes, that's how I learned, we talk about the Merck used to offer, Ken Shaleen used to offer, I still think I have the book somewhere,
I definitely have that book.
Yeah. So, I just learned, the real basics of it. And we used to talk support and resistance, but I think one thing for me, like if you go to my chart now, like when markets, and once again, I think you got to look at, to me is, I think, the terms change now. You hear demand zones, liquidity sweeps.
Right.
I just try and treat it more as a level of interest. So I used to get very, myopic and get very focused that, okay, it's going to right here. And then if it did or blew through it, what do I do? Especially when markets get volatile like gold, you have to look at an area, because when that thing's moving $6, $8, $10, if I'm looking at one specific area, it could blow through it, trade back through it. So I just try and kind of map out these areas and just kind of look at, you could call them support resistance, but I'm just watching how price is reacting around them. I think trend lines probably, like if I'm going to come in here and I'm going to draw a trend line off something, I think that's more of probably a line in the sand for me. But if I'm looking at, kind of what's going on. Yeah, I think I had better in especially markets that are moving more volatile at one point. It's just kind of looking at, call it a zone, is kind of where how I kind of treat it and see how the market reacts around it more than I just label it,
Right.
support resistance.
Yeah, and I like how you got little boxes. You got little zones there, not finite loud numbers.
No,
because everything's just
no. Yeah, especially when you have $120 ranges in a day in gold.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep. Right.
Yep. Well, we just saw a little pull off from the highs in the ES. Let me refresh my platform here and we'll check in on the tilt. See what the consensus of our sim traders is here at Topstep. Still pretty flat, 53% short in the ES, 57% long in the NQ, 58% short in crude, and 54% short in gold. Not much happening on the tilt, and we are still just hovering right underneath new highs. All right. One more question. I think we got time for one more. Let's pick out a good one. When do you know when to buy and sell? Well, that might take more than 5 minutes, but how about this? How do you handle it when that rare A+ setup fails, the one you sized up on, without losing your discipline and slipping out of your process afterward? We got a question about self-control here, fellas. Your A+ setup shows up, you load up on what you believe is the right side of the market, turns out to be the wrong side of the market. Or was it the wrong side of the market? Did you over leverage yourself? Did you put on so much that you couldn't take the heat to stay in the trade? There's no yes, of course there's such a thing as an instant winner. Is it going to happen to you every single time you put on an A+ trade setup? Absolutely not. In fact, I would say more than 90% of the trades, more than 95% of the trades, you're going to take some form of heat on, meaning the market will go against you before it goes in your favor, right? That's just the nature of the beast, the way the game is played. You have to be able to weather that risk in order to stay on what you believe to be the right side of the market. So you need to give yourself enough room on your downside risk side to be able to stay in the trade and let that trade setup work for you. Let's start with Hogue this time. We got 4 minutes. Hogue, when you when you load up on a trade that you're very convicted in and it blows you out, do you even get upset about it anymore?
Nah.
I'm sure it's happened so many times that you just move on to the next trade, right?
Yeah, it's
out of sight, out of
even
mind.
your A+ setup is not. There's no guarantees that it's gonna win. That it's and if you are sizing up like bigger on that A+ setup, it may be causing you to manage that trade a little bit differently, like JD said. Well, and like your old dad always used to say, when the market's going your way, you'll never have enough on. When the market's going against you, you'll always have too many on.
Yep.
And loading up on anything is going to probably change at least to some degree the way you're handling the trade. But even your best setup is not going to pay you every time. I guess we just got to get used to it and deal. Is it easy to deal? No. When we load up on an A+ setup and we have high expectations for a profit on it and it doesn't happen, yeah, it sucks, but it's part of trading, and try and do your best to let it out and let it go, because you've got another opportunity coming down the pipe and you want to be ready and in the right mindset to take it. Matt, never easy when those A+ setups fail, but they do, and we got a deal. Oop, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing is more of, I think, years now of sizing up. Once again, on the floor, you didn't necessarily always have the choice. If a guy wanted to sell you 25, you just, I only want 5. Do you want them? Well, yeah, I guess I'm going to take them. So
if you don't take them all, you got 20 more against you.
Exactly. Right.
That's right.
So, yeah, I mean, so I think now I'm definitely more of a dip the toe and would scale in an area and scale in and scale out, as opposed to just saying, hey, this is A+, I'm throwing 15 on. I just, like you said, it could be A plus and whatever, but I'd rather be, and not moron trade it. And in my career, I've been guilty of wearing the dunce cap. And it's always the borderline of, hey, is it a moron trade? So yeah, I think it's a little flexible with it, but for me, I think now it's more of a scale in, scale out for me, as opposed to just, hey, it's A plus. I'm going to throw more leverage at the trade. That's me.
Yeah, and that's the thing, over leveraging on a trade in an A plus setup. Are you just taking yourself out too early?
Right.
Can't handle the. I understand you got to risk it for the biscuit, right? But you also got to give those trades a little room to run. All right, folks, that's all the time we have for group coaching today. We'll be back one more day this week. Tomorrow is Friday. We'll have group coaching again at about 12:10 p.m. Central Time. We'll pin that form to the chat once more tomorrow, and we will answer your questions right here on TopstepTV. All right, coming up next, VIP Lounge. Our old best friend Amanda is back. She's now our new best friend again. Dolby and I are going to be talking to her. I'm going to be walking into my third hour here on TopstepTV. I won't be tired, though. These markets are moving. We're going to take a short break. VIP Lounge with Amanda and Dolby Time and me coming up next. TopstepTV. Let's go.
This is TopstepTV live from Vegas. Click like, click subscribe. This is TopstepTV. We'll be right back.
Oh, and hello. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to VIP Lounge. I haven't driven one of these segments in a while. I got to see where the handbrake is at. I got no idea. We got JD on the house account, taking some trades, and of course, our lovely guest, Season 2 alum, Amanda, one of our favorites. You are jet setting around the world in your bike. Now you're back, settled down, and now I can email you every week to get you to come on Topstep TV, right?
Yeah, you can email me every week and I can probably still successfully ignore you.
Oh, come on.
No, I'm kidding. I'm so happy. I'm so happy to be back. And to be fair too, I you're gonna have to help me, JD. The last gentleman who led the VIP lounge, he was great, but I was secretly like, oh, where's Dolby? Because like Dolby and I were always like giving each other crap at the beginning of the year when I was on. But in the spirit of Dolby and I being back, I do want to do my own Dolby Time glasses. So you guys will now just not be able to recognize who we are. So we're back,
I can't
people.
even tell the difference.
I know we literally look the same.
We are basically the
same person.
Yeah, this is great. Where's your hat at? Do you have a hat, Amanda? Do you have a Topstep hat?
No, I have a beautiful, luscious head of hair, and I will continue to show it off.
Wouldn't know. So markets are cruising today. We got the micro Nasdaq up 0.9%. Gold has been humming. JD, how are the house accounts trade this morning? Opening range, any good? Any good ones?
Opening range? No, we got tagged out in that crude oil trade. I don't know if you were, who in the chat was around for that one. It looked like we were on the right side of the market in crude oil this morning. All that news came out over Russian sanctions and whatnot. Even the Kuwait oil minister came out and said, I see crude oil prices going higher based on these Russia oil sanctions. China came out and said they're not going to be buying Russian oil anymore. Everything was looking to the upside, and then in the blink of an eye, everything just got wiped out, and it crude oil broke $1.50, blew out our stop, and then rotated back higher. It's almost like they set us up. It's like they led the sheep to the slaughter in that trade. We followed them. They were the Pied Piper. We followed them, into the furnace, and they just burned us, and then took the market wherever they wanted to after that.
Yeah, those are stories for a reason, JD. There's lessons to be learned there. But that is
Are
definitely.
you okay, JD? You okay?
I'm okay.
Yeah, get him, Amanda.
I'll get over it.
Do you need a hug?
Right. This is now group therapy. This is fun.
I know.
So Amanda, any trades that you've taken today, and have they turned out well?
Yes, they did. They did turn out well. Thank you for asking. And I just want to put Topstep TV on blast for 20 seconds here because I entered a trade this morning at 10:17 a.m. Eastern, and it ran for 39 points because we've been just climbing the bid all day. It's been like literally the most boring rally. There was a lot of things that were indicating float pretty early on in the day. So I entered this sucker at 10:18 a.m. Eastern, and I literally got my last trim 6781.75 like 18 minutes before my segment on VIP Lounge. And I was so excited to show you guys my little trade, and we were going to take profit together, and it was going to be very cute. But I unfortunately took profit 20 minutes too soon. So it was a fantastic trade. I was attempting this whole zone. I was seeing it kind of, and it's a big zone. You can look at this really big zone marked at New York Session Open, knowing that it was going to be a little bit of an inflection point for us on if we stood above it. We were going to see a lot of float to the top side. If we went below, we had a decent amount of room down, all the way even to an unfinished auction that we created yesterday. So there was huge potential to the top side and the downside today. So we were kind of waiting to see what way the market was going to take us. And especially this morning at New York Session Open, there was a lot of ambivalence on our DOM. We were trading sometimes with buyers being in control, sometimes sellers were being in control. We had a very uninspired move up kind of right at open. We never really saw any follow through with strength on the tape when we kind of hit this zone. So I was really patient for this rejection back down. And like, for me, this zone was huge. And I didn't want to try to enter at the top because a 10-point stop loss is just not in my risk profile, especially because the vast majority of my trimming was going to be around like 67, 62. So I didn't want to be like 10 points winning for 10-point risk potential. Like 1-to-1 for me is just not acceptable. And so I was looking for a couple other confluences in that area to see where it would make sense to try longs and treat that whole zone as supportive. And so I was able to find some average range support, as well as some of our vector areas that we track to inform 67.42.50 was where I took most of my size. And then I think I did take half of my size add in at 67.50 once we saw that move back up. So I was out of most of my position at 67.62, but it was great because I got such a great entry. We never even got near my stop loss. We had this wick down back into the supportive zone, but I'm going to be honest, at this point, I wasn't even at my computer. I was taking a hot girl walk, enjoying my day, and let this sucker float. We floated all the way up here. This is when Miss Levitt started popping off to press and ended up getting our 67.81.75. So super easy day. It was like one trade and got to go on a walk and enjoy my day. It was pretty risk free. So super happy with that. 700. Yeah, $700 profit, but this was a really, really fantastic example of me using static information, right? So I was looking at my average range supportive areas, just general clusters of support that I was seeing from a volatility perspective, paired with market generated information and price action tracking to inform where my smartest entry could have possibly been on this trade. So if you would have entered at 50, it would have worked out. You just would have taken a lot of heat. So I'm super proud of my price action reading today and was able to get that sniper entry for 40 points.
Yeah, no, okay, no, lot to unpack there. Chad is already loving it. First, can you define ambivalence? That's a 4-syllable word. We don't hear a lot of those.
Ambivalence. Well, yeah. So, okay, great. Yeah, ambivalent. I mean, like I always consider the market being ambivalent. First of all, it means you can't make a decision, right? It's like, well, maybe this, maybe that. I could be convinced both ways. I don't have an opinion, right? So I'm very ambivalent on the matter. Whenever we see zones like this that I consider like a pivotal zone or an ambivalent zone, it's kind of like this very average range of where nothing exciting was going to happen for the day. Price might just settle there. Like market makers are happy to be there and, farm premium and everything like that. But if we get out of it one way or the other, we tend to see buyers become active on our price ladder. Of course, if we go below it, our sellers become active. And ideally on those days, you can start identifying a trend early and seeing our DOM trading with 20% more active buyers and sellers on the tape. And so right when we kind of broke out of this zone after New York session open, we saw that DOM start trading with a lot of bids stacking up, really, really supporting this gross sloggy move to the top side. I bet you people made a lot of money trying to reject a lot of these zones. Cause I mean, even here, right? 63 all the way back down to 46, that's a great scalp to the short side. But my sights were set on this higher position up here that I tracked as another resistive zone, was able to hold a couple runners up to that point. So I love when we kind of see float on the bid or float on the ask for those trend days. It makes it easy for me, makes trading very, very hands off. I prefer to be in trades for greater than 2 hours because I don't want to be stressing out trying to scalp and take 20 trades a day. So this was the perfect conditions for me today.
Oh, nice. Yeah. So what, how, look, your morning prep, you got a lot of stuff on your chart. You kind of,
oh my God, isn't it a mess?
I think it's pretty clean. I mean, you remove your order entries. I think it looks very clean. But you mix in some fundamental, you mix in some technical. When are you doing your fundamental analysis and then saying, I'm putting this on the chart, this is worth it for tomorrow morning?
Yeah, I think a lot of my friends would say that I'm definitely a data junkie. And JD, I think I was complaining about this with you last week where I was like, the government shutdown is my worst case scenario because I don't have my economic data. And that just brings me so much comfort. So the fact that I don't have data to kind of inform where we could get volatile moves or tape bombs or something that really changes the course of the day has been pretty frustrating for me. But I try to avoid fundamental analysis as a whole because I don't know anything about anything. I'm not going to try to deduce why NVIDIA is doing what it's doing. I don't read the Wall Street Journal every day. So I'm not totally up to speed on all things business, right? So I really do try to keep my trading pretty technical. I'm traditionally a bear. I love shorting the market. I'm really bad at longing the market. So I'm actually really proud of being able to catch 40 points today and kind of going against my built-in bias. But I would say mostly technical for me. And one of the things that I've really pushed away from is trading any sort of extended trading sessions. I've really identified with myself that I do really like trading ES. Sometimes I'll look at NQ, but ES is my baby. And like ES moves pretty well during extended trading hours, but like I kind of don't like how slow it moves. And I don't want to be like sitting waiting for something. The other really good reason I like about New York session is because extended trading hours starts so early, that gives me hours of data to understand how the market's behaving. So I'll map out zones at ETH open and I'll just observe them. And I'll say like, okay, are my zones of support and resistance, is price respecting them? Or is price being really messy? Or is price just totally ignoring these zones? I love being able to have several hours of data to kind of understand how RTH might act. And so that's kind of why I really do like trading New York Open, because I already have several hours of data on how ES was behaving or misbehaving. And it kind of gives me a little bit more confidence on the zones that I maybe have previously mapped or will map at open. So I kind of like that. And honestly, less time at the charts for me is better. I trade for freedom. I don't want to be looking at charts all day. And so this really works for me.
Awesome. Love the long hold times. You see a lot of Jay, you look a lot at a lot of trade reports. I mean, typically the longer the hold time, better the winning trade ratio, bigger winners, better ratios.
That is very true. That is very true for me. Anything an hour plus is a very, very high win rate for me. Yeah.
It's true for many traders too. Typically, you see the longer the hold time, the better the win rate, the better the P&L. There's a pattern there.
Yeah.
Let the market do the hard work. Data.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh God. Yeah, I could not scalp. I'm like, I feel like I would make so many mistakes, like trying to like hit market buy, market sell, like managing my position brackets. Like I just feel like that introduces so much opportunity for me to fat finger something.
Amanda, there are a lot of traders who really struggle with holding positions for a long time, and they want to get to a point where they are comfortable with doing that. Is there a secret? You just have to do it, get used to it? Was it something natural for you to hold positions for a long time, or is it something you had to teach yourself?
Super, super unnatural for me. I'm like probably the most nervous trader anybody has ever seen. One of the things that I really reflected on to kind of help with longer position sizing. So there's two things here. The first thing, I had 10 micros. My last trim was 2, right? So I was 80% out of my position to hold this sucker for 3 hours. I was mostly out of my position probably 45 minutes into the trade, which is still a long time, but 45 minutes isn't that long, all things considered. The second thing that we're looking at for holding trades for a long time, I had pretty high conviction on this trade, but like I also did have profit targets for the day. My profit target today was $500. And so I had my $500 basically locked in at this 67.62. So I had zero stress for these two runners. Like it was going to not matter if it went back down to 0, and it was going to be fun if it went up to 67.82. But the one thing that I really kind of reflected on with holding trades for a long time, if you're feeling stressed with any sort of position that you're holding, that's a really good indicator to say, hey, maybe I'm a little bit over leveraged still. Or, I'm already up 20 points. Maybe I should take a few more off and just get to a point where I feel zero stress about the position continuing on. And honestly, for me, the point where I feel zero stress is 2 or 3 micros. Like it's really, really small. And I think that those 2 micros ended up making me like $350 more or something, which is pretty fantastic. But I felt no stress in holding those 2 micros. I felt like I could like physically step away from my computer. I could go on a walk. I had a chat with my mom, and I was not thinking about this position at all. And so I think that's a really big key, is like a lot of times you will see traders, like really good traders, hold massive positions all day. I think it was a lot of reps for them to feel comfortable with losing all of that potential money. Because I'll tell you what, like it's kind of difficult to see your trade up 30 points and you're like, wow, I'm up $250 or I'm up $2,000 or I'm up $20,000. If you're feeling stress about that, you need to reevaluate how big your position is and what your risk exposure tolerance really is. And it's a hard thing to grapple.
It is.
I'll say this, backing up what you said, the number one cause of blown accounts here at TopStep, and I believe that we have the data to back this up, is over leveraging on trades and not being able
Yeah.
to hold on to the trade long enough to stay in the trade. You load
Yeah.
up on one side of the market. You don't give yourself enough downside room because you're always going to take heat on a trade.
Totally.
Even though you had an excellent sniper entry today, not everybody's going to be able to pull that off every day, right?
No. That was a really good trade. Yeah. Yeah.
Love it when it's
That was
easy.
not
You gotta
an
give your
everyday
trade-
thing. Yeah.
Yeah. You got to give your trade a little room to breathe. You know, you go in,
Yes.
you full port it on your entry, and you're out 6 ticks later with a blown account. You know, you're not giving yourself
Yes.
any kind of edge there. You know, so
Yeah,
over
and-
leveraging will take a lot of stress off your shoulder, or under, not over leveraging, I should say, will relieve a lot of stress in probably a lot of these traders' lives.
Absolutely. And like another thing that I always think about, and I have a little sticky note on my computer, that's my little mantra, is I should never have a single trade that is going to change my life. Like
Mm.
if you think about it, like what kind of position would I have needed to put on this trade to change my life? To say I'm retiring, I'm buying my Bugatti, I'm buying my holiday home. Like it would have been such a massive size. And so I think it's easy to say like I'm going to make a windfall today, right? I'm going to make 10K today. And it's 10K or bust. Like that's really difficult because if you're stressing yourself out to make $10,000 and it doesn't change your life, that's probably not a great way to be approaching trading. I always look at it as like, success by 1,000 cuts or death by 1,000 cuts. These two micros were never going to change my life one way or the other. And so it took a lot of stress off. And so I think that's something worth thinking about. I think a lot of day traders are like, I'm either going to be a multimillionaire or I'm not going to be good at this. And
Yep.
there's a lot of money between $0 and $1 million. Like you could pull in $1,000 a month and that could be life-changing if you're consistent, right? That could pay off a car, could pay off a house. And so like, I do really want to just normalize not making, 1,000, 10 grand, 100 grand a day. Like the TikTok traders love doing that. And it's really cool to watch. But like trading
Yeah.
can be a super stable income. That doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get a Bugatti, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. It's
Are you about the Bugatti life? Is that
I'm not about the
is that
Bugatti
on your
life.
radar?
Guys,
it seems like
I
it.
drive a Mercedes Metris. It's like a city cargo van. And it's my favorite car ever because I can store all my mountain bikes in it. So I can like
Yep.
drive around with my bikes and it's like the perfect utilitarian vehicle for me.
You have like a
And I'll keep
sleeper in
that thing
there
until
too?
it explodes. Sometimes when I do like a race by myself, I will sleep in the van next to my bikes. And that's my
Nice.
dream life, right? It's my dream life. Like I don't think I'll ever be wanting the Bugatti or the Ferrari type of life.
I mean, they do make it look pretty enticing on social media, though, don't they? Making all those
They
do.
do.
figures,
They
big
do.
cars.
This is maybe being like super cynical and just being so aware of how fake like social media is. But like, what do you do after you get the Bugatti? Like for me, I've thought about this. And I'm like, okay, so I buy this Bugatti. Now I have to call my insurance company and be like, hi,
Mhm.
can you insure my Bugatti? And they'll be like, ma'am, this is 30 grand a month. And then like, it's probably going to break every other week. So I'll have to like take it to the shop and I'm going to be really nervous about scrubbing the rims on the curb because like your girl's not a great driver. And I'm like, that just like invites a lot of additional stress into my life to have such a fancy car. And like, I guess I can look at it, which is kind of cool, but like, what else do you do with a fancy car?
Get a
Maybe this
second
is like
one.
a very cynical, feminine way about looking at supercars, but I'm like, this Bugatti seems like it's a money pit and I'm going to scrub the rims and it's going to make me really upset.
My
In
dad got
Chicago,
a
you would.
Mustang, and I think he scrubbed his rims within like 48 hours. He was not happy.
Oh, yeah,
He was
no.
not
I've
happy.
definitely I have ran my cargo van into a bush and I'm just like, well, oops, it happens sometimes. And so I definitely like not having like a very nice car to worry about.
Yeah. JD, with the house account, you
What's
also
up?
have access to every single market. Do you want to
I've got them
walk
all.
us through?
What do you want to look
Walk
at?
us through what's going on here on the commodities and the indices, and we can hop back into some conversation. But keep us in the loop. What's going on here, JD?
Sure, we're looking at gold now. Look at all of these bull flags in gold today. It's almost textbook trading right here. This is a 15-minute chart.
Oh, look at that. Nice little range over
Boom,
range.
boom, boom. Range over range over range. We're still trading inside this range, going back to, I guess you could call it October 21st. Was that Tuesday? So we're still kind of trading inside this range. We haven't crossed last week's high yet, or the weekly high, 41.75. But it looks like we're still on the up in gold right now. Buyers still kind of in control. We did have that nice sell-off. But as far as today goes, yesterday and today, buyers slowly creeping back into this market. Let's take a look at crude oil. Crude oil has kind of gone sideways also. There's a 1 minute. Let's look at a 15-minute. And I don't want to look at the micro. If you like a range, Dolby time, we got a range for you right here in crude.
Shocker.
It's giving you the answers right there.
Yeah.
Just popping around. Weekly kickoff high, 61.70. John Hoagland's weekly kickoff high. And we've just been jockeying around there all day long. Since the European Open, 3 o'clock a.m. Central Time. Pretty sideways market. Ran the buy stops. It looked like we were megaphoning for a little bit. Ran the sell stops, ran the buy stops multiple times, and now we're settling right back into mid-range, right on top of weekly kickoff high. So, decent sideways price action. Range traders delight right there. If you like trading ranges, that's a money printer. That's what they call it, a money printer.
Dolby, did you or JD? Did you trade anything in that range today?
No, we took the opening range breakout trade, and we got caught. Go back over to the micro chart. That's where we took the trade. Take a what did the chat vote for? We took a
1 minute, I think.
1 minute opening range. All right, so I'll go back to the 1 minute chart.
You a fan of the opening range trade? Are you familiar with this one, Amanda?
Like an opening range breakout?
Yep.
Yeah.
Opening range breakout trade.
Oh yeah.
We take them every morning in
I mean, to
take them every
be
morning
fair,
in gold and crude oil.
to be fair, what I took today was a little bit of a break and retest of opening range on ES. It wasn't textbook, but it was pretty similar.
JD's been grinding out this opening range trade for months here, trying to figure out the secret sauce. Is it the 1 minute, the 5 minute? Is it the retest?
So JD,
Well, we got to get.
So I want to ask, how do you set your rules then for an opening range breakout trade? One of the things that scares me about orbs is I feel like it's really easy to get kind of tilty and being like, I'm going to try it. Oh, let me try it one more time. Let me try it one more time. Like, what kind of rules do you set for yourself? Are you truly a one and done? Like you're going to try it. If it doesn't work, you're done for the day.
Pretty much, but we do it in multiple markets. And
Nice.
we all were fully aware that's a very low probability trade setup, right? But when you hit, you will hit nicely, and one winning trade should wipe out, anywhere from 7 to 10 days of losses.
Yeah.
That being said, it's a very mechanical trade too. It's a zero emotion goes into this trade. The setup is there. It's a mechanical entry. It's a mechanical exit. You know where you're getting in. You know where you're getting out. Basically, we have been tweaking it a little. We've added a confirmation bar to get into the trade since we started getting kind of wicked out on false breakouts and whatnot a couple of times in the last 2 weeks. So we started adding a confirmation bar. We took that from some Edgeful stats that we reviewed. We meet about these trades, There's a group of us that get together and we actually spend time talking about this, like how are we gonna make this trade better,
Yeah. No, I think that's so cool because well, orb is such a simple strategy, right? But I think if you can stick to your rules, it's probably a pretty successful way to go.
It had a good run for a while, JD.
Well, we had a great run until we started pulling the chat. No offense, chat, but as soon as we as soon as we started getting the people involved, it went to shit, right?
Yeah, that thud you heard was us driving over chat in our car right here. Throw them right under that bus.
If enough people put flying $ emojis in chat, we'll full port this short gray zone. I'm just kidding. I will not do that. Please don't do
Full
that.
port.
Please don't do that to me. Yeah,
Let's
we're turning the tables, guys. We're not calling out trades. All y'all are calling out trades for us, and we're gonna see how it goes.
Yeah,
We can't do
We need
that.
like
trade in
we need
there.
like a
Put it in there.
degen. We need like a degen tilt next to the regular tilt to be like, what does chat say? We're full porting.
All in. Let's go.
Wouldn't it
Oh,
feel
here come
good
the
to
money
say
signs.
chat?
Here come the dollar signs.
There they are.
We're in.
Yeah, exactly. There we go. That's funny. Oh man.
Oh yeah. So we got into this.
Open up a little bit. Yeah, go ahead.
We got a confirmation bar here at the one. Looking at the 1 minute, we got our confirmation bar. So we got in long at 61.86. Everything was looking good. We had decent. It gave us a little decent follow, some decent follow through the upside. Came back down, retested our entry, which is typical. It likes to do that. And then it looked like we were going to make us another leg higher. There was all that news coming out, like I said. There was news coming out of Russia, news coming out of China, news coming out of the Middle East, all concerning oil. So everything was looking positive for oil prices today. And then one rogue comment came out about OPEC and production cuts or production raises. And this bar right here just came and tagged us out.
Really, there
out of
was
nowhere,
news on
just
production
blindsided us.
raises. That's
I
interesting
f-
because did you guys see crude oil inventories yesterday? The estimates, like the current inventory, was like way higher than what was estimated. Interesting.
Let's go back and I got to go back and find the
Okay,
headline that I was
sorry.
looking
I
at.
just, I like my data. I don't trade crude oil, but like it gave me comfort
it,
to see
need
the
it.
crude oil inventories. I don't know what it is, but I was happy to see it.
The EIA
It's
is like
not
the only
great.
institution that's it's not great. The
Oh,
EIA
okay.
is
I
like
guess
the
that's
only
kind of like
institution that is on board for continuing to share data during this government shutdown.
okay.
They have promised.
Well, thank
They
you.
have promised to
I have learned something
continue
new.
reporting on inventories.
Such
So we'll
Okay,
get
so that's
oil and
kinda
natural
like
gas inventories every week.
that's like the running joke then of like the ADP payroll numbers the day before, like 2 days before NFP. Like ADP is usually wrong. Like you got to wait for NFP for the real numbers.
We get the good stuff.
That's totally fake.
Like,
They
Yeah.
got the South.
like the Baker Hughes rig count. That's a good one.
Oof.
See,
love the
Yeah,
how
no,
many rigs are out there.
yeah, dude. I need my emotional support economic data. Like I cannot go on like this, guys. Like
Listen,
Yeah,
the TV
government's
team
gonna
wants
have to
it
step it
too.
up.
We get a lot of content off those numbers there.
Thank
Amanda.
you,
We get a
dude.
lot of content,
Okay,
and
so
we don't get it. We got to make it up.
2 weeks ago, I was on like Friday at lunch, and it was like right after that Trump dump of him popping off about more tariffs on China or whatever. And it was just so exciting because I was like, this is great. Like we can talk about this. And yeah, we need, I guess, in lieu of the government being open, maybe Trump can just tweet some more.
Or OPEC. That's the
Yeah, exactly.
dice roll that you have with crude oil or energy markets is at any point in time, a rogue tweet can come out of nowhere and just sink your trade or boost your trade, depending on what side you are. You have new session highs here in the ES, though, trading at 67.84, just kind of slowly doing the zombie crawl to the upside. Very seasonal, very Halloween of you, ES and Nasdaq. I do want to bring in Gabe here for Jab, Jab, Jab. Bring in his luxurious voice. There he is. What a guy. What's up, Gabe?
Good afternoon. What's going on? A couple jabs here for everybody. Shout out to all the traders hanging out in chat all day long, the bell to bellers. Appreciate you sharing your experience day after day with us here. We got a couple traders we want to shout out from today. We got Brandon down 1,300 end of last night, jabbing away this morning. Bought my way back to only down 250. Be humble, everyone. I'd say that's a good comeback. Even closing the day small red. I think there's plenty of traders out there who'd rather be down 250 than maybe what they experienced today. So great work, Brandon. We got Bashir. Took my third payout today, $4,700 locked in the XFA. Congrats. Always loving money hits the bank. We got Dario done for the week with an amazing payout of 2.5K on 150K XFA. Once again, money hitting the bank, making it real. Shout out to Dario. We got the Ignito. Been floating around 350 to 400 all day. Appears to be what the market wants to give me. So I'm blocking it out. GG's. That's good awareness. I like the ability to walk away, understanding when the market's really not providing anything else to you that you're looking for, and when to lock it up. We got Cato up 371 and done for the day at work, getting more money as I'm on the clock, working for the man. Shout out to Topstep X's mobile-friendly charting. trade management, giving Cato the ability to trade it up while at work. Please don't get fired while you're trading on the job. And we got Kevin Green, $600 each on the 2 XFAs. Great day. And shout out to all those that we missed today. See you. Appreciate you. See you back for more jabs tomorrow. Back to you. Dolby time, Amanda and JD.
Gabe, thank you so much. James Jarden. Gabe is a dollar store James. Wow, that is rude, James Jarden.
Woof.
That is rude. Be nice, chat. We love Gabe.
Clean it up, chat. Clean it
I
up.
say,
Get your act together.
Gabe has a
Amazing.
fantastically relaxing voice. Jeez.
Yeah, seriously. Seriously, this is the ASMR segment with Amanda and Gabe. Just close your eyes, chat. We're gonna talk markets for a bit. So, Amanda, you're like more like a one and done, maybe two and done sort of trader. It's 1:30 p.m. You're on Topstep
know.
TV. Your eyes must still want to look and see for market structure, chart patterns.
Yes.
Anything look good to you right here, right now?
Yes. I really want to be a two and done person today because there's a zone from 95 to like 99 that I'm obsessed with. There's like
Why?
a huge amount of resistance from a volatility perspective. And there's been a lot of previous highs made up in this zone. And so we've already seen a lot of float on the DOM, and we're kind of really close to like where our market makers are considering their ceiling for like call and put hedging. And in that area where like if we get too much further, market makers might actually start losing money today. And so this is also like at the very, very top of that volatility zone that our market makers would probably prefer to keep us in. And so if we could float ourselves up here, I will absolutely take a short at 95 for two reasons, right? Like it's a great setup for my books, but because I had such a good win, like I'm happy to risk some of these profits to try to get another opportunity. The thing that does give me a little bit of pause, right, is like I said, like we've just been floating on the bid all day. So
What's that
the
mean,
risk
floating
of
on the
kind
bid?
of it's basically when buyers are in control, right? Like we just have more active buyers supporting purchasing at every level. And even though we may see sellers in some of these zones, buyers just tend to continually overwhelm them. And so what I've been tracking is about 120% on the DOM, which basically means there's 20% more active buyers than sellers on the DOM right now. So the risk I think that we'll run into if we do get up to this zone and we go in for a short is that we can maybe just get pinned up here and maybe not get a lot of strength to break above it, but we probably may not have a lot of rejection potential either because like our sellers have been very lazy today. And so it's possible that they could just continue to be lazy when we get up here. So like maybe we could get 4 points, but I would probably short this just back down to this 86 level where I have marked as a light resistance zone. I ended up using this as a trim point, if you guys remember. So I'm not shorting here because our DOM is still very strong. But if we do get up to this 95 zone, I would like to short us back down to 86. See if we can catch that.
95.
I'm 95 to 99. Yep. I'm not super interested in I'm not super interested in shorting here because we've kind of seen this zone as resistance, but our active buyers are still just chewing through this area, and we technically still have a little bit of room till my marked volatility ceilings. And I certainly don't want to be longing up here because we're already quite overextended based on historical volatility metrics that we have been observing. That like for me, to try to long up here just like doesn't make sense because we'd be scrapping for pennies with a pretty big stop loss because under this zone, I don't have a strong area of support, probably all the way down to like 52, maybe a little bit at 60. So like there's no value for me to try to long here. And based on how price action has been reacting in this resistive zone, I'm not going to attempt to short it after, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 taps of this area. I'm kind of expecting us to chew through this zone. So this will be the only place I attempt shorts today.
Awesome. Love the levels. I got them marked down. Chat is brimming with questions here. And I think what is piquing their curiosity is how are you keeping track of the more buyers and sellers? Brad, Bearhart, he's in there. I think that's Chad Nash's better half, if I recall. Slip Kid has the same question. How are you figuring out the percentages of bids and offers here?
Yes. So I also do use I use Motive Wave as one of my brokers. There's really powerful
Mhm.
level 2 data capabilities in there. That is a paid platform. Like I have like a lifetime license for it, but a lot of my accounts are on Motive Wave, and their DOM. Actually, it was really similar to JD's when JD was looking at crude. You could actually see like over here. I just have my bid and ask as like one above and one below what the actual price is. His DOM was actually showing the full bid and ask. One of the things that I liked about Motive Wave is it kind of automatically adds up all of the active bids and asks that are on the tape and gives you a percentage between buyers versus sellers. So if the sum of bid is greater than the sum of ask, it's going to be greater than 100%. And then if the sum of ask is greater, then it'll be less than 100%. So Motive Wave has that little like percentage capability that makes it really easy just for me to like glance at it. So I don't have to like be Rain Man every 2 seconds trying to like add up the price ladder.
So got some extra tools there, using some Motive Wave to figure that out. There's another great question here. Gabriela Carrillo, what books do you recommend to understand the market and trading? Anything that you you like?
Man, you know, I feel like I'm like the worst person to ask this. Like, I haven't read a lot of books on trading. I've read a decent amount of psychology books. Like, and I know this is the most like basic answer, but like when I was in my early 20s, like Atomic Habits was probably one of the most like life-changing, like self-help books I could have probably read. I'm sure all of us here have read that book. I really have appreciated that. And JD actually told me that, oh my gosh, please help me out. Who's the woman who's always trading during like opening? I love her.
Anne-Marie. Anne-Marie Band.
Anne-Marie.
The trading
So yeah,
book.
Anne-Marie has it. Yeah, Anne-Marie has a book as well. And I have it in my cart on Amazon. I actually do really want to watch that or read that because Anne-Marie is like somebody that I do really look up to because I feel like she technically reads the market so well and does a really, really good job of zooming out and having like a really good macro perspective of where price can go from a daily perspective. So Anne-Marie's book is on my list as well. I respect her so much and I'm sure her book is fantastic. So, but yeah, honestly, in terms of like technical knowledge base, for me, it's honestly just been time on the charts. And I've really tried to take a little bit more of like an institutional approach at trading. I respect so much a lot of retail traders who use supply and demand and who are really, really good at reading price action. I'm just not someone who's great at reading price action and reading candlesticks and like doing volume price analysis. So I've really pushed to understanding level 2 data like order flow, historic volatility metrics, and things like that, just to give me a little bit more factual back-end data on where my high probability areas are. So I tried like volume price analysis honestly for years. And I just feel like my brain is not wired to like read candlesticks and execute like that. So this more like level 2 order flow and volatility data has been very helpful for me.
Love it. It's great. Great answer. And everyone trades different too, chat. So some of you in chat might really resonate with what Amanda's doing. We can tell it's a lot of questions. Some people might really like the opening range trade or trading ranges. You just got to find it's your personality. Everyone's different. We were talking about personality earlier, right? Only handle 2 to 3 micros. Like that's your sweet spot. Everyone's going to have different risk tolerance, different daily loss limit tolerances, strategy tolerance. Just got to find what fits. What kind of trader would you consider yourself? If you could, if you were put on a desert island, Amanda, and only take one trading indicator with you or one trading tool, what would you take? You only get one. It's a very strict desert island, and it does have Starlink, if you're going to ask.
What trading indicator is highly flammable so I can start a fire and survive?
Probably something ICT related. I don't know.
Maybe like, yeah, okay, great. Then I'll bring ICT so I could just catch
Maybe
them
a
on
fair
fire.
value gap.
Wait, that was rude. That was rude. We literally just said, we literally said, don't just knock people's strategies. And then we just talked about catching ICT on fire.
I don't know where the handbrake is, Amanda. I'm control
banned.
here.
I'm banned. Bye. No, honestly, I would probably bring order flow. I would probably bring order flow with me. If I could just get my little level 2 data and understand where my active buyers and sellers are, and I had Starlink, and then, you know, on top of it, if order flow was flammable and could actually help me cook a fish, that would be ideal.
That's a great answer.
We love ICT. Great. Super
yeah,
cool.
we do. Yeah, ICT. So do I. I like Arnold Palmer's. They're great. Yes. Liquid, you can drink it. These markets are stuck currently. ES hanging around 67.83. Got the Nasdaq stuck in a super range right here between 25,280s and 25,250s. So about a 30-point range there as well. Wiki on both sides. Looks like a kind of zombie rally territory for right now. Maybe some nice
It
structure
is.
here in the Nasdaq. Nice little range over range, range over range.
Yeah. You know, I do really like, I'm just looking at the tilt on ES. Says most people are, well, a little bit over most people are short, right? And they put their average price at 67.74. So they're in drawdown, but it's actually a pretty logical point because I have this little dotted line here. I'm marking this as the start of my IV wall, which is essentially where like market makers are going to try to keep price within. Anything outside of that whole IV wall zone, which I have noted
IV?
from 60.
I think I know
It's our implied volatility. So we'll have implied volatility from the top to the top side and the bottom side. Those zones will move throughout the day depending on where call and put hedges are being placed. But we're from like a translation from basically SPY's options to ES, we're deducing that it's around 67.76. So people are actually making a lot of sense trying shorts in that area. The reason that, like I said, I didn't like it though, is because looking at our market generated information and looking at how strong and floaty our bid has been today, it's like we could try to short every little zone that we track, but we're probably just going to have this mushy slug up to the top side from what we've seen all day today.
That makes sense. And you can feel it too in the dome. Where do you get your implied volatility from? What are you using to get that information?
So I trade a system called the fractals, and it uses all just volatility metrics based on different time frames. And so a lot of times our IV walls, we'll pull them from like 200 days of historical implied volatility. So we basically say like, okay, in the past 200 days, ES has had a range of 40 points in the day, right? So we could assume that will probably be in a 40-point range today. You can look at obviously different time frames to get like more, recency or go for more trend type of analysis, but that implied volatility is mostly derived from historic volatility as well. And then you can look at open interest on like your calls and puts as well to get that number a little bit more detailed.
Nice. We have Jack as well. He's also looking at the options levels for the gamma walls, gamma levels. Anne-Marie talks about that as well. We got George Irish in chat. Amanda is the GOAT. I trade with her every morning and nothing but winning trades. Fractals rule. Fractals do rule.
Actually, George is a GOAT. That guy, he's very sweet. I would probably see George as a little bit of a mentor to me. He's a fantastically level-headed person, but he also does trade fractals. And me and him have found a lot of success with using, volatility metrics and data like that. Because like I said, I'm not a great volume price analysis reader. So to have data to kind of cling on to has really helped me with my conviction. So I do really like that.
Are you streaming every morning now? Or are you just trading with a group?
Yeah. And actually, so I told you 2 weeks ago, because I was going to start on our YouTube channel. I want to start. So next week, I'm going to start doing morning market notes on YouTube Live. Okay. So that'll be a cool opportunity. Fractals is a little bit difficult because we don't look at linear charts when we are mapping our zones. So the first time you see fractals, you're kind of like, what the heck is going on here? And so those morning market notes would be a really cool way to kind of like drip feed that theory into people. Because at first it does seem a little overwhelming, but as long as you kind of know what you're looking for, it's a pretty cool system. So yeah, I'm gonna be getting on like 30 minutes before New York session open to hopefully start mapping out a lot of these levels with folks. So even if you're not going to be like trading during New York session or something, if you have these mapped, just to kind of help people start their day as well.
Is the channel made? They want to know. What is the channel?
Yes, it is Ascend Trading is our channel group. And it's been really fun because we, like me and a couple other guys, run it, which I really appreciate because I'm not one to like be on social media too heavily. So it's kind of nice to have a few other guys who are kind of like crowdsourcing the channel, and we can all like trade, like share ideas on there, which is really fun.
Cool. Very cool. We're gonna have to get you guys on the opening call one day too. It'll be a nice drive.
Oh, that would be super fun. That would be super fun. Yeah.
Is your what's your you said Ascend Trading?
Ascend, yeah.
Just Ascend?
Yeah, Ascend trading. It looks like a little like mountain. We have like a little mountain icon.
Little mountain icon.
There we go.
Is it green?
Looks like Hogue just put it in there. Yep.
It is?
Yes, it
Okay,
is.
perfect. Is that the same
Thank
one I
you.
have?
Thank you, Hoagland.
This is the same one. Okay, cool. Awesome. Fantastic. Thank you, John Hogan. The link is right there in chat at Ascend Trading on YouTube. Amanda will be there with her friends. Doing their thing, giving some special levels and learn about fractals.
And with a lot of coffee. It's a lot of coffee because that's like really early in the morning. So I'm really taking one for the team waking up before the sun gets up.
You drink water before you drink coffee, or do you just drink coffee first?
I try to chug like 10 ounces of water. And I don't know why. It's probably just like my tiny amount of guilt to be like, I shouldn't just like straight dose caffeine into my dehydrated stomach first thing in the morning.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. It's probably
Who
something.
knows?
Something
I'm
to
still
that.
alive, so it's it's working.
Doing great. Crushing it. Markets are testing maybe the Nasdaq here. We tested the 280s. A little wicked above it, and now we're kind of selling off a little bit. Now we're back down to about the 260, 258. So still stuck in this 20-point range. Markets are feeling pretty sluggish on the dome right now. Nothing is wiggling around.
Oh, we're just spinning our wheels right now. We're stuck in the mud.
Just hanging out.
I feel like it would have been hard to find an entry on the Nasdaq today. Look at that, 830. This thing was just straight to the sky. Good Lord. Wow.
And just zombie rally.
Yeah, Nasdaq is incredible. That scares me. No, thank you.
Have you, Amanda, have you gotten baited into trading gold at all? You know, it's a really popular, hot market right now. It is moving like crazy. Have you dipped your toe in the water in the gold market?
It did. Yeah, I did. And that's a sensitive subject because I was like, oh, I'll try to be like cool and fashionable and go trade gold at all-time highs like a freaking psycho. That is like almost scarier than NQ. It's cool. Like I kind of like how gold and silver there's like 10 pips to a tick, I guess, or 10 pips to a dollar. It was like pretty hard for me to figure out where stop losses and take profits needed to be. So I was like dabbling in it with like 3 micros, trying to see what kind of ranges you could get out of it and like what kind of wicks and drawdown you could have. But I don't know. I feel like I don't want to say gold is a meme stock because it's certainly not, but it's been on such a incredible rally the past couple months that a lot of people have been really attracted to it. I didn't love it, especially because it trades really well during Asia session and Euro session. I think it trades pretty well during New York, but I like trading US equities during New York session. And I don't really want to be on my computer at like 7:30 at night during Asia. So like it just didn't really match my time commitment that I wanted to be at my charts for. So.
But it was tempting you just to take a peek.
I know, because that was the same thing with crude. I feel like it was like 2 years ago. Like me and my friends went on like a crude oil bender and we were running on like 3 hours of sleep because we kept trading freaking Euro session. And I was like, I cannot go on like this. I'm a New York session girly. Like I cannot be up at 1 a.m. trying to trade Euro session.
Trading Euro session crude. That's some dedication right there. That is not the most likely market.
It was rough. My husband was so funny. This was like 2 years ago. And he was like, hey, do you want to buy like a bed for your office? He's like, we could put like a bed in your office if you like need to take a nap while you're trading Euro. And I was like, please don't support me. I was like, please like tell me I'm psychotic and stop doing this. It was so cute though. Cause he was like, we can like get you a bed and put a bed in your office here. I was like, no, I need help. I need to not be trading oil.
What love! What an amazing husband!
It was a wonderful display of love. But I was like, I swear to God, if you buy a cot and put it in my office, like I'm gonna need an intervention. So
yeah, that's a sign, hubby. She's working too much. Don't need a bed in the office.
I was like, let's stick to New York session.
Unless he's trying to get more video game time. I don't know, Amanda. Maybe there are some ulterior motives there. It's like, if she's trading that 7 p.m. session, I can squeeze in a couple more hours.
Dude, I would say yes, but I have been putting a little bit too much time into Battlefield 6 lately. I can't be the only one in this stream right now who's been playing a lot of Battlefield 6.
Dude, I love it. I have not because that game makes me angry.
No.
I don't play games that make me angry anymore. Yeah.
You know what, Dolby? We're good. I'm just
slow.
gonna have to ask you to be a little bit better. You know.
I'm too slow. Get good, as the kids say.
Yep.
Also,
Just
they
get
say
good.
6'7". Don't know what that means, but
Yep.
we
Yeah.
said a
You're
bunch
you're
today.
unk status over here, man. You're too old for
Yep.
Battlefield at this point.
I know. Kind of. And boomer dads. That's what they call them.
But yeah, it is actually really fun. I've been playing spending way too much time playing Battlefield. So, yeah.
Ferdy, we put it in chat if you want the YouTube link. We'll have Hogue drop it again. She's most definitely. We get you 1,000 yet? We must have gotten you pretty damn close to it.
Oh my God, you guys were so close. Yeah, I was buzzing. Like
you just got it.
2 weeks ago, you guys added like 300 followers. You guys are amazing. Thank you. That is that is a highlight. That is a highlight. Dopamine rush. I'll be riding that for the rest of the day. Thank you guys. You're amazing.
TopstepTV YouTube hug right there. Got you about 300 subs. We love our community.
Okay, I won't let you guys down. We're gonna have the most wild 6:30 a.m. charting sessions you've ever seen.
That's right. Bring your coffee, chat. No water.
Bring your coffee. No water. Straight to the vein.
Yep. JD, anything in the market that
What's
you're
up?
seeing? I don't know. I was hanging out, having a good time with Amanda and you. We got about 2 minutes left. Anything in the charts you're seeing?
Nope, we are stuck in the mud right now. We are tapping on the ceiling of new highs in the ES right now. 67.85 is the current high, and it's about to trade out. So we'll see what's happening going into power hour. This market really needs a jolt of something to get it moving.
Yeah.
But we just keep creeping up and up and up, one tick at a time.
Yeah.
It's a very
'Cause you know
headline,
what, too?
news-driven market right now. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Well, our DOM right now is trading at 140%. So our buyers are trying their darndest to keep this thing pushing. So we're obviously seeing a lot of resistance because like price isn't moving us up, but buyers are really freaking trying here.
Oh, if you're in the chat, can we get an update on Delta? Do you look at Delta at all, Amanda?
I
you
love
have
that. Yes, I do like Delta. And I love Hogue's assessments on Delta. So this is exciting.
How do you use it? About a minute left here. How do you use Delta?
I like seeing if it flips on like 15-minute candles to kind of understand like for example, today when we entered our longs, I believe our Delta was actually favoring the sellers. Obviously, because we had this crazy move down. And so I was really looking for 15-minute confirmation of Delta turning back to buyers being in control to kind of just let me have a little bit of a sigh of relief for continuation long. So I do like looking at Delta on like a 15-minute candle to just confirm that my trade is still going in the direction I want it to go. So like, for example, those like 2 micros I held up to here, if I saw any sort of like dramatic flip in Delta back to sellers for like 15 or 30 minutes, I probably would have closed the trade just to like grab whatever profit I had.
Do you see the Delta that Hogue just posted? ES plus 21,200. 21,200 positive Delta.
We are on the way. We'll see. We'll see if we get to this 95 at power hour. I'll certainly try a piece up here.
We're keeping an eye on it as well. Amanda, the segment has come to an end. Time flies when we're having fun. Excellent trading. You're going to probably pass that account probably maybe tomorrow. Can you pass it tomorrow?
Oh, I think we'll see. I don't know. Don't put any pressure on me. So can I just say too, it is so scary trading on TopstepTV. I always want to go to a Combine account because I'm scared. So one of these days I will be brave and want to like use a live account, but it's very scary trading in front of all y'all, which is why I was like, chat, you just tell me what to do. I don't want to be like responsible for you guys losing money. Just tell me what to do.
Well, Amanda, you can always size down until you're comfortable. So maybe it's just 1 micro and an XFA.
1 micro, guys.
That's it. All you need. And then you'll start sizing up. But Amanda, as always, we'll try to get you back as much as we can. Love Amanda. Excellent knowledge. Love what you bring to TV. It's not just technicals, bringing some other data. It's nice having a data junkie on air, explaining some of the nitty gritty stuff. JD, pleasure as always, sir. You are done for the day. Congratulations. You did your 3-hour tour. But coming up next, no coffee needed because the Wiz is back. I'm going to switch seats, hop into the house account. Andre, you're taking the wheel. And the Wiz is bringing the juice. So stick around because Power Hour is up next.
TopstepTV, let's go.
Oh, yeah. He is back. The man in the middle, the Wiz, coming in hot here on Power Hour. To the right, you got Dolby Time. Awesome session with Amanda right before this. Let's get right into it. Wiz, welcome to Power Hour. How are you doing, my friend? Trading right around all-time, or not all-time highs, session highs in the Nasdaq. What is up, Wiz?
Oh man, it's been a interesting day. Hit some PDLs today, so the energy is gonna be there, but it's just not gonna be fun to trade not be able to trade the XFAs. As you can see on my screen, I'm gonna be completely transparent. You can see that I have like a $280 PDLL on each of my accounts, so I hit those, but we're really close to passing a combine. So let's see how we can play that out.
Dolby Time. See if we can get
Love it.
over the finish line here. Let's take a look at these prices. Dolby Time. Last trade in the NQ, 25,272. ES, about a point under the session high, 67.84. Gold trading sideways, question mark, 41.53. And crude oil trading $61.68 here in Power Hour. Dolby Time. How are you reading the Nasdaq right now? Maybe a little bit.
We're talking about range over range. That's kind of been the theme today. We had Amanda on earlier, last segment, and she pointed out that honestly, right off the rip, we had this huge up move, and then from there, it has just been sort of a slog to the upside, a zombie rally, if you will. Very in season with Halloween coming up. The zombies are out, but it has just been range over range. So we're kind of just forming a nice range, getting some bids pushing above. The previous resistance is turning into support. And then rinse repeat as we slowly start stair-stepping higher. For the current range we are in, it's about 30 points. I consider it between about, let's say, 25,250 up to about, let's say, 285 or so. So definitely some opportunity. It is a good range, but not a huge one. Pretty good, though.
Yep, sounds good there. President Trump is expected to make a, quote, announcement some point. It was scheduled for 2 p.m. Central Time, so about 4 minutes ago. We will try to bring that in when he does begin. If he does begin, sometimes he runs a little late in Power Hour. We'll see how that does play out. All right, Wiz. Let's do a little jab. We're going to jab back from some of those losses. We're trying to pass this combine. Wiz, we like to play a game above below here on Power Hour. I want to ask you what you think the closing price in the Nasdaq will be. We're going to have the chat vote above below. What will the price be on the close in the Nasdaq? Last trade, 25,270. Wiz.
So 25,279. Rejection at 25,279. So I'm going to say below.
Okay, well, what 279? Okay, just put it
25,279.
All right.
25,000. 279. Let's go.
279. Last trade, 270. Again, update on Delta. Delta, positive almost 21,000 in the ES, positive 3,100 in the NASDAQ. All right, let's break this thing down, Wiz. What do you...
Yeah, so...
Talk to me about price.
What's happening right now? I mean,
Wix on Wix. Here we go. Let's do this, Wiz.
Yeah, so right now you can kind of see that it went up to the 25,279. Had a little traffic there, kind of got rejected. Tried again at 25,279, got rejected, and then a third time, it was a clear rejection, right? So on the first one, the bulls are able to kind of push through. They pushed through on the second one, and then third one was a clear rejection. So a great short would have been at that 25,279. Right now, it is moving towards kind of a ranging move right now. But if there was a side that I would have to be on, it would be if it comes up to 25,279. I try to take another short again, just because it's showing a lot of rejections there, right? But it's kind of in the middle of the range because it got bought up right above this big candle at 12:36 Central Time. There was a big candle that shot up, and then ever since that one big candle came up at 25,250, anytime it's coming down to that area, it's gotten bought back up at 25,250. It's gotten bought up 3 times. So if I draw a little area right there, kind of remove some of these lines in between just to kind of remove the noise, and it kind of remove all of this for a second. Now you can kind of see more of a clear picture of it goes up to 25,279, rejection, comes down to 25,250, gets bought up. So right now, I really want to take a trade. I really want to pass this combine with you guys.
Okay.
So
Don't force it. Don't
let's
force
see.
it.
Huh.
See if it happens. Love your range though. Those
250.
50s look really enticing. I think another level that's pretty interesting here is that one of the levels that Jay really likes is kind of that 50% retracement. I like it as well. And if you kind of take a look at this old range we had in Nasdaq that kind of started about 3 days ago, the middle of that range is 25,000, let's say 285, which we kind of just kissed and rolled over from. So kind of interested to see if maybe we get a little bit of rejection from there, or maybe we end up this is like a temporary thing and we can maybe find some buyers at 250s and push up and through it. But pretty common to see some turbulence or resistance, if you will, at the 50% of a old range. So keeping an eye on it. And apparently Trump is talking soon. We'll see.
Yeah, scheduled to start about 8 minutes ago. See a little bit of a dip lower here in the Nasdaq. 25,263. Dolby time. Great question you like to ask. What is the scariest trade? Say you're flat, like we are right now. Coming in, look at this chart right now on the Nasdaq. What is the scariest trade?
Probably shorts.
Shorts? Okay.
I think being short is the scariest right
Why?
now. Longs, see, because we haven't really proven that we can go lower. We've just been stair-stepping higher. And so taking a short, I think, is you're going counter trend trade because we're up, almost 1% on the day. We're up 0.9.
Yep.
So that is why I think it's the scariest trade is going short. But if you really like the rejection off of those 285s, then you're probably looking for a deeper pullback. So
yeah,
I would lean on that for shorts or longs at 250s. Just pick your side though.
Yeah, and to add to Dobie's, Dobie's thought process there. Even if you look at the candles that are going on the downside, if you look at like each white candle, which is pretty much signifies the red candles on most people's charts, the white candles, if you see, they come down pretty hard, but the candle following each of those like down moves are getting bought up right away. So like there's no continuation. That's how I hit my PDLs. I found the right shorts, but the problem was that it got bought up so quick and so fast that there wasn't even a move for me to make towards the downside. So that was my struggling part. So yeah, like Dobie just said, and you can just see the move that happened right before us. There was a downside move at that rejection, and it got bought up right away. And like anyone that even had a good short from the 25,273, you had no room to even get out and break even. If you didn't have a break even there, you're literally back in red because the moves are so powerful back to the upside. So I agree on that.
Speaking of bids, Trey.
Yep.
Back up we go. So
some of them
can we break above 280s?
Yep.
It's scary.
What do we get down
I'm gonna
to?
try this. I don't like. I know I'm going against the market, but I want to just try a short here because it has shown a rejection right before. So I'm gonna try the rejection. I might add a little bit more size, just because one or two MNQs are not fun to really trade.
All right, we're gonna try with you.
But kind of just taking this rejection, kind of see how it plays out. Right now, it ripped right through that rejection, right? So I'm kind of going against the grain. So it's not gonna be. It has to be a really tight stop loss, right? So like if it starts making higher moves above the previous candle, so like if you really wanted to have a tight stop loss and say, hey, like I'm not gonna go against this fighting market that's to the upside, put it really close to that previous high of that. If it can break the high of the previous candle, then you're really fighting against the market. But I'm just going against this rejection that's been happening at 25,279 constantly. And see, again, another rejection right at 25,279. You saw that candle kind of just get rejected. Let's see if it fully follows through. Again, the follow throughs for the short side are not happening today. So it's really a risky trade that we're putting on.
All right. Let us know if you do take that trade. Poll is closed.
He's
Poll is
in,
closed.
Trey. He's in. We're not.
He
Wiz
is in. Short from
Wiz is
279.
in.
Yeah, I'm playing that rejection at 25,279.
All right.
And my stop loss is that candle that really ripped through that level. I'm playing the high of that stop. So I don't want to again, I know that it's a very bullish market. So I'm not going to risk too much. But if this rejection wants to happen, it should happen right now, and then it should work in our favors as the bears that don't want it to go past 25,279.
Nice.
Downside. What are you looking for a downside target here?
Well, downside, I have an issue because the first stop would be 25,273, which is really which is really unfavorable, right? But that is literally the first stop as a base hit. But if I wanted to grab a full move, and I really wanted to really see where there's a price that hasn't been cleared, there hasn't been a price that has been cleared at 25,243, which is, when I say cleared, that means it hasn't been retested, right? So this level hasn't been really retested. So I would go back to 25,243 if I really wanted to put a bigger baseline hit or a bigger base hit. But if I wanted a quick base hit,
250s.
Yeah, level to level for sure.
We're a little bit stingier, so we're gonna see if we can get one of Mo's favorite terms. Shout out to Mo. We're gonna be slightly stingier and see if we can get 83s or something on 2 micros or 3 micros. We'll see. But I like the concept here, and also I like your risk management. Wiz, it's a high risk trade, but the reward is there if you can tag it.
Yeah. So right now, again, the way I picked this trade location is just 1, 2, 3, and now we're playing the 4th rejection, which is a little highly unlikely because if it's coming back a 4th time, man, that is showing some strength, right? From whichever. Right now it's from the Bulls, right? They're showing a 4th attempt. That's very strong. So again, I'm going against the current, but I'm just playing the levels. I'm trying to play unbiased and say the level presented itself for me to take a short.
Yeah, we're starting to get some really small 1 minute candlesticks up here too. So those are not going to stay small forever. So maybe you end up getting this breakout to the downside here, Wiz, or maybe it breaks back up to the upside and we can participate. Where is your stop exactly? How tight is it, Wiz?
It was as high as the one candle that broke through that level. I am just slightly above that, because if it goes higher than the wick of, so that would be 25. The exact high of that candle was 2581 or 25,281, and I'm just at 25,282. Just because, again, I'm if it was a bearish market, I wouldn't have, or a bearish day, I wouldn't have put that type of a stop loss. But when you're literally going against these big candles that just shoot 30 points, what was this, 268 to 280? Yeah, that's a nice solid move, and I can imagine that happening again if it wants to. So I don't want to get into that train. Right now, the trade is working out for us. Here comes our first base hit, right? That was the first base hit where I said our first base hit is this one level, 25,273. So whoever took that short, really took a nice little base hit. Again, that's all that was going to be presented. But it moved through that, right? So
great trade.
If it can move through that, now the next thing that's in our way that we need to watch out for is this trend that has been built. It's this little upward trend. So, great! I pressed the X button.
What happened? You were flowing, man. You were rolling, man.
You're hockey.
There goes my profit.
That's it. That's all it took.
We're still selling off a little bit too.
I accidentally pressed the X button. Oh well.
I'll go
It's
ahead.
not
Real
even
quick,
like a
guys. Lower right hand corner. You see the countdown clock. We got 42 minutes till the closing bell. We got 32 minutes till MOC. President is expected to speak any moment. We will bring that in when he does begin again. He likes to freestyle sometimes, so we'll see what there is. the agenda for that. What else do we? Okay, above below. We have 52% saying below. Below, go ahead, Wiz. Take it away. When the president starts, though, we do have to go to that. Go, take it away, Wiz.
Now I would have taken another short here from the bottom retest, right? But I missed the opportunity. Just because I know that I got out, I was gonna get in at that, but I was still too busy drawing my trend lines, trying to make it look pretty, which was a foolish mistake because I would have captured this 273 move and been taking no heat off that retest, right? But
Yeah.
now if I get into a position, I'm taking heat either way. I don't know which way it's gonna go. And I'm just in a bad trade location if I get in now.
That's exactly right. That's I mean, Wiz, that was a perfect trade too. I mean, shorted the high. Really good consolidation up there. Tight stop, good risk management.
And that's what
just the
I
X
think
button,
the
right?
280.
One X button?
No.
You should do like Control X or Shift X on the hotkey. Then you have a little safety valve.
Yeah, and like that, I think that's what helps me with the 280 stop loss, the PDLL. Like it's helping me learn trade location. So I know I'm getting death by 1,000 cuts right now, but it's keeping me more patient to be like, no, if I got my PDLL today, is because I was too impatient my trade location, and I know exactly why I hit my PDLLs today, and I'm okay with it because I know that if I just like waited a little bit longer for a better trade location, I would have not gotten stopped out the way it did. So that's why I'm keeping the 280 such a tight number right now, is because it's making me learn even more on how to get into even better positioning to not take a heat of more than 280. I should never be taking more than the heat of 280 if I'm only making $500-$600 a day. Like statistically, I need to be only taking $280 losses if I'm gonna be if I'm only gonna be making that much. Again, here comes another retest. Yeah, go for it, Dobie.
So yeah, so I have a question about that, Wiz. So you have a pretty tight daily loss limit. I also too enjoy that. I think I'm around like 250 about. So does that put you at like a one and done sort of mindset for the day that you're risking everything on that one trade? And if not, what happens if you get stopped for like 60 or 70 bucks and now you've chewed through some of your daily loss limit? Do you size down then to get in a full
That
trade?
is the most difficult thing I'm working with right now. Is right when I get like, because I know if I get into a bad entry and then like I'm already down 100, it's so much harder to make the next move because your next move might be such the move that you needed, but because I don't have enough room to add size, it's now like the difficult aspect of that is, okay, if I add 4 MNQs, I'm so much closer to hitting my PDLL because I don't have enough room for it to kind of like go back and forth a little. So yeah, it's definitely a challenge, but I think I'm getting better at trading by having a smaller PDLL because I'm learning even more patience and just sizing the right size. You know, like sometimes we get carried away without having a PDLL of such a, like 280 is such a small size and you don't realize it. Like it takes only such a small amount of MNQs to really just tear through that PDLL, right? So you're learning size management, you're learning position sizing, you're learning trade location. Again, see, this is where I would have been out, right, on this trade. Because you see where this is why like I had that tight stop loss, because even the previous candle, if I zoom in, even that previous candle stopped right before that high, right? So a lot of people were playing that same type of thing, that if it breaks the high, I'm out. So a lot of people prevented it, and then the next candle was like, no, we're breaking right to that previous high of that big candle. So that's kind of what's happening right here and why it's kind of battling. And the reason why this wick came in, let me show you.
Gold's selling off a little bit here.
It's gonna.
Okay. We pulled our shorts, by the way.
So what
these candles are too long.
It's trying to hit is that 283 now, right? So it's really it's fighting. Why is it fighting this candle right here. Why is this algo? Why are all the systems fighting? It's because it was that big candle that I was talking about where I would have my stop loss. That's exactly what it's fighting, that area right there, right? So I would have got stopped out, and then others would have kind of held it and said, no, we're going to add into that short, even though we got some people to get stop loss, right? And so that's why you see how a rejection happened right at the 281 level, the one that where I would have had my stop loss.
Yeah.
That's why moves happen the way they do.
All right,
A lot
real
of these
quick,
are
guys.
very,
All right,
again,
sorry
very
to
calculated.
jump in there. Was
you're
President
good.
Trump should be everyone's at the table. Trump should be addressing the media here shortly. With that being said, let's bring in. We're talking about Russian sanctions earlier today. Putin hit the wire as well. Let's get caught up on what perhaps Trump may talk about. Let's catch you up here in about 60 seconds. Let's go.
So the US has turned around and imposed sanctions on Russia's two biggest oil producers. Yep, that's right. After months of threatening sanctions and never following through, President Trump has actually done it. Rosneft and Lukoil together account for about half of Russian exports. So this is pretty big. This is bigger even than the Biden administration was prepared to go, because they were worried about global prices rising. And oil prices are going up today. So this is certainly something to watch. But will this have the desired effect of bringing Putin to the table, of changing Russia's calculus on this war? That is not clear yet. That depends how well these sanctions are enforced going forward. It depends if Russia can work around them, as they have done so far throughout the war, with things like the shadow fleet. And it depends if the US is prepared to go further, even with secondary sanctions on foreign buyers of these companies' oil. Of course, India, another wild card, they buy a lot of Russian oil. Will they stop as they try to negotiate a trade deal with the US? So a lot of questions here, but it is a major turnaround.
Sure is indeed. Putin came out and said the sanctions put on was Gazprom, and I forgot the other big oil company out there, saying will not have an effect on the economy there. We'll see. We do see oil. We were just trading the $57 handle. Now we're all the way up to $61.73. Saw $62 earlier today. At the bottom of the hour, coming in here in 5 minutes on TopstepTV. Last trade in the Nasdaq, 25,275. ES 2 points off session now, 1 point off, 2 points off session highs, 67.83. Got gold trading 41.45. Down about $10 since power hour started.
Trump. I think Trump's coming in here. Man, he has the whole crew with him today in this room.
Wow! All right, all the
We got
cast of characters
Cash,
here.
Stephen Miller, Bondi's in there.
All right, we'll bring that.
Yeah, he's got the crew.
Okay. Song's a banger, man.
I was trying to play that level.
Hold on, Wiz. Hold on, Wiz.
273. Okay.
All right, we got to listen to
he's talking.
the boss here.
It's got a binder and everything.
Honor to have all my friends here. It's like old home week. What a
Marcus
job
don't really
you're
move.
doing. And thank you very much.
Selling
for
off
that.
a little bit.
A little bit, yeah. Let's
We
tune in
want
here.
to begin by thanking the people that have done such a great job at the White House. They have been doing really incredible work during a shutdown. I don't even know if they're supposed to be working, but they wouldn't miss a day. So I just want to thank everybody for that very much. And we're here today to discuss a sweeping, unprecedented, and historically successful operation that my administration has carried out in recent weeks to arrest, prosecute, and permanently remove members of foreign drug cartels from American soil. And the people gathered around this table are the ones that are doing it, and in this room. Some of them sitting a little behind. In fact, some of them, I'm surprised, are not actually at the table. You people should be very insulted by that. But you've done a great job back there. On my first day in office earlier this year, I signed an executive order to officially designate the drug cartels and savage transnational gangs as foreign terrorist organizations. It was my honor to do so. And on that same day, I also signed an order directing the creation of the Homeland Security Task Force to bring together all federal, state, and local partners to achieve the national policy goal of eliminating the cartel presence in America once and for all. And the results are, and it's early, and the results are spectacular. led by ICE and the FBI. This task force includes the Department of Justice, the Department of War, DHS, the intelligence community, ATF, the DEA, the U.S. Marshals, and the state and local agencies in every part of our country. Other than that, we don't include too many people. That's a hell of a group, isn't it, huh? When you think of it, that's not a group you want against you. Certainly not at one time. In addition to the task force members, we're pleased to be joined by representatives of law enforcement at every level, the highest level, actually, but every level, including National President of the Fraternal Order of Police, Patrick Yos. Where's Patrick? Patrick, thank you, Patrick. Thank you for the endorsement, too. That really hit it off. I would have gotten 98% anyway, but it was still good to have your endorsement. Thank you, Patrick. I don't forget those things. President of the National Sheriff's Association, Chris West. Chris? Thank you, Chris, very much. Great, good job. Major Cities Chief Association Executive Director, Laura Cooper. Laura? Thank you, Laura, very much. Major County Sheriffs of America Executive Director, Megan Noland. Megan, thank you. Thank you very much. And President of the National Border Patrol Council, my friend, and a very good speaker, by the way. Whenever he gets up and speaks, I say, that guy can really speak. I don't know. I don't want him to run for office. I want him to stay where he is. Paul Perez. Paul? Thank you, Paul. Where is Paul? Hi, Paul. What are you doing over there, Paul? Good job. Good speaker you are, though, Paul. I mean it, too. You've made some incredible speeches, and all from the heart, too, right? Some great ones. Today, you'll hear details from my national security and homeland security teams about the extraordinary historic achievements of this new Homeland Security Task Force since it became fully operational last month in all 50 states. The job they're doing. What we inherited from this past administration is like disgraceful. In a matter of weeks, the task force has made the largest number of arrests of cartel leaders, operatives, and gang members in American history, more than 3,000 and counting. That includes members of the ultra-violent New Generation Cartel, the Sinaloa Cartel, the LNFM Cartel, MS-13 Cartel, and you know MS-13, the gang, and Tren de Aragua, another beauty. That's a group of real garbage we have to deal with, that we shouldn't have to deal with. These are, in addition to the massive numbers of dangerous criminals my administration arrested nationwide since January 20th, numbering over 120,000. It's a record, and 120,000 criminal arrests. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, for 4 long years before I took office, the last administration allowed the cartels and their operatives to frankly take over our country, to freely infiltrate America. And
all right, we'll keep an eye on that in the background. However, nothing pertaining to the markets just yet, but we will be keeping one eye and ear onto what the president may say or not say. Question in the chat, at what point do we stop putting Trump on? This is not really market moving about a new task force. Come on. Well, president does like to spray to all fields. So if they do say something and his words do move markets. So we got to listen. We are seeing some selling here in gold. I see some selling in gold. 41.42. All right. Any setups here, Wiz? Back down to the 25,269.
I'm trying to, now it's ripping through this level, but I'm trying to see how this level is playing out at 269, 25,269. It's starting to rip to the downside on it. So my entry wasn't so great where I should have gotten at 25,269. I played it a little too early on that entry, but it's starting to not there. I mean, see, as you can see, there's a real is bouncing. It tried to rip through, and then there was just an algo that kind of just pushed it right back up. So this area of 25,269 is at least holding up right now for me. So I'm gonna let this play out. But if it goes back underneath 25,269, I'm gonna start taking some off. Again, this is kind of like scalp in and out to find the best positioning. I should have, again, gotten that 25.2 right here. Let's see, it's going through again. I don't like that, so I'm going to take off a little, just like 1, kind of see if it keeps going against me. I'll start shedding some off. Like I don't need to necessarily be in that trade.
Okay.
But right now it's still holding the 25,269. So
sounds good.
As long as it holds and then it can go in my direction, then I'll add more back into the position. But if it keeps going against me, then I'll start taking some off. So that's kind of how
you are long right now, right? You snuck in that trade there, Wiz.
I believe
Yeah, the Wiz is long. You snuck it in there. You were long 25,270, I believe.
All right. Nice.
Yeah, 25,270 is my average right now.
Okay.
Okay.
And I'm playing it off of the
How many?
25,269 level. Again, I don't like this move right here. It's this like 4 candle move. It goes down, goes up, and then it slides back down. There's a candle chart pattern that is like that, or a candle pattern that does that. I'm just going to start taking some off. Oh, not adding. Well, I guess it just added. Let's see. No, I'm going to take some off. I don't like that.
So flat, or how many long right now? I believe
No, I'm on 2. I'm in Qs right now. The last saving grace for me is this trend line, this blue trend line that is kind of somewhat intact. If it can hold on to that, cool. Not, then I need to just close the position, wait for a better trade.
Okay.
But 25,279, they're still trying to really just hold it there. But do you see how it like shot right through? That was pretty cool. That shows kind of like a trend line break. They're trying to like break through that trend line. And that was really
might be down ticking here. A little down tick lower here. 25,267 in the Nasdaq. Not a whole lot. ES 6781. What do you think about if we get to those 250s? Delta hasn't moved too much either.
Definitely try to get some bids in if we can get down to 250s. I mean, we're stuck in the middle of the range, and I know Jay said the market's selling off, but this whole range has been about like 10 points, 10, 15 points the last maybe half an hour, so there's not a whole lot going on as far as volatility goes. But I think working the range would definitely be a valid trade as long as we can define our risk and define our take profits. But if we can get up to 280s, maybe the 290s, there could be a great short up there. Maybe even the 300s. Maybe MOC pushes us up there. But if we can get down to the 50s, I think it's worth it.
Okay.
As long as we're stair-stepping, just keep on doing the stair-step.
Market is definitely taking a breather a little bit today. A little breather today with all the volatility that we've seen the last few days. And here we go. After the bell, we do have Intel earnings. Tune into At the Buzzer. They'll be all over that. Also, tomorrow morning, we do have CPI. Yes, CPI is back. Tune into opening call. Yes, there's been an absence of data, and we're starting to get a little back right now with the government shutdown. Oh my, we have 14 minutes. 14 minutes till MOC.
Oh.
Last trade we got in the Nasdaq, 25,269. Like, only question in the back of my head, are we going to close on the highs up here? It's the only thing.
Entirely possible.
Yeah, it just petered out. I mean,
yesterday we had a
huge negative delta. Huge negative delta. Was it minus 22,000, Hogue? Minus 22,000 in the ES. We're seeing positive 20,000 in the ES. Back-to-back days. Gold.
I mean,
great.
Netflix is break even. Nvidia's up 1%. Tesla's up 1.7%. Intel's up. GameStop is up 5%. Why is GameStop up 5%?
Well, beyond
so,
me.
I mean, market looks green across the board. Palantir's up. Yeah, there's a bunch of good stuff.
That's a nice break of the trend. Did you see that?
Little
that
bit.
Really nice break of the trend.
Yeah.
So, the move right here, I was so busy on trying to buy at this level that that's what gets you really caught up, is that I was so busy on buying the level, but it would have just been a nice way to wait until it comes up and then short it, right? But again, you have to take either move knowing that, hey, you don't know what's going to happen at that level. And it was been a lot of buying pressure. So that is why I bought it at the level rather than waiting for another area like the 273 to kind of short it.
All All right, little downside
that's-
pressure here.
that's
We got
why
gold. Gold has picked up to the downside here. Wiz 41.36. 36 is trade. We'll see 35s. Gold down about. We're down about $20. $20 since Power Hour has begun. When Power Hour started, we were trading right around 41.50. Trading 41.36. A little downside pressure in the ES. 67.78, about 7 points off the session highs. Nasdaq, you still like 250, Dolby?
If we can get down there and hang out a little bit, yeah, for sure. I'm trying to avoid with this whole range trading thing is avoid big long candlesticks into the level. So if we can get down to the 250s and print some short stubby 1 minute candlesticks, I'd be very interested in getting some bids in.
Okay, again, the president is speaking right now. Currently, he's talking about some of the cities in the United States, talking about DC and Chicago. We will monitor that if any market moving topics are discussed. We'll keep one eye here on gold. Gold 36, 35, 41.35 trades. Nothing really moving. What do we get down to there in the Nasdaq, Dolby?
256.
256. Okay.
There was a really nice bounce.
Back up 10 points.
There was a really nice bounce at 258.
Yeah.
So I'm not executing as fast as I should be, but that bounce at the 258 would have been a nice base hit from the 258 to 268 at this level. The way I got that level was if you look to the left hand side, it was made earlier yesterday at 9 o'clock. So that's where it came down. That's why it kind of stopped at this area at the 258 area.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, those guys eye on the 250s. I do say we got gold. Gold continue to sell off here now. 41.33 is that's about all we got moving right now. Nasdaq stuck.
We're stuck in the middle.
Yes, we
There's
are.
No trade right here right now.
Damn, and when we start talking about 10 to 15 rates, just walk away. Don't walk away, man. This is our job. This is our job. We got to. Trust me. We're digging deep here, but keep an eye on gold. Gold is moving. Who's short gold in the chat? I want to know who is catching this move to the downside. Gold has woken up again.
Gold's been the market in Power Hour this week. Yep. Nasdaq's been asleep, but gold has been crushing it as far as volatility goes.
So this is what happens when I'm not executing right at the if I got in at the 257 level, I would have added 2 MNQs that put me all the way up here, right? Because what happened was that the room I had for my sell, the room I had to sell was this downward trend, right? And what happened is it came up to this level and it had a downward trend. And that's all the room I really had to even make any money off the first base hit. So that's what happens if I get in too late. My trade location was horrible, right? So if I waited here at 258, that would have gave me a lot better positioning. And so that's what I'm also trying to make sure that I'm working on is I may have already been late to the ball game, but sometimes I want to join. And so it puts me in such a bad position now. Now I'm kind of like sitting with the heat, which is like a very bad thing. So that's kind of like my thought process as I'm like reading this chart right now. So again, my only hope on this trade now is that it holds this 258 level where it bounced off of again, right? So it came down to this level at 258. It got rejected this downward trend, and now the bulls came back and bought it back up. And now it's kind of like that's why it's kind of slowing down right here, right? Because it got bought up and now it's rejected. So now there's kind of like a back and forth and see what is better of a price. So if it breaks underneath 255, I'm out. But do you see how bad my risk management was?
Wait, hold
right
on, Wiz,
there?
are you in? Hold
Wiz
on,
is
Wiz, are you
sneaky.
in? Yeah,
Wiz
he
is
is
sneaky, Andre.
Yes. Are you
Yeah, I'm in.
Wiz? You gotta call out the prices,
like,
man.
I was
You
already
gotta call
talking
the
about
prices.
where I was.
You gotta call out the prices, man. People, everyone's listening very closely. Every word you say is being scrutinized, being listened to. You need to hear. So, what's your trade right now? What's your position?
So right now I'm 2 MNQs playing this level, but it's going to the downside, and I don't even want to like tell people to buy at this level.
No, you're not telling me. What's
I'm
the
at
level? What's the level?
the level that you should be watching out for is this
Long
258. Now it's breaking through. Just like, well, if you look at my screen, it's breaking the 258 level, which is not good because that's where it held previously. So that's what the bulls are trying to hold up on right now. Is this 258 level? I should have been in right there. I got in because I was impatient and I didn't wait for it to come back.
266.
So my average right now is 25,263 with two MNQs.
Thank you. 263.
Okay,
We
nice.
got
There
there,
we
Wiz.
go.
We got there. Last trade, 258. Wiz is in the house. Trump. No, stop that. Now they're goofing on me. A little pop back here in gold. Gold trading 41.38. A bit of a holding pattern right now. Holding pattern. Maybe we'll get some action with Intel earnings after the bell. Maybe get something with in 6 minutes. We got MOC coming at you. And again, CPI tomorrow. CPI.
Okay,
What's
so now
back in the money.
My take profit would be, see, I don't have much room for take profit, right? So if someone's like, oh, well, you got into a good position or you're in somewhat of a good position, my take profit is really not much because there's this downward trend that's in effect. And you see, like, there was not much room for me to even make any profit. So that's also what needs to go into account for risk to reward is kind of seeing like, okay, you might be in a good trade location, but how much room do you actually have to make money off of, right? So if I was sitting at 258, I'd be fine right now. But my average is at 262. So I'm taking quite a bit of heat with my upside not being that great. My upside would have been this downward trend. Again, it's just selling off. That's all that's happening. I'm just like watching it getting sold off.
slowly, starting off like they're unwinding delta a little bit here. When we came into power hour, it was up to positive 20,000. That was in the ES, positive 3,200 in the Nasdaq. We're still holding strong in the Nasdaq. Last trade 25,256. Dolby time. Interested on these 250s. Interested about these 250s.
Still come on down and hang out for a little bit.
You want to see some consolidation, or even
just like give me a candle. Give me like a 1 minute candlestick that's like between a 0 and 5 point range. Something that I need to personally be a little bit more aware of is these really long candlesticks coming into the I am going to right now. So, for example, we had this 15-minute candlestick that we're working on right now. So the high was 275, and it was pretty damn close to the top of range. But when you have a candle that goes from like higher range to lower range, to me that's like a lot of momentum. So I want to be very wary of potential range break at 250. But if we can get down to the 250s and print a couple candlesticks that are small, I'd love to get in there. Because what you're trying to avoid is a range run and just getting totally just blown out of your trade instantly. So we'll see if it happens, but being a little stingy, Dre, being a little bit stingy.
I think that's very wise, especially about 15 minutes till the close. Wiz is back in. We saw a little bit of pop. Wiz, what price did you get long from?
So like it popped, it held that level, the 256 level that was it held that, but see what's happening is getting stuck at the downward trend. So it needs to break this downward trend line, and it's trying to eat through that downward trend line. But that's what I was talking about earlier. That's my upside potential for a base hit. If it goes through, then awesome, right? Then I can look at the levels. But if it can't get through this downward trend, then that's all I have for my potential. But if I want now to let it run and it's breaking this downward trend, then my next potential sell can be at this two. Okay, wait. I'm gonna,
long,
see,
Wiz?
that's what
Wiz,
I was just about to say right there.
Wiz, what price? I believe he's long.
He's long.
So
okay, very good.
The base hit would have been at that 252, 25,268, right? Like that's where the base hit would have been. I was gonna like move it right there, and then it actually just tapped it. So that would have been the base hit. Like if I wanted to take nice NQ or larger size MNQ base hits,
right?
You saw it come down here, retest at the 258 level, and then it broke this downward trend. Then you know that it can go to the next level. So if it breaks the trend, you know the next move is going to be to the next level, which was 268. That's where you could have got the base hit. But I'm always so busy talking that I didn't take my profits on that.
That's the problem, Wiz. Come on, man. There lies the rub.
Let Andre talk.
No, yeah, Wiz, you trade. Dolby trade. You're doing fantastic, Wiz. The chat is loving you. You are. Chat is very fired up.
Wiz, you
right
do have
now.
to
We
let
got-
me know. You have to give me some heads up that you're about to
Something.
get into a trade so I can hop in there with you.
He's just
Yeah, so the good thing is that you saw, like, it pushed through this 258 level, right? Like this one candle, it pushed through, but the ending of the candle. Okay, I'm just gonna break even because I talk again way too much. We'll figure out the comments. But
you love it.
anyways,
Real
I'll let it
quick,
ride.
Wiz, real quick. How much do you love being on TopstepTV? This you love it, right?
Dude, any opportunity that I get, I take it. Even today, I got a message. I was like, I'm on. Put me on.
Cancel all your appointments. I'm coming on.
100%,
Put me in,
man.
coach.
You need trading buddies. You need trading buddies. I mean, it can be lonely. The trading journey can be lonely, and that is what TopstepTV is here to do. Again, we got the president speaking in the White House, talking about the cartels and things like that. Nothing market moving just yet. We do have less than 2 minutes till MOC, market on close. What's market on close, you ask? It is just the volatility. Let's just say that volatility. Just to know that it about, man, Wiz, MOC in 90 seconds. Thoughts? Are we gonna get a big number or a small number?
So what's happening here is that look, it came down to this level, got popped straight up, got rejected at the next level. So a lot of people took some profits, a lot of people took that bounce, or there's a lot of sellers saying no more. That's the highest you can go. And then it came back down, and then it's getting bought up right back at this level, right? So if you can see that there's quite a bit of noise happening right at this given moment, because there's this level rejecting it. There's this trend line really trying to hold it. So that's why sometimes some candles can act a little wonky, and it might not be like the same type of candle you just saw a minute before. You'll see a lot of pushback, and that's what's happening exactly at this moment right now that we're seeing on this candle. Is there's bulls trying to hold it higher than this 260 and hold this trend line that they just created, but there's these bears at 260 as well. They're really trying to hold it underneath. So
you size up. Iron 4.
I have 4
seconds.
MNQs.
4 MNQ. We're going for 4 MNQ into MOC market on close.
Do it.
Let's start off
10 seconds.
All right, now this is a gamble.
Hold up.
This is a gamble.
Wiz,
Going
I
to
gotta
MOC.
Wiz, I got to shout. I got to announce these.
3
I got to announce
seconds.
these numbers. Here we go. Ready?
Oh, shit. That was a
heavy
gamble.
sell side. 3 billion sell side ES. 2 billion sell side Nasdaq. 1 billion sell side Dow. Heavy sell side.
Damn.
Okay, I made no money on today's combine.
Heavy sell side.
Whoa.
What's going on in the markets, Dolby? I'm just looking at this
But
MOC
look how
right
beautiful
now.
of a move
Down
that was.
30 points and counting. Down 30 points and counting.
Good. Heavy sell side. Those numbers
But look how
can't
beautiful of a move that was. It broke through this level
Whoa.
and the trend line. What a beautiful break. Like, that's why, like, when you read these charts, like, there's so much beauty in these, like, the way that these algos perform. And so, like, that was just clear, nice break. So anyone that had some stop buys, just kind of pushing it through, that kind of helped push through these levels right here. And so that's why there's a little bit more people kind of pushing this up right now. That was fun. That was fun to trade. Again, when I'm talking, I kind of like lose track of what's actually happening to my trades.
Well,
But
come
let's
on
buy
now,
right here.
Wiz. We can't have you on. We can't have you on if you can't do both, man. Come on, we can't. You got to
Yeah,
trading first. Trading first, because I know you have a passion.
Rub your
No
belly
one
and
has-
tap your head, man.
Yep.
So I
You have
bought
a passion.
again at this area because
That's
you can see it got stopped right at this level, this 240 level. It got stopped right there, and look, it's going back and forth on those two levels. So I'm kind of just, I'm going against the market right now. I should not be trading. I don't even trade in those last like 10 minutes, but
will change again. Heavy sell side. Heavy sell side. Dolby time 25,240 last trade in the Nasdaq.
Mm-hmm.
67.73.
Yeah, maybe if we can print a 1 minute range down here, longs could be enticing. You said the sell side was what, 2 billion?
Well, Nasdaq
Oh.
it was 1.6 billion. Sorry, 1.6.
Oh, it's pretty big.
Especially at the
That is
highs like
pretty
that.
big.
wow.
Yeah.
It's not even worth it.
Dario
Now
in
I'm
the
just,
chat
like, going back and
couldn't have
forth.
said it better in the chat. We will clearly go down for MOC. Dario, hopefully you're shorts. Appreciate that if you are short.
Don't know till you bet.
Yeah, clearly.
If
Love
there
that.
was a price that didn't get
Still not
cleared,
bad.
it would be at 180. 25 180 is the price that didn't get cleared. What I mean by that is on my screen you can kind of see it kind of shot through. It never came back and retested, right? So like this level got cleared by this retest. This level 25 194 got retested. That got cleared. 25 200 got cleared. 25 216 got cleared. But the one level that hasn't really got cleared is 180. So if it really wants to shoot down there, it can kind of go do a little wick test tab. But I've noticed that not all the time, but
I mean, all right. Hold on, Wiz. Hold on, Wiz. I keep reporting these MOC numbers. We're still saying sell side. We're still ES 2 billion sell side, Nasdaq 1 billion sell side. In about 2 minutes, we'll get another injection of liquidity.
Jeez.
Those numbers, all right, they're starting to peel back a little bit.
Wish we got long.
Yeah. What was that price, Dolby
Would have been
time?
a good one. I think 240s would have been pretty good. We're up at 250 now. We finally start. So we kind of shot down, and we finally started printing some stubbier 1 minute candlesticks. And if you go to like a 30-second chart, if you're a real degenerate, you can see a bunch of very, very tiny 30-second charts. So clearly, price was a little bit happy to kind of stay there and bat around a little bit, but now we're bidding back up, and we're back within the 15, actually half-hour range that we were talking about earlier. So let's see if the 250s can act as support.
Support. Okay, we're trading 249, 25,249 right now. ES trading 67.75. Starting to scale back that what was initially heavy sell side. MOC in the kind of back by half now. We're only at 184 million sell side in the Nasdaq. ES still at 1.8 billion sell side. Dow 600 mil. Don't forget, we got Intel earnings after the bell today. We got CPI tomorrow. Make sure you tune in to opening call for coverage of that. We got oil selling off here, and we got another injection of liquidity in about 35 seconds.
You short, Wiz?
Yeah, I'm short, and I'm gonna try to see if I can add another short into this 255 retest. Okay, well that just shut up. I'm not good at trading the last 10 minutes of the market, so if anyone's watching,
we're about to
I
flip
never
buy
even
side.
trade the last 10 minutes.
We're about to flip buy side.
out.
We're about to flip buy side Nasdaq now. We're about to flip buy side. It's only minus 50 million. Sell side. We were 1.6 billion. Here we go. 2 seconds. More liquidity.
Yep. So let's go to 180. Come on, shoot all the way down to 180 and go clear that
buy
price.
side. Dolby
That would
time,
be,
take it from
so
here.
do you see what happened right there? Like if you guys are looking at my, why did it go up here to a certain area, right? So some people that are watching this stream might not know why it shoots up to certain areas, but you can see the clear rejection. It got to the 255 from the bottom side. It tried to retest it and then got quickly shot down. And why did it come down to the 245s? Is because it came down to retest the 1 hour candles from 11 and 12 p.m. Right?
You are short, right?
That's why it landed
I
there.
hope he's short. If he's short, I hope it's a winning trade.
You are currently short.
Wiz.
Yep. What's your price here? 247 half.
25, 247 short.
257. Okay.
I'm going for the big home run at 180.
I would love it, man. I would love it. It would be so 180 short from 257. We got 4 minutes. 4 minutes.
4
till
minutes.
the closing bell. Let's.
There's been way too much of a buying, or too bullish today, so I don't think it's gonna shoot down there. But if it wants to go clear a price, go clear it down there.
Let's go clear. Let's click those 180s. We got. Oh, don't forget about your above
very
below.
large move.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, above below.
Yeah,
279.
279.
That's within the ballpark. A little bit of a bid here. Maybe the 50s are starting to form some support.
Too strong.
See.
Oh, futures charting. You've been fired up all power hour. He's not here to teach. He's just showing you a different way that some people do it. I do appreciate the hot takes. Come on, be nice, everyone. We had Amanda on previous segment. Now we got the Wiz on. I mean, we're just showing you the full range of what is possible, what makes trading absolute best. We got 3 minutes. 3 minutes till the closing bell. Absolutely. Last trade.
It's like a sampler platter of strategies.
A buffet.
It is truly a buffet. King crab legs.
Yes.
Unlimited cheese.
Yep.
180.
Carving station.
Shoot down for
We
fun.
had a carving
Omelet station.
Yeah, yeah.
Guy making omelets.
Vegetables and the dip. Yep. Oh, shrimp cocktail. Love that one.
I mean, that's easy. You go to
Yep.
Jewel, get a shrimp cocktail.
Oh yes, yes you can.
Don't go to Walmart though. Radioactive. Watch out.
Oh boy. Oh. All
If
right.
it doesn't break this
Sorry.
upward trend, I'm not gonna be able to have it go to 180. But you see, like, why it bounced from one level to the next, right? So
Love the futures.
better trade location for
We
me.
didn't go anywhere, Wiz. Wiz, I'm
Wiz,
not.
can
I
I ask you
got
something?
Yeah, go ahead, Dolby.
I'm seeing a lot of your entries not by the levels you have on your chart.
Yeah, so what's happening and what I'm trying to so right here, the reason why I shorted it here, and then when it came up to this rejection, I added into my short. So that's why it's over here in the middle. So like I shouldn't be
got it. You
averaging
averaged.
it. Yeah.
Got it.
So like I'm trying to see if it's rejecting these levels, then I'll add. But right now, again, I don't. It's just a combine, and I'm also feeling not that like hesitant that like it's gonna do much damage to my combines because.
Why did you giggle there? Why did you giggle when you said that? Why did you giggle when you said that, Wiz? Oh, the absolute best.
Oh, because I feel like I'll be able to pass the combine next week or tomorrow. Like I'm just kind of teaching at the same time, so I'm kind of like losing track of like my own positioning. But yes, best trade location here would have been at 240, which I didn't get into. And if I wanted to short it, best trade location should be up here at 278. That's where my best, like, that's where trade location should be at for a short, right? Because that's where it didn't have a retest. It kind of shot through the 278 level. So I should have actually shorted it up there rather than like where people were actually buying in at this level at the 240, right?
Absolute Wiz.
So
you love
we were
markets.
talking
You love Topstep TV. You love Dolby time. Dolby time. 30 seconds. Why don't you take it from here, Dolby? 25 seconds.
20 seconds. Yeah, I mean, a lot of trades, Wiz, and I do applaud you for taking trades on air during a time of day that you are maybe not super familiar with. I think that does take a lot of cojones to do that. Dre, we were talking about the scariest trade, which was shorts. I believe we were talking about those at around 280s. So maybe next time we'll lean into it.
Let's go to 180.
There
is Wiz.
180. Yeah, 180 right now. That'd be a hell of a
180s
sell-off.
never got there. The scariest trade was just simply taking the trades in that power hour. Market didn't really move. We got gold selling off a little bit. Bit of a pause day, bit of a digestion day. That's okay. More coming up. We got CPI tomorrow. We got Intel coming up after the bell. Wiz, you are the best. Dolby time. Couldn't do it without you. With that being said, I'm throwing to Gabe. Gabe, take us out of here and into At the Buzzer. Let's go.
Let's go indeed. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us today. As always, shout out to all the Bell to Bellers. Grateful for you. Wiz, have a great day, brother. We're going to take off from here. Obviously, the day show is now over, but At the Buzzer is coming up at 3:15 Central with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. And then we do have slow markets this evening at 7:30, and Barron will be joining Coach Dakota. So make sure to come back to TopstepTV this evening. And then tomorrow, it is Friday. It's the end of the week. We have an action-packed day for you. Our main man, Doom, is back in the building with Mohammed for Fast Markets. And then we have James D., our favorite Canadian, coming to trade with Topstep with Coach Jay and JD during the 11 a.m. hour. Of course, group coaching with the guys. We got VWAP George coming to hang out with us for 1 p.m. And then we got Carlos, our favorite man, Carlos, coming back to trade it up in Power Hour. We are not going to have reversal challenge tomorrow. It's going to be a normal power hour, one of the first Fridays in a while, taking a little bit of a breather and hosting one of our favorite guests. But should be a great day. Close out the week strong. But that's going to be it for us here. So now it's your time, as Eddie would say, and go get some rest, rejuvenate, and come back and let's close out this week with a strong and motivated and refreshed mindset. That's it. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.